Chapter 84. Realizing what it was he just did, Magna paled as he took off. His hair quickly gained red highlights as he burst into a shower of petals. He had no clue where his friends and mother were sent, but he was determined to find them. Deciding to get the hardest area out of the way first, Magna dashed into the winter forest. Snow flew into the air as he shot through the forest like a whirlwind. Magna knew that it wasn't practical for him to search the forest bit by bit, so he employed the abilities of one of his clusters. Or rather, the characteristics. A pair of wolf-like ears appeared on his head as his black and red hair slowly stiffened while his pupils turned into slits. With crimson lightning surging through his hair, he closed his eyes and lightly sniffed the air. You see, the cluster he decided to use isn't actually human. Hell, it's not even a humanoid. The cluster he decided to use contained the memories of an actually monster. The Stygian Xenorch. A gigantic wolf-like beast with black fur. With crimson lightning dancing along its body, Stygian Xenorch was an apex predator. Even in Remnant, there weren't many Grimm that could stand up to Magna while he embodied this monster. However, there were downsides to this cluster. Magna can't generate nearly as much lightning as a regular Xenorch, let alone its evolved counterpart, so his lightning was kind of weak. Also, the Stygian Xenorch was a beast of anger and pride, and those two feelings were amplified inside him whenever he used this cluster. Even now, his pride was telling him to stop searching for his friends while his anger was trying to force him to raze the forest to the ground. Luckily, Magna was used to fight against his emotions thanks to Kurama. One of the things Magna liked about this cluster is what it did to his body. It changed his skin to be exactly like the hide of a Stygian Xenorch. Not only was he now resistant to ice and fire, but swords and bullets would only leave scratches or bruises. Though, that's not to say that he can't be pierced or slashed. Amber, not the maiden but his first teacher, managed to pierce his skin while he was embodying Stygian Xenorch. He wanted to stress test his skin with live combat, and she managed to pierce him with brutal thrusts at the same place over and over again. Anyway, as Magna sniffed the air, his face suddenly scrunched up as he felt his breakfast try and escape from his stomach. Cheap cologne, a mixture of sweat, beer and whiskey. Yeah, that's Crow. Thanks to the strong smell of alcohol, Magna easily locked on to Crow's scent. He also noticed the sweet smell next to Crow that he recognized as June, as well as the slightly earthy smell he recognized as Amber. Gathering his aura into his legs, crimson bolts of lightning began circling his body as he shot into the air in a flurry of petals and lightning. He became a blur as the only thing he left in his path was destroyed trees and electrified petals. As he got closer to Crow's location, Magna could hear the sound of swords clashing against each other. Gritting his teeth, Magna was about to speed up when he heard a roar filled with grief and wrath. When he finally arrived, Magna felt two different things when he saw the scene in front of him. He felt his heart drop as he watched Crow cradle Amber in his arms while Cinder and Tyrion laughed at him. And he felt his anger reach its peak as everything turned red. His silver eyes gained a red gleam as his hair coursed with lightning. Magna felt a heat build in his chest slowly. The heat spread through his entire body as he couldn't stop himself from letting loose an earth-shattering roar. Cinder. The force behind his roar uprooted the nearby trees as a pillar of hellish lightning exploded out from Magna's body. Both parties froze as Magna seemingly teleported in front of Cinder and punched her in the nose. While she flew backwards, Magna snapped to Tyrion. Seeing the blood on his weapon, Magna went berserk as lightning gathered in his arms. Obviously, Tyrion wasn't just going to stand there and let Magna attack him. With a psychotic smile on his face, Tyrion said in a mocking tone, "Oh, does the little puppy want to bite me? Did I accidentally hurt your owner?" Unfortunately for him, Magna was so angry that he didn't even register Tyrion's mocking words. Instead, he roared as a vortex of lightning surrounded him. This forced Tyrion to take him seriously as he hastily tried to dodge. Keyword, tried. While he was dodging the rather moderate bolts of lightning, Magna ignored them as he ran forward and forced him to fight. Irritation appeared on Tyrion's face as he narrowly dodged a bolt of lightning and slashed Magna's face with his claws. He smiled for a few seconds only to instantly lose said smile when Magna turned to him with only a tiny scuff mark on his cheek. Magna used his sleeve to scrub off the mark as he looked deep into Tyrion's eyes and scoffed. The ridicule in his eyes enraged Tyrion as he let loose his ponytail and screamed, "Don't look down on me, you stupid mutt. I'll personally fill you with holes and deliver you to my queen. She'll definitely like you as a pet." Just as Tyrion was about to attack Magna, a strong boot connected with his back, sending him sprawling to the ground. Magna stalled for a second as he glanced at Crow and saw that his eyes were as red as his pupils while his chest huffed in anger. As student and mentor looked at each other, Crow slowly drew his sword as he hoarsely growled, "Magna, take Amber and June with you and run. I'll catch up once I'm done here." Magna wanted to argue, but the look in Crow's eyes told him that he wouldn't accept anything other than yes. So Magna quickly grabbed both maidens and disappeared in a flash of petals. POV, Crow. Once Magna left, Crow sighed as softly rested his sword, Harbinger, against his shoulder. Tyrion looked towards Crow with a look caught between happiness and annoyance as he yelled, "Now why did you have to go and do that? I was just getting to the best part. Just a few more seconds and I would have gotten a new pet for my queen." Crow said nothing. He just slowly walked towards Tyrion with his sword on his shoulder. Obviously, this annoyed Tyrion even more as he glared at Crow and chuckled, "Oh. Giving me the silent treatment? Is it because I hurt your little girlfriend?" Suddenly, Crows came to a halt. Tyrion grinned as he slowly crouched down. "Did you think we didn't know? Please, we've been watching the Fall Maiden for years. The Queen knows that you and her have some history. I can't wait to find that maiden again. We already have majority of her power, so all we have to do is kill her. But I'm not going to do that. When I find her, I'll slowly torture her. I'll whisper your name into her ear as I defile her. I'll dash." Before Tyrion could finish speaking, Crow seemingly teleported in front of him as he slammed his foot against Tyrion's face. The scorpion faunus was sent reeling back as his aura took majority of the blow. He tried to stand up when his eyes widened as he hastily raised his weapon to block Crow's sword. However, Crow somehow easily overpowered him as a crater formed underneath the pair. Tyrion's aura shimmered once more, showing that it took majority of the blow again. Dazed, Tyrion shakily looked towards Crow and shivered. With bloodshot eyes, Crow's pupils seemingly shrank as they fully focused on Tyrion. Under Crow's death glared, Tyrion tried to make some space between them. He managed to get about 10 feet away when Crow reappeared in front of him and struck again. Once again, a crater formed underneath the pair. Tyrion trembled once again, not on fear but anger. How dare you toy with me?" With anger fueling him, Tyrion's strength skyrocketed as he launched Crow into the air. Eyeing his prey, Tyrion crouched down low before taking to the sky. As the shadow of Tyrion's stinger approached him, Crow neither faltered nor panicked as he calmly deflected it. Pumping his arms full of aura, Crow roared as he threw Tyrion at the ground. However, he wasn't finished. Once he landed, Crow easily dodged Tyrion's assault as he punched him in the ribs, forcing Tyrion to his knees. Just as Crow moved to finish him, Tyrion rolled backwards and unleashed a hail of bullets from his claws. Crow managed to dodge a couple but still ended up taking a few shots. Luckily, he wasn't hit anywhere important, but this told Tyrion all he needed to know. He ha ha ha. You're not using your aura for defense. You're fully focusing on boosting your strength. And that makes you vulnerable. Tyrion leapt at Crow while laughing, aiming to sever his wrist, yet all he was met with was the bottom of Crow's boot. Watching the scorpion faunus cover his nose, Crow gave him a bored look inside. "Look, I haven't got all day. I'm pissed as shit and your boring ass isn't helping me. Plus, I'm fucking sober. Do you know what that means? That means I'm gonna fucking kick your ass." Crow waltzed over to Tyrion and showed no hesitation as he stabbed his sword into Tyrion's leg. Tyrion's aura tried to block Crow's sword, but it was useless as Crow put as much weight as he could behind his sword strike. Tyrion's unholy scream echoed through the forest, but all it got from Crow was a very unamused glare as he yanked Harbinger out from Tyrion's leg and roared, "Shut the fuck up." With a swift kick to the face, Tyrion flew through the air, only to be kicked once again by Crow. He treated Tyrion like a soccer ball, kicking him back and forth while being fueled by rage. Eventually, Tyrion finally couldn't take it as he roared. He used his hands to push off the ground, flipping a few times through the air as he landed in a nearby tree. Then, Tyrion just disappeared. His psychotic laughter rang throughout the forest, yet not a single hint of fear or panic appeared on Crow's face, only annoyance that seemed to grow more prominent over time. As Crow lazily scanned his surroundings, his eyes widened slightly as he raised his sword. Clang clang clang. Eyeing the bullets he just blocked, Crow clicked his tongue as he muttered, "Poison bullets great." Crow knew that staying out in the open was a bad idea, so he too took to the trees. Occasionally, the sound of metal clashing against metal rang out through the forest, accompanied by Tyrion's laughter and Crow's growls. POV, Magna. Sprinting through the forest, Magna seemed to be in his element. Even with the added weight of 2 maidens, Magna didn't feel a thing as he rapidly made his way through the frozen wonderland. He wanted to heal Amber but he couldn't. Zynorge's instincts were telling him that he was being watched. He didn't know who or what was watching him, but he knew to trust Zynorge's instincts. June, who was being cradled in one of his hands, suddenly leaned close to his ear and whispered, "Magna, I'm sorry for being a burden." In response, Magna just laughed and smiled. "What are you talking about, June? You've only just started training with magic. You can't just expect to be able to fight against people. Her lips trembled softly as June said, but I did nothing. I sat there and watched as that girl somehow took Amber's powers. We're just lucky she only managed to get half. Magna sighed. Jumping into the trees, Magna continued forward as he said, Look June, I'm not gonna lie and say that everything's okay. 'Cause it's not. We're separated from the group, Amber's unconscious and missing half her powers and we left Crow back there to fight Tyrion. However, we can't just focus on the bad. I'm still alive, Amber's still alive and you're still alive. If that's not worth celebrating, then I don't know what is. Seeing June stay quiet, Magna groaned in frustration as he sighed, I guess what I'm trying to say is, you don't need to be an all-powerful maiden or a seasoned warrior, just be you because you are not a burden. You are a person who deserves to live without having to fear for her life. So don't ever call yourself a burden. I'm proud to be able to help you and to be able to call you my friend. A soft sniffle came from Magna's chest as he noticed that his shirt started to become damp. However, he said nothing as he gently held her tight, letting her know that he is here for her. Suddenly, Xenorg's instincts went into overdrive as Magna quickly dove back to the forest floor, narrowly dodged 5 long, spiked tentacles. With no other choice, Magna put the unconscious Amber into his shadow. Just as he was about to do the same with June, she softly shook her head and smiled, I want to help. Magna panicked, June. Now is not the time. There's an enemy nearby. Heck, I don't even know if it's only one or not. Please go into my shadow. June just shook her head as she said, Don't worry Magna. I won't be a burden. Just watch me. Suddenly, June's eyes erupted into a torrent of flames. The magnitude of these flames were on a completely different level than her previous ones. Uttering a soft grunt, June waved her arms outwards and created a miracle. All the trees in a 50-meter radius seemingly fused together before shrinking into the ground. With nothing obstructing his view, Magna sighed in relief as the enemy was only a single Grim. The Grim looked like a jellyfish and had deadly-looking barbed tentacles. While Magna cautiously watched the Grim seemed to be doing the same. After a few minutes, the Grim broke the stalemate as it slowly floated over. Magna was obviously on guard. However, he never expected the Grim to stop a few feet away and say, You there, boy. Give me the maidens and your death will be swift. Shaking off the shock from finding a talking Grim, Magna sneered as he said, Yeah, no. A soft sigh came from the Grim as it said, So be it. Suddenly, the Grim's figure seemed to become obscured. While it was a neat trick, Magna was currently embodying an apex predator. Pulling the exhausted June into his shadow, Magna easily dodged the barbed tentacles attacking him. The Grim had speed and accuracy. Every attack was aimed at one of Magna's vitals, meaning being hit is equal to death. Luckily, Stygian Xenorg's physique helped Magna out a lot. After dodging a few tentacles, Magna decided to go on the offensive. Dodging yet another tentacle, Magna opted to grab the tentacle this time as he pulled. The figure of the Grim became visible once more. A smirk found its way onto Magna's face as he yanked the tentacle over his head and roared. Just like the Hulk in the first Avengers movie, Magna continued to slam the Grim on the ground over and over again. He actually found this very entertaining as the Grim tried to get out of his grasp but ultimately failed to do so. After almost 5 minutes of continuously slamming the Grim against the ground, a sickening snap resounded in the forest, followed by the mixed cry of the Grim, as well as a woman. Obviously, Magna knew that the person controlling the Grim was Salem. He didn't know how she was able to hear, see, and speak through the Grim, but Magna hoped that it was because she linked to it. The reason he hoped for such a thing is because, if she was linked to it, she would have experienced being tossed around like a ragdoll. And Magna found the idea hilarious. As luck would have it, Salem was linked to the Grim. Her voice was softer than before but laced with 5 times as much anger and hate, Why you will pay for doing this to me. Magna just rolled his eyes at the Grim and said, Big talk for someone I was just throwing around. Obviously, Magna's tone and words set Salem off like a firework during the 4th of July. The Grim released a dreadful pressure as she screamed, RRHH. Suddenly, a black mist exploded out from the Grim. The mist made Xenorg's instincts scream, death, and danger, but it was too late. The tentacles came at him from all angles, making it near impossible for Magna to escape. Magna could only dodge a few times before being pierced by the tentacles. A feral growl escaped his lips as the tentacles pierced his skin. He could feel something flow into his body as the Grim softly said, Interesting, this mist is supposed to destroy a person's semblance, yet yours is far too powerful to destroy. But there is damage done to it. I guess that will have to suffice for now. The Grim yanked its tentacles out of Magna's body, causing him to grunt in pain as he hoarsely growled, What did you do to me? The Grimm scoffed, were you not listening? I tried to destroy your semblance. While I may have failed, you didn't get away unscathed either. Magna roared as a pillar of crimson lightning surged outwards. He instantly closed the gap between him and the Grimm as he slammed a lightning-infused claw onto the Grimm, completely obliterating it. Xenorg's berserk form only lasted a few more seconds before shutting down. Magna glared at the charred remains of the Grimm and felt bitter. I might have beat the Grimm, but it doesn't really feel like I won this battle, sighed Magna. Glaring at the smoking remains of the Grimm one last time, Magna sighed before quickly disappearing into the forest. Chapter 85. Even though Magna was sprinting through the forest while carrying 2 people, there was no sign of fatigue on his face. The only concern he had now was about Amber. He occasionally would glance over at her to check her condition, and what he saw was anything but good. Her healthy tan skin was quickly losing its healthy glow, becoming more of a sickly pale. Sweat and tears were pouring down her face as her expression showed the pair just how much pain she was going through. Magna couldn't even begin to imagine the pain of having his soul torn in 2. Over the course of 6 years, Magna has had his fair share of injuries. Sure, his semblance was strong, but his aura reserves used to be relatively small. Crow had nearly 3 times as much aura as he did now, while his mother had nearly 5 times. Anyway, thanks to his rather diminutive aura reserves, he's ended up in way more than one messy situation before. Fractured or sprained limbs, claw marks, poison. While traveling with Crow, he's experienced a lot, but he hasn't experienced having his soul torn in half. While looking at the unholy look of anguish on Amber's face, Magna sniffed the air a few times before taking off towards the familiar scent he locked onto. After a few minutes, Magna found himself leaving the winter forest. The moment he crossed what seemed to be the threshold between each area, a sudden burst of humid air wafted over them as Magna and June started to feel uncomfortably warm. This is either the autumn forest or the summer forest, judging by the green and yellow leaves. I'd wager it's summer, mused Magna as sweat slowly formed on his forehead. With a soft sigh, Magna was about to continue forward when June suddenly started to wiggle her way out of his grasp. Before he could ask what's wrong, June slipped out from his arm and leapt over the threshold and fell face first into the snowy forest floor. It's too hot. June screamed into the snow. She was lucky that her voice was muffled by the rapidly melting snow beneath her, or Magna would have picked her up and dragged her away. He just escaped one enemy and he didn't want to fight another. At least not while he was carrying an injured person. Once she was done cooling off, Magna picked her up as he said, "Try and use your maiden magic to cool yourself down while we move. Please don't unleash too much, cause I don't know if the enemy can sense magic or not." Called him overly cautious, but Magna had a point. The way how Cinder somehow managed to find Amber before anyone else baffled him. If he had to guess, Dr. Merllo may have built a machine that locked onto and tracked traces of magic. Obviously, it was impossible for Dr. Merllo to build it on his own, but he was working with Salem now. Magna would rather be safe than sorry. Receiving a small nod from the sweating spring maiden, Magna took off into the summer forest. Since there was no snow to hinder him, Magna was able to fully release the power of Xenorg's physique. If he was an actually Xenorg, something as insignificant as snow wouldn't bother him, but he was still human. While he was running through the winter forest, he would occasionally skid for a couple meters if he went too fast. Now, he was like a fish in water. It only took him a minute to arrive at where the scent was strongest, and lo and behold what he found. His mother, Emily, was currently tossing around Hazel like a certain hulking monster did to a certain Norse god. Looking off to the side, Magna desperately tried to hold in his laughter as he saw Adam, with his faceplate destroyed, embedded through a tree with 2 black eyes and his horns grinded down into nubs. While Magna was trying not to laugh, June stared at the sight in front of her with a dumbfounded look on her face as she softly muttered, "Holy shit." Magna gave the young maiden a bemused look before softly placing her onto the ground. Feeling the ground underneath her, June shook off her stunned state and stood up. Both teens walked over to Emily as she just finished her battle, drilling Hazel head first into the ground all the way to his waist. She dusted off her hands and turned to the pair with a small, happy smile. "How's my baby boy?" Before either could react, Emily disappeared as she somehow got behind Magna and brought him into a warm hug. Magna blushed at his mother calling him baby boy, but he knew better than to try and ask his mother to stop. He's tried to get her to stop before, and let's just say it did not end well. Shaking his head from his useless thoughts, Magna's sharp features morphed into a happy smile as he said, "I'm fine." Amber, however. As Magna's eyes trailed over to the injured maiden in his hands, Emily gave her son a confused look as she said, "Can't you just heal her?" Magna shrugged. "Besides a couple scratches and bruises, she's physically fine. Her crippled soul is the reason why she's unconscious." While he wasn't the most proficient at reading a person's aura, years of training with Kurama helped him out a lot. Her aura reserves were basically half of what they used to be, while certain areas of her body were completely void of aura. Even though Magna said he wouldn't be able to help her, he did have a few tricks up his sleeve. The only downside would be the aftermath. A cluster. This certain cluster was powerful. It was so powerful that he could change reality with nothing more than a whisper. However, with that power came an unbelievable aura cost. One word. That was his limit when his aura reserves were around 80. Not only was it not fuel efficient, but after he used his power, he would be assaulted by an extremely painful headache before falling unconscious. What's worse was the fact that Magna technically hasn't used this cluster's power before. When he first gained this cluster, he felt an almost instinctive fear towards using its power, like something was telling him that he would die if he used it. As he gained more clusters and, in turn, gained more aura, the instinctive fear of death dimmed yet never disappeared. Even now, as he thought about using its power, Magna felt a chill travel up his spine as he subconsciously shuddered. Shaking off his jitters, Magna decided he would first stabilize Amber's body and worry about fully healing her later. Who knows? He might get lucky and somehow free Amber's powers and soul from Cinder's grasp. Taking a few deep breaths to calm down Xenorg's instincts, Magna quickly changed clusters. However, the moment he did, his body trembled as a distinctive feeling of weakness washed over him. While this was normal whenever he changed from Xenorg or the other monster cluster he has, this time was worlds different from the others. Firstly, his aura dropped by at least 10 clusters worth. The sudden and abrupt sense of loss was different from the aura loss when he used a technique. His aura just expelled itself from his body and dissipated into the air and land around him. The second, and probably the biggest problem, was how he somehow became the wrong cluster. Magna wanted to switch to Usato's cluster so he could at least heal Amber's body. But he instead ended up switching to the lazy pineapple of Team 11, Shikamaru Nara. Magna was stunned because this was the first time he's ever switched into the wrong cluster. Just as he was trying to figure out why he messed up, the words of the jellyfish Grimm echoed in his mind. Interesting, this mist is supposed to destroy a person's semblance, yet yours is far too powerful to destroy. But there is damage done to it. I guess that will have to suffice for now. Swallowing all the vulgar words Magna wanted to say, he instead opted to try again. Forcefully calming himself down, Magna tried to switch cluster when he felt a chill travel up his spine. Magna's eyes became a beautiful amber as he instantly crouched down low and clasped his hands together, shadow possession justu. His shadow trembled softly before shooting towards his mother and the two maidens. Once it latched onto their shadows, the trio were swallowed up by his amber's semblance. Back when Magna unlocked Shikamaru's cluster, Magna almost instantly combined Shikamaru's shadow style with Amber's semblance. When both shadow abilities were used in tandem, Magna became rather hard to track because even while inside the shadow world, he could still control his shadow in reality. That meant that the sun had no effect on Amber's semblance and its mobility. The best part was that Shikamaru could make his shadow tangible. Magna could literally ensnare an enemy and then beat them up from within the shadow, sending his arms out to attack while remain safe within the shadow world. Though, he couldn't keep this combination up for long. Again, his aura reserves weren't large enough to support the combination's aura expenditure. Anyway, just as the trio were taken into Magna's shadow, an arrow made of flame struck the ground where they just stood. A soft tsk reached his ears as a crimson figure came out from within the treetops. Magna couldn't help but softly swallow as this was the first time he's actually properly looked at Cinder. And let's just say she was very hot. Donning a dark red, off-the-shoulders, V-neck mini dress with yellow designs, Cinder seductively strutted over while frowning. Magna tried but failed to stop himself staring at the blue feather-like accessory on her right hip, just above the open portion of her dress. The dress ended in an upside-down triangular tail in the back, ending just above her knees. All in all, she looked fine as hell and Magna could tell she knew it. She easily caught Magna's eyes scanning all over her body as she sneered at him. She rolled her eyes at Magna as she angrily growled, "What did you do with the maiden? Where is she?" Her eyes glow in a light orange flame, but Magna noticed something was off. Her flame seemed dim, almost like flame waning against the wind. Raising an eye at her, Magna stayed silent as he clasped his hands once more. Cinder didn't even know what happened as she suddenly found herself unable to move. A smirk found its way onto Magna's face as he couldn't stop himself from saying, "Shadow possession jutsu, now complete." Slowly standing up from his crouching position, Magna slowly reached for his hand. Cinder, who was freaking out, tried to stop herself from mimicking Magna's actions but found herself completely unable to resist. Cinder slowly removed the glove on her hand and revealed a small grim that seemed to be fused into her hand. With bloodshot eyes, Cinder glared at Magna with an unholy amount of anger and hate as she roared, "Why do you know about my hand? Magna felt the pressure from his shadow possession increase by twofold as he almost slipped up. Luckily, he managed to hold himself together. Rolling his eyes at her, Magna replied, I saw the Grimm when you were gloating about your victory. Honestly, I'm not blind. Cinder froze as her cheeks became a soft pink. Because she lost focus and wasn't trying to resist, Magna moved fast as he made her grab onto the Grimm parasite and pull. Suddenly, Cinder screamed out in pain as she tried to make herself stop. However, Magna's shadows were far stronger than her will. The Grimm parasite started to stretch, like a piece of crusty gum that got stuck to someone's shoe. While it was trying to resist being torn off, the Grimm's mouth opened wide as it released an ear-piercing screech. Magna ignored the ringing in his ears as he grit his teeth and pulled harder. Just as the Grimm started to peel off of Cinder's hand, a flood of Beowulfs and Ursas charged into the clearing. Softly cursing to himself, Magna gave one last pull and tore the Grimm parasite from Cinder's hand. He had no idea if pulling the Grimm off her hand would do anything to help Amber, but it was better than nothing. As the Grimm horde closed in on him, Magna made Cinder toss him the Grimm parasite before releasing her from his jutsu. Cinder could do nothing but watch as the Grimm parasite flew through the air and into Magna's palm. Her eyes glowed in rage, yet it was plain to see that the maiden powers she possessed were way weaker than they originally were. If Cinder in the original series had about half of Amber's powers, this Cinder probably had about a quarter. However, that still made her dangerous as the maidens could wield the elements without the use of dust. Before Cinder or any of the Grimm could attack him, Magna just smirked at them as he turned into a black blur and disappeared into the trees. The Grimm stopped for a second before following after an alpha Beowulf that seemed to have locked onto Magna's scent. Cinder, with wrath and hatred in her eyes, leapt off the ground and mounted the alpha as she roared, When I find you, I will watch you burn. Running through the treetops at high speed, Magna held the Grimm parasite firmly in his hands as he contemplated his next move. Originally, they were all supposed to wait for reinforcements. Now, however, everyone was split up and Magna had no way to get in contact with them. His scroll was still on the fritz and the communicator was destroyed when they bombarded Amber's house. To top it all off, Magna hasn't seen any sign of Emerald or Raven. Not finding any sign of Raven was something he could understand. She's a bandit chief, she probably has experience with covering up her tracks. But Emerald probably had next to no experience with that type of thing. Sure, she was a thief before they met, but she was also still a child at the time. He tried to push the building panic to the back of his mind as he softly muttered, We just reunited with each other after 6 years, I will not let them take her again. Suddenly, Magna came to a halt as he felt something stir within his shadow. Pulling both his mother and June from the shadow, Magna was about to ask what's wrong when his mother cut him off. Magna. Amber's body just went cold. Emily said in a mixture of panic and worry. June's eyes lit up in a floral green as she said, I saw what was happening to her, there's something eating away at her soul. And whatever it is, it has something to do with that Grimm in your hand. Everybody's focus fell on the Grimm. It squirmed in Magna's hand, trying to free itself to no avail. The pair said that they should kill it while Magna disagreed. They had no information on this Grimm, nor did they have any idea on what effect it would have on Amber should they kill it. In the end, Magna was the voice of reason as he said, let's take it to Ozpin. He might be able to find out what the Grimm did to Amber. June smiled happily as she agreed while his mother seemed to be hesitant. After she mulled over the options for a few minutes, she sighed as she begrudgingly approved. While his mother's actions made Magna have a few questions, he pushed them aside as he had more pressing issues. Mum, June. I'm going to send you back into my shadow. Take care of Amber and try to make sure her condition doesn't take a turn for the worst. Also, take the Grimm with you. Clutching the Grimm in her hands, Emily looked at Magna in concern as she grabbed his shoulder. What about you? What are you going to do? Magna chuckled as a confident light appeared in his eyes. I'm gonna find Emerald and Raven. Raven should be able to open a portal to Crow, and from there, we meet up with the reinforcements and leave this place. Seeing her little boy so confident in his plan, Emily couldn't help but smile lovingly at him. As she and June slowly returned to Magna's shadow, she felt a warmth in her chest as her baby boy has grown into a fine young man. Chapter 86. Traversing the forest turned out to be harder than he thought. Unlike the winter forest, the summer forest was swarming with white fang grunts. Heck, Magna even caught sight of a few commanders. The only bright side seemed to be the fact that Magna couldn't see any traces of Blake. He managed to overhear a few grunts gossiping about a deserter within their ranks. He had no clue whether the deserter was Blake or not, but he had hope. Hope that she would leave the white fang earlier than she did in the anime. While leaping from tree to tree, Magna fiddled around with a rather large leaf. On the leaf were a series of symbols and markings that seemed to be carved on by something sharp. This was an explosive tag. Unlike Naruto, Shikamaru was actually capable of using Fuinjutsu thanks to his high IQ. What Magna was trying to do was create a makeshift explosive tag. He's created them before, using paper or cloth but never using a leaf. He needed an edge in combat since his aura levels have remained rather low due to all the fighting he's had to do. Plus, seals only take up a little aura during both the inscribing and the activation. After a minute or so, Magna smirked as he completed the seal. However, his smirk became a frown as he came to a stop and scrutinized the seal. Clicking his tongue in annoyance, Magna shoved the leaf into his pocket and said, "Great, I managed to make an explosive tag with the power of a firecracker." Due to either the material or a problem with the inscription, the seal's power was very weak. If Magna was to use this tag against an opponent, they'd probably think it was a firework and laugh at him. However, that's not to say it was bad. If one tag was on the level of a firework, then what about 50 tags? Deciding to prepare first, Magna spent a few minutes inscribing tag after tag once he realized that inscribing on a leaf was viable. Sadly, the results varied each time he created a tag. Some were at the level of a sparkler while others were around the level of a small explosive from Earth. Once he managed to make about 27 tags, he was about to start on the next when a baleful roar bellowed through the forest. Frowning, Magna clicked his tongue and took off. Finding Emerald was his top priority. He didn't need Cinder and her group taking her away again, not when they finally met after 6 years. Fighting Grimm was kind of low on his list of things to do. Plus, Magna could hear Cinder's screams of fury that somehow overpowered the Grimm's howl. Just as he landed on the next tree, a ball of fire burned through the branch he landed on. "Get over here so I can kill you." Magna cursed as he hit the forest floor. Pushing himself off the ground, Magna narrowly dodged an arrow made from fire and disappeared into the tree once more. However, not even a minute later and another fireball struck the branch he landed on, sending him sprawling to the ground. "How the hell does she keep finding me?" growled Magna. Suddenly, Magna felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand up as he hastily leapt backwards. Once he landed, his aura faintly covered his body, signifying he took a hit even though he dodged. Magna rarely used his aura for defense, considering that most of his attacks needed large amounts of aura. However, when he did, it was to defend against attacks that would either heavily injure, maim or kill him. Touching his wrists, Magna grimaced as he stared at the long, lance-like stinger embedded in the ground. The stinger instantly retracted into the sky, revealing a monstrous Grimm. With green crystals covering its bone armor, the lancer was much larger than normal as green and red veins pulsated across its body. On its head were a pair of bug-like antennae that glowed in a dim yellow light. Before Magna could make sense of what was happening, a voice laced with pride echoed out, "Beautiful, isn't it?" Magna turned towards the source of the voice as it continued, "This particular Grimm took me a while. I admit, the Lancer species are rather weak so it took longer than expected to develop a serum that doesn't just kill it." "Dr. Merllo," growled Magna as he glared at the new arrival. Dr. Merllo merely raised his eyebrow at Magna before shrugging, "I was going to introduce myself but you knowing who I am saves me time." Snapping his finger, Merllo looked towards the mutant Lancer and said, "Kill the boy, and be quick about it. I have research to do." To Magna's surprise, the mutant Lancer nodded as it shrieked and charged towards him. The mutant Lancer became a blur. His eyes widened as he hastily leapt backwards, his aura shimmering across his body. In that instant, Magna registered at least 7 different attacks landing on his body. As he tried to make some space between them, a long, pulsating stinger struck him directly in the stomach. With the wind knocked out of him, Magna stumbled forward as the stinger instantly retracted. Now, Magna was starting to get angry. Usually, Grimm were nothing more than an inconvenience to Magna. However, whatever Dr. Merllo did to the Lancer seemed to push them from annoyance to threat. The Lancer was fast and its stinger hit like truck Kuan on a bad day. With Shikamaru's abilities, fighting something like the mutant Lancer was proving to be an uphill battle. Even then, he didn't want to change cluster. The side effects from before were what prevented him from changing. His aura was still relatively low right now and he needed every last bit just to defend himself. Suddenly, an impatient tapping rang out as Dr. Merllo scowled, "Come on you overgrown insect. I have research to do. Just finish him off already." The Lancer's form appeared once again as its mandibles twitch in agitation. Magna, who smartly chose to hide in the trees, noticed how the Grimm's eyes seemed to flash between yellow, green and red. His mouth curved into a small grin as he quickly clasped his hands together, Shadow Strangle Jutsu. Like tentacles, Magna's shadow lifted off the ground and stretched itself outwards as it encased the mutant Lancer. Dr. Merllo's expression worsened as he scoffed, "Please. Do you honestly think something of this caliber will be able to defeat my creation?" In reply, Magna smirked, I don't need to defeat it, I just need to hold it in place. Before Merllo could question him, a silver flash ejected from Magna's shadow as the Grimm's antennae were sliced clean off. Magna couldn't stop the smile on his face from showing as Merllo stared at his creation in shock. How did you manage to wound my creation? Screamed Merllo. Suddenly, a slightly distorted feminine voice echoed from within the shadows, like this. 2 more flashes of silver came from the shadows as the Lancer's wings were sliced clean off. A soft chuckle escaped Magna's lips as his mother slowly came out from within his shadow, wielding his scythe, Crescent Moon. I know, not the most original name for a weapon, but he had no choice. It was either name his scythe Crescent Moon or deal with a crying Ruby. She wanted to match with him since they both used scythes and she wouldn't take no for an answer. Needless to say, Jan was immensely proud of Ruby that day as she managed to successfully blackmail Magna into naming his weapon. Plus, it's not as if Magna hated the name. When he battled at night, the blade of his scythe actually reflected the light from the moon, giving it an ethereal appearance as he danced among the Grimm. Hence, he actually quite liked the name. Anyway, back to the situation at hand. Emily softly swung Magna's scythe a couple times as she muttered, I've never used a scythe before and I gotta say, it's a pretty awesome weapon. You don't mind if I give it a little test run, right son? Magna smiled cheekily, go nuts. Returned her son's smile, Emily disappeared. A second later, the mutant lancer screamed out as its stinger, and the trees surrounding it, were sliced clean in half. Emily looked at her son's scythe and whistled, wow, my brothers really outdid themselves. This thing has quite the edge. Turning towards Merllo, Magna half expected him to be furious. Yet all he saw him do was sigh as he tapped away at his scroll. Both mother and son frowned. Emily quickly switched to the Tgthegood sniper mode as she quickly locked onto the doctor and fired. Just as his bullets were about to hit their target, the doctor frowned as he tapped his wrist. In an instant, a visible protective field encased the doctor as the bullets harmlessly deflected off him. Magna's eyes widened when he saw the field ripple as surge of energy shot from the doctor's hand and his mother. Magna quickly tried to pull her into his shadow when Emily's threw his Tgthegood to the side as she grinned. Suddenly, an intense white glow appeared around her hand as her hand moved so fast it became nothing more than a blur. Both Magna and the doctor could only stare at her in shock as the bolt of energy seemed to be swatted out of the air as it sped towards the doctor. Merllo knew his shield wouldn't be able to repel the incoming attack without him taking some damage as he dove to the ground. As the bolt of kinetic energy exploded behind him, Merllo frowned as he grumbled, now that's just not fair. How are you able to hit energy? Emily blurred once more, appearing in front of Merllo with her fist drawn back. With a vicious smirk on her face, she roared, fuck you, that's how. Merlot's brain couldn't react in time as Emily's fist drilled into his face, sending him flying through at least 7 trees before finally coming to a stop, completely embedded inside the 8th tree. Magna, with eyes as wide as saucers, blinked a couple times as he thought to himself, am I the overpowered one or is my mother? Emily whistled at her work as she turned back towards Magna. However, her smile quickly disappeared as she screamed, watch out. Time seemed to slow down as Magna slowly turned around. His heart dropped as he saw a hail of fireballs heading towards while Cinder simply sent him a vile smirk. Magna couldn't even defend himself against the fireballs as he closed his eyes and hoped for the best. However, a strong gust of wind suddenly roared past him as an unholy scream of wrath bellowed through the forest. His eyes almost instantly snapped open as he saw his mother standing in front of him, his Tgthegood in hand. Emily's entire body gained a fierce white glow as the Tgthegood in her hand spun. Gusts of wind surrounded the enraged mother as the fireballs extinguished before they could reach either of them. Cinder's eyes became bloodshot as she screamed, arrows of fire rapidly forming before being launched at the mother and son duo. Yet before the fiery arrows could hit either one of them, a figure shot through the forest and smashed head-on into the attacks, causing an explosion of fire and dirt. Both sides stared at the intruder in shock as every attack Cinder sent out hit him dead on. A pained voice echoed through the forest as the intruder was revealed to be Mercury. It could only get worse for Cinder as Raven, alongside Crow and Emerald, appeared next to Magna. The trio exited a red vortex in space as Crow whistled, damn Emily, you definitely didn't hold back. Magna's brow raised slightly as he blurted out, how do you know that she was the one who caused all this damage? Crow and Raven both burst into laughter as Crow explained, kid, this has her name written all over it. Even back in the army, any bandit or rogue huntsman she came across ended up being buried head first into something. Raven smiled as she reminisced, I think my favorite memory with her was when she embedded a whole platoon of white fawn grunts into a wall. The best part was how their bodies spelt out her name because of a bet she made. Crow went to open his mouth so he too could share his favorite memory when an arrow of fire just barely missed him. Obviously, Cinder was aiming for him, but he managed to dodge at the last second. Glaring at Magna and the others, Cinder looked like she was seconds away from exploding as she roared, "Stop ignoring me. I'll kill you all." Raven scoffed while Crow merely smiled. Emily, however, was fuming as her aura seemed to grow larger and more powerful. The ground around her shattered as she sped toward Cinder, slashing outwards in a clumsy swing. Cinder scoffed at her feeble attempt, "You'll never high dash." However, she was cut off as the swing suddenly stopped mid-air before launching backwards twice as fast as the first swing. Cinder didn't even know what hit her as the back of the Tgthegood smashed against her face, shattering her aura as she was sent flying. Sadly, the remaining maiden power she had left saved her from crashing against the surrounding forestry as she barely forced herself to stop, burning the ground around her as flames covered her. Panting, Cinder looked towards Emily and growled. What surprised Magna, however, was the clear fear she held in her eyes towards his mother. Even when he had her caught in his shadow possession, she didn't fear him. Anger and hate, she had those emotions in her eyes towards him but not fear. Now though, it was apparent that she feared his mother. Suddenly, Emily's eyes widened as she leapt backwards, barely dodging an illuminated stinger as it pierced into the ground. As the sound of someone slowly clapping drew everyone's attention, Magna growled at the somehow free and conscious Dr. Merllo as he said, "Bravo. You managed to dodge my mutant Deathstalker. However, what about the second one?" Before anyone could react, the ground beneath them exploded as a pair of glowing green pincers pinned Emily to the ground. She fought back as much as she could, using all her strength to try and free herself. Seeing this, Dr. Merllo had the nerve to chuckle in front of Magna as he looked down at them and smirked, "Struggle all you can." This little experiment was the final product for its species. The stinger raised up to the sky before becoming a blur. Crow narrowly managed to block the stinger from reaching Emily while Magna threw caution to the wind as he nimbly leapt onto the mutant Deathstalker's back. Merllo scoffed at him as he signaled for the Deathstalker to shake him off. As the Deathstalker bucked, Magna made use of the tree-climbing exercise as he stuffed all the leaves he had under the gaps of the Deathstalker's armor. The first mutant Deathstalker tried to attack Magna, yet Raven quickly intercepted the Deathstalker, knocking its pincers away before backtracking. Magna and Raven briefly caught a glimpse of each other's eyes and nodded to each other in some form of understanding. Using the momentum from the Deathstalker as it thrashed around, Magna flung himself towards Crow as he ran through a series of hand signs. Once he finished the finally one, Magna's shadow trembled as he roared, "Shadow Stitching Jutsu." Thin shadows coiled around the Deathstalker, trying to pierce through its armor to no avail. Merllo laughed, "Please. Do you honestly expect those meager attacks to do any damage to my Deathstalker?" Magna smirked as sweat poured down his head. "It doesn't need to do anything to your little pet project. It just needs to be able to block the gaps in its armor." Katsu. The moment the trigger left his mouth, a muffled boom echoed from within the Deathstalker as smoke slowly left from the cracks that now ran through its armor. A green liquid oozed from the wounded Deathstalker, melting the ground when the liquid landed on the forest floor. The Deathstalker became enraged as it released an ear-piercing screech. It flung Emily away as it turned towards Magna and charged. Now Magna was running on fumes. With no other option left, Magna quickly switched cluster, hoping that it would switch to the one he intended. Cinder and Merllo watched in sick pleasure while Crow and Emily watched in abrupt horror as the Deathstalker batted Magna away. His auraless body smashed through a couple trees before flopping to the forest floor. Emily fell to her knees, the sight of her broken son causing her mind to just shut down. Emerald glared at Merllo with such an intense amount of hatred that ripples formed in the air. However, Raven held her back as she sensed something odd from Magna's corpse, something powerful. "Crow," he stalled. His mind forced him to shut down for a second as all the memories he had with Magna flooded his mind all at once. When he finished remembering all the good times he had with Magna, a roar that sounded like something no human should be physically able to make left his mouth. He sounded like a wounded animal as his aura glared out of control. But before he could charge forward, Raven quickly pulled him aside. With madness swirling in his eyes, Crow turned to Raven and hoarsely muttered, "Let me go." Raven shook her head. She stared at Magna's unresponsive body as she said, "He's not finished yet, little brother." Before anyone could ask what she meant, a dense cloud of steam jetted out from Magna's body. The steam was so dense that no one, not even the Grim, could see through it. Seeing the steam, Crow's brows furrowed as he felt his aura fight off the scalding heat. However, once he remembered what this steam represented, his anger quickly left him as his voice echoed into the forest, "Oh, you pieces of shit don't know how fucked you are right now." Chapter 87. As steam covered the forest, Crow secretly pulled his sister towards the group while trying to stay as quiet as possible. Raven tried to pull herself free, glaring at Crow in anger as she huffed. Crow rolled his eyes at his sister as he leaned close to her and whispered, "Stop struggling. I'm trying to save our lives." Seeing that she didn't listen to him as she still continued to struggle, Crow's eyes hardened into a glare as she spoke in a serious tone, "Ray, stop it. I know what Magna just did and trust me when I say this. You don't stand a chance." Normally, Raven would have decked Crow for saying something like that, but she paused. She saw how serious and frantic he looked to get away, and all this did was make her curious. She elbowed Crow in the gut, freeing herself before turning into a bird and perching herself on top of a tree. Raven wanted to see with her own eyes just what it was that Crow thought she wouldn't be able to fight against. With the steam covering her view, Cinder growled as she angrily tapped her scroll. Once her call connected, Cinder roared, "Hazel. Do you have a visual on the little brat that did this?" A calm, masculine voice replied, "No. The steam is too thick. I can barely make out what's in front of me." Forcing herself to not scream in rage, Cinder swiped her screen and yelled, "Adam. Are you still with the doctor? He must be kept safe. The Queen said he still has his uses." A ragged voice, filled with anger and hatred, roared back, "Quiet witch. I don't answer to you. Your little puppet is with some grunts. I have more important business to take care of." Cinder's eyes glowed in rage, literally, as she tried to yell at him. However, before she even spoke a word, Adam abruptly hung up on her. Staring at her scroll, Cinder blanked out for a few seconds before exploding into a pillar of fire. She screamed in anger as she ignored the melted metal spilling between her fingers. As she calmed down and the flames surrounding her started to die down, Cinder abruptly froze as she finally noticed a pair of glowing green orbs floating high in the sky. She glared at the orbs as she gathered a fireball in her hands. Suddenly, she pinched her thumb and pulled backwards, creating a bow and arrow made from flames. With a vicious smirk, Cinder let loose her fiery arrow as it flew towards Magna. However, just as the arrow passed the treetops, a huge gust of wind blew out the arrow. Suddenly, a sense of panic overcame Cinder as she tried to leap backwards. Yet the moment her body actually tried to move, she found herself completely trapped by what seemed to be a giant hand. The hand that held her was burning hot, like a pot that was left on the stove. Cinder struggled in its grasp, even trying to use her maiden magic to try and burn her way out of its grasp. But the hand ignored it all. It slowly rose upwards, pulling Cinder high above the forest just as she was about to demand her freedom. All the words she wanted to say became stuck in her throat as she felt a terror like no other. As the hand gently stopped right in front of its face, Cinder trembled in fear as she stared into its sunken eyes. It was missing flesh on its cheeks, exposing its usually shaped jaw. While she frantically tried to free herself, rage filled its green eyes as it threw her at the ground and bellowed out an earth-shattering roar towards the sky. The power behind the roar forced the steam outwards, revealing just what it looked like. Seeing that it was towering over them at around 15 meters, 49 feet, Cinder, her goons, the White Fang, even Raven, they all froze as a sense of dread overcame them. Suddenly, Random Grunt fell to her knees as she burst into tears and yelled, "We're gonna die." Wah! Another grunt threw down his sword and ran. With that as the trigger, every White Fang member there ditched their weapons and ran. Someone even grabbed the girl that collapsed before they left. But all this served to do was make it angrier. With another roar, the Titan pulled a tree from the ground and brutally threw it at the fleeing grunts. But just as it was about to hit the White Fang, a couple red lines appeared on the tree as it broke apart. Slowly sheathing his sword, Adam looked at the Titan and sneered, "Is that all you're capable of? I expected better, you mindless beast." The Titan's eyes slowly narrowed as it picked up a stone, boulder, and, reeling its arm back, baseball pitched the boulder towards Adam and the fleeing White Fang grunts. Adam's eyes widened as he hastily dodged. Even if his semblance allows him to store the force of anything that hits his blade, he wasn't stupid enough to try and absorb the force of a rapidly approaching boulder. The boulder tore a path through the forest, narrowly missing the escaping White Fang. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Adam turned towards the White Fang members and roared, "Scatter. Stay in at least groups of 3. Ditch the uniforms and blend into the common rabble. Just make sure you make it back to base." Cinder, having just caught up, glared at Adam and screamed, "What the hell do you think you're doing? Make your men distract that thing while we escape." Just as Adam tried to yell back, a huge fist descended onto the pair, forcing them to dodge. Gathering his bearings, Adam scowled and roared, "Don't you get it? We know. You failed. Now it's every man for himself." Leaving her no chance to rebut him, Adam took off after the other White Fang members, abandoning Cinder and her group. The hulking titan looked at Adam's retreating figure for a couple seconds before zeroing in on Cinder. The false maiden flinched ever so slightly, yet the titan noticed this and sent her a chilling smile. "You're afraid, good." The titan's voice was so rough and ragged that Cinder and her group visible winced. Then, to the horror of everyone, the titan smirked as its spiky black hair turned blonde. As its hair grew longer, the heat coming off of the titan slowly increased. By the time the transformation was completely, the ground beneath its very feet burned to ashes. Suddenly, Crow appeared from out of nowhere as he yelled in agitation, "Magna! You idiot! If you keep going like that, you'll lose control." Magna's glowing blood-red eyes located onto Crow and smiled. However, that smile was anything but good as the bloodlust and anger wafting off of him made everyone unconsciously take a step back. However, to everyone's surprise, the titan's mouth slowly opened as it shakily spoke, "ITOK, QROW. I in control for small time." Crow looked worried but held it in as he sighed in relief. Once he disappeared back to the shadows, Magna turned back towards Cinder and growled. Using both of his second semblance and his titan form put a lot of strain on his body. When Magna unlocked Aaron's cluster, he trained his mind and body before even attempting to use his titan form. Alongside his regular training, this ate up a lot of his free time, but it was totally worth it when he finally transformed. Not only was he fully conscious and in control, but he could speak as well. The only problem he had was when he tried to use his second semblance. It baffled Magna as he found he could only stay in control for a few minutes before succumbing to the titan's anger. He's tried everything he could to try and circumvent this, but all he's managed was extend the time he can stay in control. Though, while training, he was lucky that his mother was always nearby when he lost control. Emily had a rather special way of getting Titan Magna under control. Anyway, as Magna's eyes locked onto Cinder, Hazel bellowed out a war cry as he hastily leapt at him. A titanic hand rose up to catch him, but the moment Magna caught him, a powerful shock ran through his arm and into his body. A pained roar escaped Magna's titan form as he quickly released Hazel from his grasp. Just as he was about to punt Hazel away, a blast of air smacked into his cheek. Magna's head recoiled backwards and froze. As he slowly turned towards the tired and scared Mercury, Magna growled and spat out a giant tooth, knocking down a couple trees that were unfortunate enough to be in its path. Surprised that his attack actually hurt him, a smug smirk appeared on Mercury's face as yelled, "That thing ain't so tough. It's all looks, no dash." But before he could finish, steam escaped Magna's mouth as his tooth regenerated right in front of them. Mercury choked once he saw that Magna's focus switched to him. With an enraged roar, Magna's titanic form rushed towards Mercury like freight train. Before Mercury could so much as utter a MEP, a colossal fist flew towards him as Magna pounced. Tapping into his aura and dust, a gust of wind ejected from his feet, propelling him out of the way. Magna, on the other hand, didn't stop as he bulldozed through the wind, as well as the forest in front of him. While Mercury got his bearings, Cinder looked like she was about to have an aneurysm as veins pulsed on her forehead. "Way to go, idiot. You just had to taunt the giant, aura-powered monster, didn't you?" She moved to attack the titan as it slowly stood up, but just as she finished conjuring a fireball, something smashed directly into her stomach. With the air knocked out of her, Cinder keeled over as she felt her to lunch try to escape. She struggled to look upwards as she glared at Crow and Emily. Crow watched her in mirth while Emily slowly tossed a stone up and down. Catching the stone, Emily sneered at Cinder as she said, "You didn't actually think we'd let you gang up on my son, did you?" In an instant, a gleam appeared in Emily's eyes as she reeled back her arm before launching the stone forward, causing a small sonic boom as it flew towards Cinder. Left with no choice, Cinder created a shield of flames in front of her, but all that did was ignite the stone as it easily passed through and nailed her right in the shoulder. "Cinder!" screamed Hazel as he tried to move towards her. Unfortunately for him, this caused him to take his eyes off a certain hulking titan. Magna took full advantage of Hazel's mistake as he ripped a tree straight out of the ground and hammered Hazel into the dirt. While this was happening, Mercury tried to stop him, but because he used up almost all of his dust, Mercury's attack amounted up to nothing more than a bunch of mosquito bites. Magna slammed the tree downwards again and again, getting angrier with every hit. The reason being because Hazel kept trying to dig himself out. As his anger grew, Crow caught sight of his twisted expression and paled. "Magna! Calm down!" yelled Crow. Sadly, Magna let his anger get to him and lost control. A deep, throaty roar bellowed out from Magna's misshapen mouth. His skin slowly darkened as veins that glowed like magma appeared on his body. In reckless abandonment, Magna tore the tree in his hands apart and started attacking everything he could see. Grim, trees, empty space, Magna attacked everything within arm's reach. His roars grew louder, more violent as steam pumped out of him like a broken faucet. At this point, Magna was out cold. This was the Titan. Crow grit his teeth seeing Magna lose control while Cinder and her followers paled. Anything the Titan came in contact with burned to ashes. Even the stones in the ground turned into nothing more than slag. Just as Crow was about to try and get him under control, Emily simply put her arm out in front of him. With a soft smile, Emily looked at Crow and said, "Just watch over those idiots. After all, it's a parent's job to set their child straight." Crow hesitated before sighing. She was the best person for the job since she usually got Magna under control when he lost control of his Titan form. With a quick nod, Crow stood over Cinder and Group with his eyes focused on them like a hawk. Emily light nodded to him before turning towards her colossal son. With a sigh, Emily took a deep breath and disappeared. The Titan froze as it felt a threat coming towards it, but it was too late. By the time the Titan raised its arms to block whatever was trying to harm it, Emily appeared in front of it. As her frilly shirt fluttered in the breeze, her aura burst out of her body like a wildfire before condensing around her right fist. With her aura spiraling around her fist, Emily roared and punched forward at blinding speeds. The moment her fist connected with the Titan's face, a series of cracks rang out as its face collapsed inwards. Then, a figure ejected out the back of the neck, accompanied by a small explosion of steam. Emily vanished once again as she caught the figure in her arms looking at her peacefully sleeping son. Emily gave him a loving smile as she wiped the Titan's steaming muscles from his face. Crow sighed in relief while Mercury and the barely conscious Cinder had their mouths wide open. Mercury, being the first to snap out of his shock, pointed at Emily and screamed, "What the hell was that?" She punched that thing so hard that it ended up like a cartoon. Annoyed, Crow slammed the hilt of his blade against Mercury's head, launching him face first into the ground. While Crow was distracted, Cinder eyed Magna with greed as she thought to herself, "If only I had that power I could do anything I want." Shaking her head, Cinder continued to think to herself, "No. First I need to escape with Mercury and Hazel. I hate to disappoint her more than I already have, but..." Slowly, Cinder reached down to her thighs and started rummaging around. After a few seconds, she finally got her hands on her backup scroll that she kept strapped to her thighs. A couple seconds after pressing the call of button, the call connected as a snooty male voice said, "Ah, Miss Fall. To what do I owe the pleasure?" Cinder felt her anger rise but kept herself in control as she whispered, "Enough of the pleasantries, Watts. I'm hurt, Hazel is down, Mercury can't fight and we lost the illusion girl. I need an extraction." "Oh, what dreadful news," said Watts, clear happiness in his voice as he enjoyed to hear about Cinder's suffering. "Did you at least complete your mission?" Cinder paused for a second before saying, "Yes. I have the maiden's powers. Now, I need you to dash." "Hold on. I could swear I heard hesitation in your voice. I need a clear answer, Miss Fall. Did you, or did you not, complete your mission?" "Yes. I did. Now I need you dash." Before she could finish, a bullet zipped past her face, narrowly missing her as it destroyed her scroll. But, even though the bullet missed her, the scroll exploded while in her hand, lodging pieces of glass into her fingers and palm. With a smug smile on his face, Crow waved his finger in front of her as he said, "Ah. Naughty little psycho girl. You," growled Cinder. Suddenly, the sound of hundreds, if not thousands of Grimm shook the forest. Crow leapt towards Emily while Mercury dragged Hazel towards him. Cinder. Suddenly, a voice spoke, "Honestly, Miss Fall, I expected better. Then again, I didn't expect much to begin with." Cinder released a small sigh of relief as she relaxed. "Arthur, how did you get here so fast?" The man, Arthur Watts, rolled his eyes as he said, "Must I remind you that I had a mission of my own? Who do you think is responsible for blocking communications? Certainly not those stupid animals." Crow began to feel nervous as hundreds of glowing eyes peered at them from within the forest. Suddenly, a black bird landed on his shoulder. Crow peered into the bird's crimson-red eyes and saw something he hadn't seen in a long time. Concern. Not wanting to involve his sister any more than she already is, Crow shooed her away. The raven cawed at him before flying into the trees. Just as he was about to sigh in relief, a scroll hit his and dropped right in front of him. While Arthur and Cinder were in their own little world, Crow's eyes widened as he saw a message on the screen. "Say the word and I'll take all of us to Ty. As long as you have that boy, I don't mind lending you the strength of the tribe, myself included." Crow took a deep breath in an attempt to calm himself. Ever since Raven found out what it was that they were going to be fighting, she's been off the radar. Obviously, Crow knew how to find her, and find her he did. Along with the tribe he abandoned. He questioned Raven on the reason why she left everything behind. Her family. Her friends. Her duty. And her answer still shocked Crow to this day. She was afraid. Her Raven, the badass, fears no man, woman, or grim Branwen. She was afraid of dying. After coming so far, after getting so strong, she was afraid that it would all go to waste. Just like her self-proclaimed best friend. Even now, she was afraid. She didn't want to get on Salem's radar, that's why she only appeared in her bird form. But because she saw what Magna was capable of, she decided to gamble. As long as he lived, she could feel that there would one day be a time where she would no longer be afraid. A day where she could explain herself to her daughter and hopefully be accepted by her. Unfortunately, she no longer loved Tyrion. Even though she left him and her newborn daughter, it wasn't even a week after she left that he had laid his hands on her best friend, Summer Rose. Obviously, it wasn't until much later that she became pregnant, but even then, it didn't take Ty that long to move on, so she did the same. Sadly, she hasn't found a man that fits her rather high criteria, so she's still single. Crow kept her whereabouts a secret from everyone, even Ozpin. Because, no matter what anyone says, Raven was his sister. And if she was afraid and didn't want to die, then he didn't want to force her to fight. Looking towards the treetops, Crow was about to nod when a certain sound caught his ears. A massive sigh of relief escaped his lips as he smiled towards his sister and shook his head. Evac's here. The sound of the airships cut Arthur and Cinder's conversation off as Crow roared with laughter. Armed robots quickly surrounded them and took aim at Cinder and her crew. Arthur glared at the approaching airship and clicked his tongue in annoyance. Bloody fantastic, well, no matter. Pointing towards Cinder and her group, the Grim quickly picked them up as Arthur tapped his scroll. Suddenly, a pulse of energy burst out from him as the robots fell to the ground. However, that wasn't all, as Emerald, who had been hiding in the shadows, suddenly screamed out in pain. Magna's eyes snapped open, completely bloodshot as he roared. In an instant, steam burst out from him once again as a gory mass of muscle shot towards Cinder. Arthur paled as he saw the constant tearing and regenerating muscle mass and hastily tapped his scroll once more. Emerald's screams grew louder as everyone, even Cinder and her crew, felt an invisible hand enter their minds and take something away. The only one unaffected by this was Magna as his half-formed Titan form tried to move towards Cinder. However, its torso was infused onto the ground, so all it could do was growl. With what little consciousness she had left, Cinder tried and failed to tear her gaze away from the green orbs filled with hatred that bore into her very being. She trembled under its gaze as the Grim dragged her away. Though whether it was in fear or something else, was only known to Cinder. Seeing that they retreated, Magna's Titan form quickly broke apart as the muscles and bones fell to the forest floor. Magna, pale and panting, quickly pulled himself from the steaming nape of the decomposing Titan and hobbled over to the frozen forms of his family and friends. Magna shook his mother a couple times as he hoarsely called out to her. After a few seconds, light returned to her eyes as she turned to Magna and screamed. Before Magna could even blink, he found himself in a very tight embrace as Emily cried out in worry. Her cries seemed to wake everyone else as they made their way over to the mother-son pair. Crow glanced at Magna and sighed in relief that he wasn't too badly hurt. Besides some burns, Magna was physically fine. His aura, though, was completely spent. He couldn't even put up his aura shield at the moment. Raven, in her bird form, landed on Magna's shoulder and chirped in worry. Emily was about to slap the bird away but paused when she saw the pleading look Crow was giving her. Once he was sure that Emily wasn't about to slap his sister into oblivion, Crow turned towards the pale form of the Fall Maiden. Using a tree to prop herself up, Amber gave Crow a small smile. Magna patted his mother's back as he hoarsely said, Mum, I'm fine. But Emerald, that dick with the mustache, did something to her. Emily glanced at the bird on his shoulder for a couple seconds before turning back to Magna. With a soft smile and nod, Emily gently lay him down on the ground and left to go check on Emerald. Crow looked at his sister and rolled his eyes as he said, Ray, turn back. The bird chirped angrily at Crow but ultimately ended up listening to him. Now in her human form, Raven sat down on her knees and placed his head on her lap. By now, Magna was sound asleep while Crow stared at his sister in mild disgust. Annoyed by the look in his eyes, Raven glared at Crow and silently growled, What? He's old enough to be your son. Actually, scratch that. He's as old as your daughter. His teacher, Amber Noct, is one thing. At least she's only a few years older than him. You're Dash. Before he could finish, a rock hit him dead in the face as Raven fiercely sneered, Get your head out of the gutter, Crow. I know he's only a child, so I won't touch him. At least not yet. Once he's strong enough, I will naturally take what I want. Looking at the sleeping form of Magna, Raven licked her lips while Crow gagged. Amber didn't really know what to do or say, so she opted to look towards the clouds. Suddenly, she noticed something odd as she softly spoke, "Hey, does anyone remember what my attackers look like? I'm kinda drawing a blank here and it's scaring me." Crow chuckled, "Of course I do. The leader wore a red dress and had her hair color was brown." "No, I mean, blonde." "What the hell, I can't remember what she looked like." Raven also tried to recall the appearance of Salem's pawns, but she, just like her brother, ended up drawing a blank. After a few minutes of trying to remember what Amber's attackers looked like, Emily came back with an unconscious Emerald in her arms. However, even though she was unconscious, Emerald's face was twisted in pain. With a serious expression on her face, Emily walked towards Magna and picked him up. With her son and Emerald curled up in her arms, Emily glared at the Branwen siblings, turned away and said, "We need to leave. Magna is extremely vulnerable right now and there's something wrong with Emerald." Without saying anything more, Emily walked into the forest, following the trail of fallen robots. Raven felt uncomfortable about the idea of following them because she knew that they were heading to Beacon. In the end, however, she knew she needed to follow them if she wanted to be on Magna's side. Crow, on the other hand, felt a little nervous about meeting with Ozpin since it was technically his fault that more people found out about Remnant's most guarded secret. Luckily for him, Amber leaned against him and gave him a bright smile, making Crow feel at peace, knowing that they didn't fail. They actually managed to save her. Sure, she lost some of her power, but that didn't matter because, in the end, she was still alive. And that's all that really mattered to him. Chapter 88. Opening his eyes, Magna gave his surroundings a curious glance and yawned. Turning towards his mother, who had been humming a tune to herself, Magna asked, "Hey, Mum. Where are we?" Emily stopped humming and smiled, "We're on our way to Beacon. Ozpin wants to debrief us all on what happened." Magna nodded slowly before laying back down. However, not even a second later, his eyes snapped open as he leapt off his seat and screamed, "What?" Like a set of dominoes, Magna's scream caused Crow and Raven to also leapt off their seats. The half-asleep Branwen twins then proceeded to pull out their weapons as they screamed, "Where's the enemy? Wah! Why can't I see?" Amber looked at the pair and face-palmed as she walked towards Crow and gently pulled off the eye mask he was wearing. Since Ozpin wanted them all up and able for the debriefing, he asked the airship crew to inform them to get some sleep on the ride over. The airship was even equipped with a state-of-the-art bed which made sleeping on the move possible. Anyway, with the pair begrudgingly waking up from a much-needed rest, Emily gave Magna a gently kiss on his forehead and said, "Like I said, Ozpin wants to talk about everything that happened. I also think he wants to know how much we know of the war going on behind the scenes." Magna nodded as he couldn't help but feel nervous. He was finally going to meet him. The big man himself, Ozpin. He tried putting off meeting him for as long as he could, but I guess now he was forced to meet him. Then again, as Magna thought over everything that happened to him in the last couple days, he couldn't help but admit that meeting Ozpin was guaranteed. Even if he didn't learn about the hidden war, Magna still would have had to meet him due to the abrupt mission he gave. Now, Magna wasn't afraid of meeting Ozpin, he was just nervous. How was Ozpin going to react about his semblance? Or about how both he and his mother know about the war? Worst of all, was he going to try and use Magna like a tool? If his memory served him right, Ozpin was a master of words, and was able to spin a tale just the right way so you'd know only what he wanted you to know. With that in mind, Magna decided that he would try to act as normal as possible while avoiding having to spill any sensitive information. Though, Magna just hoped that Ozpin was truly a force of good, not evil. "We are now landing at Beacon Academy, please prepare for drop-off." I repeat, we are landing at Beacon. Once the airship touched down at the landing pads, Crow and Amber slowly led the group to Ozpin, with both Raven and Magna trailing a bit behind them. Both of them gave the other a curious glance but quickly ignored the other's existence as they mentally tried to fight off their growing nerves. Raven was afraid of how Ozpin would react. She wasn't truly scared of the man, but all it took was one word from him and she would never be pardoned for deserting her duties. Magna, on the other hand, was anxious to meet the man. Even though he didn't trust Ozpin, Magna wanted to build up a new understanding of the man, one not directed by bias. Before he would be comfortable sharing any sort of information with Ozpin, Magna wanted to better understand the man, not the character that was portrayed in the series. Being pulled from his thoughts, literally, Magna stumbled slightly as a blonde woman stood in front of him. She wore a white long-sleeved, pleated top that has a wide keyhole neckline and gauntlet cuffs that flare in pleats at the wrist. Her lower body is covered by a black high-waisted pencil skirt with bronze buttons and black-brown stockings. Her black boots with bronze heels clicked against the ground impatiently while a cape fluttered behind her. The woman's bright green eyes bore into Magna as she said, "Young man, why are you here?" Before Magna could reply, Emily spoke up from behind him as she said, "That's my son." The woman's eyes narrowed at Emily before they abruptly widened as she muttered, "Emily? Is that you?" Yes. How did you, wait? Glinda. Oh my It's been so long. How have you been? Screamed Emily, a happy smile adoring her face. The woman, Glinda, seemed to be equally as happy as she strutted towards her and gave her a strong hug. "I'm good, thank you. It's nice to know that you're alive. I still remember when they announced you were MIA because I almost had a heart attack." While the pair fell into their own little world, Magna shuffled over to Crow and whispered, "Hey, Crow. What's going on between my mum and that lady? They're acting like they're old friends." Crow took a long sip from his now full flask and said, "That's 'cause they are. Glinda and your mother go way back. It's funny, considering that they first met as enemies during the Vital Festival." Before Magna could comment on this new bit of information, a beep resounded as a calm, male voice echoed from the sound system, "Glinda, would you kindly escort our guests into my office please?" Magna quickly went on edge, only to force himself to calm down a few seconds later as he remembered a small detail from the show. Ozpin had eyes all over his campus. Literally nothing happened in this school without him knowing it. Magna began to think back to the show as he internally questioned, does Beacon actually have secret passageways that only Ozpin knows about? Even if it's been years since he reincarnated, Magna tried to remember as many details from the show as he could. Obviously, there were many details he couldn't recall, like the layout of the school or festival grounds from Volume 3. What he did remember, however, were the main people involved in the story. Heck, he was currently living next to two of the story's protagonists and he had managed to not only change, but save one of the antagonists. Anyway, from memory, Magna could remember how Ozpin somehow managed to pop up from out of nowhere. It was kind of concerning because Magna didn't plan to follow the script. Magna knew that he was going to mess up any plans that either Ozpin or Salem came up with. He had already fucked Salem over with her Fall Maiden, and he didn't plan to stop there. Oh no, Magna planned to royally screw over any plan that harmed his normal life, consequences be damned. Once the group settled into the elevator, Magna noticed from the corner of his eye that Glinda seemed to be glaring at Raven. It didn't surprise Magna in the slightest when he saw how little fucks Raven gave as she smirked at Glinda, enraging the blonde teacher/Ascian headmaster even further. Just as Glinda seemed ready to snap, Emily pulled Magna over as she smiled, "By the way, Glinda, this is my precious little boy. His name is Magna Opus." Glinda's anger deflated as she readjusted her glass. She gave Magna a thorough appraisal before giving him a small smile as she reached out her hand and said, "It's nice to meet you, young man. My name is Glinda Goodwitch and I teach the combat classes of Beacon." Magna gulped light as he gently grasped her hand. "Nice to meet you, Miss Goodwitch." Glinda's eyebrow rose slightly as she gave him an approving nod. "Since you were Crow's apprentice, I expected someone more like him. I'm glad to see that I was wrong." Crow seemed to have heard her as he quickly pulled his flask out of his mouth and said with a drunken slur, "And was that sups tea I mean, Jinda." Everyone, even Magna, collectively sighed at Crow's actions. To make matters worse, as soon as the door opened to Ozpin's office, Crow collapsed face first onto the floor. The room was silent as Magna softly muttered, "Damn it, Crow. Well, I wasn't expecting that. Actually it's Crow, so I should have expected something like this." Magna's attention was drawn to the source of the new voice. Peering across the room, a man with silver white hair sat behind a desk with a kind smile on his face. From what Magna could see, the man wore an unzipped black suit over a dark green, buttoned vest and green shirt. His brown eyes held far more depth than Magna expected as Ozpin saw him and lightly smiled. Crow, as if his drunkenness was a lie, sprung up from the ground and yelled, "Ozpin! How have you been?" Ozpin's smile became a little forced as he replied, "I've been fine, Crow. Tell me, why did you drink just before the debriefing?" "You know me, Oz, drinking after a mission is like a tradition for me," said Crow. Everyone in the room sighed at Crow's actions while Raven looked away and pretended to not know him. Glinda, however, looked ready to bury him as she scowled at the drunken huntsman. With a short chuckle, Ozpin shook his head at Crow and said, "I'm quite aware of your traditions, Crow, but I would like for you to take this a bit more seriously. I think the topic of our discussion deserves that much at least." A long sigh came from Crow as he silently nodded before moving towards the chairs in front of him. Seeing Crow take a seat, everyone else calmly followed behind and sat down, with Raven being the only one who chose to stand as she stood behind Magna. It was more than just a little uncomfortable for Magna, as he could feel both Ozpin and Glinda focus on the figure behind him. After a few minutes of uncomfortable silence, Ozpin broke the tension as he spoke, "Raven Branwen, to what do I owe this unexpected visit?" Raven rolled her eyes at the headmaster and growled, I'm not here for you. I'm protecting the boy. Ozpin's eyebrow rose at that as he smiled, well, what makes this boy so special that you have to watch over him personally? With narrow eyes, Raven ignored Ozpin's question as she scoffed. Not finding the answers he wanted, Ozpin turned to Crow and said, Crow, why does your sister wish to watch over your student? However, before Crow could even make up his mind on whether to answer or not, Emily shot up from her chair. Crow swallowed the words back into his throat as Glinda slowly shuffled away from the clearly angry mother. With her hair covering her eyes, Emily slowly walked towards Ozpin. Once she was in front of him, Emily slowly looked up and glared into his eyes as she spoke in a tone laced with fire, You will respect my son's privacy. If you want to know something about him, then ask him. Not Crow, not Raven, not even me. You will ask him whether he wants to talk about it or not. And if he doesn't? Well. Suddenly, her aura burst out from her body, shocking everyone as cracks spread throughout the room, You better back the fuck off. Am I clear? If Magna was embodying Naruto's cluster right now, he would have felt the pure shock radiating off everyone in the room. Crow was literally staring at Emily with wide eyes, his sister faring no better. Glinda's mouth hung wide open as she blankly stared at the sight before her. However, the most affected was Ozpin as he honestly didn't know whether to praise the mother for protecting her young, or to be scared shitless at the very real threat he felt at the moment. Clear his throat, Ozpin made no comment on the threat as he said, Very well. Before that though, I feel that introductions are in order. Ozpin turned towards Magna and smiled as he reached his hand out towards him, Hello young man. I am Professor Ozpin, headmaster of Beacon Academy. It's a pleasure to meet you. Magna silently calmed himself down as he shook his hand and said, Greetings, Professor. My name is Magna Opus and... There's no need to be overly polite, Magna. You may speak however feels comfortable. Said Ozpin. Though still slightly nervous, Magna managed to nod as he continued, Right. I'm Magna and it's nice to meet you sir. Ozpin lightly chuckled and smiled, I haven't been called sir in a while anyway, I've called everyone here for 2 reasons. 1, to be informed of everything that happened during your abrupt mission. And 2, suddenly, Ozpin's eyes narrowed as he scanned everyone in the room, to debrief you all on what you now know. He glanced at Glinda and said, Glinda, if you would be so kind as to escort Mr. Opus out of the room. I wish to speak about this with the adults first. A soft sigh escaped Glinda's mouth as she turned towards Magna and said, Follow me, young man. Before quickly strutting out of the room. Magna hesitated to follow her when his mother softly nudged him forward. Glancing back at her, Emily flashed him a bright smile as she mouthed the words, Go. We'll be fine. With a quick nod, Magna ran towards the elevator. As the door slowly closed, Magna couldn't help but chuckle as June seemed to be pleading with him to take her with him. Sadly, Magna knew that once Ozpin knew what she was, he'd definitely want to have a chat with her. Instead, Magna quickly pulled his scroll out from his shadow and tossed it to her as he yelled, I have a few games on there. Just get my mum to put in the password. As the elevator slowly made its way down, Magna couldn't help but sigh as he awkwardly said, So what are we going to do, Miss Goodwitch? A small smile appeared on her face as she pulled out her scroll and said, Well, there's currently a tour going on, so I plan to join them and show you around Beacon. Magna couldn't help but get excited. Even though he's traveled all over Remnant, minus Menagerie and the Dark Lands, Magna hasn't actually been to any of the combat academies. It wasn't long after the pair left the elevator that they managed to meet up and join the tour group. Throughout the tour, Magna was giddy with excitement as he got to meet the teachers of the anime. The boastful Professor Port. The elusive Professor Peach. The speedy Pro-Doctor. Screamed a green-haired man at no one in particular. Yes, I mean, Dr. Oblek. The tour even showcased a few of the training grounds. Once the group had explored majority of the school, the group ended up at the cafeteria, where they awaited a lunch fit for a huntsman. Looking over the tour group, Magna saw that most of the people here were teenagers. He sat at the table alone as Glinda was needed elsewhere due to an accident that occurred in Professor Port's classroom. While idly watching over the tour group, Magna felt someone tap on his shoulder and turned around. What greeted him was a girl wearing a rather fashionable coffee brown dress, a black beret and black sunglasses. The girl gave him a once-over and smirked, tilting her glasses down as she said, Love the outfit. You have to tell me where you got that. Sure thing, miss, said Magna, trying to look like he doesn't actually know who she is. The girl's smirk transitioned into a smile as she reached out her hand and said, The name's Coco Adele, future huntress and fashionista. What about you, big boy? You got a name or should I just call you handsome? Magna's cheeks betrayed him as they turned bright red. Sure, He and Yang flirted with one another, but that was for shits and giggles. He's never actually been flirted with before. Actually, now that I think about, the only person to actually flirt with him was Vernal. Coming to that realization, Magna didn't know what to think as he grabbed Coco's hand and replied, Magna, Magna opus. Well, it's nice to meet you, Magna. Now, where did you get your clothes? Said Coco. For the next few minutes, Magna was forced to talk about the clothing store he shopped at. It got even worse when Magna accidentally told her about how he has shopped at clothing stores all over Remnant. However, even though Magna was forced to tell her about his experience, he ended up having fun talking with her. Coco was a rather expressive person. She listened to him with sparkling eyes, chipping in here and there with heartfelt wishes of one day visiting that store in person. All in all, Magna ended up having a wonderful time in her company. Sadly, all good things must come to an end. Glinda walked through the doors with a serious look on her face as she stared at Magna and said, It's time, Magna. Ozpin wishes to speak with you. Whether it was due to the tour or Coco's company, Magna didn't feel all that nervous about talking with Ozpin as he nodded. He quickly apologized to Coco for cutting their conversation short before following behind Glinda. As the pair silently made their way across Beacon's courtyard, Magna steeled himself to face whatever comes his way. Chapter 89. Sitting across from him was one of Remnant's oldest and wisest minds. Ozpin, or as he was previously known as, Ozma, the immortal wizard. The facade of a gentleman was gone as Magna currently faced a man on a mission. Heck, he couldn't even find solace in his family and friends as Ozpin forced them out of the room. Emily was literally pulled out kicking and screaming, but Ozpin gave her no more attention than necessary. The only plus side Magna could see was the fact that he had managed to switch to Naruto's cluster, regaining his ability to feel emotion. It actually took the entire tour, as each time he swapped to the wrong clusters, he would wait for his aura to regenerate before trying again. With the ability to read emotions, Magna thought to himself that he'd have an advantage over Ozpin in the coming conversation. Oh, how wrong he was. Nothing. That was what Magna felt from the man before him. No anger. No joy. Not even a hint of curiosity. It was like the man before him was nothing more than an empty husk. Swallowing back his concerns, Magna gave the wizard a small smile and said, Well, what did you want to talk about, Professor? Ozpin's eyes gleamed as Magna finally caught a glimpse of caution in the headmaster's eyes. It has come to my attention that a certain secret was revealed to you by my associate and his sister. Said Ozpin. Instead of answering, Magna just nodded as the man continued, You see, Magna. This information is far too dangerous for the public to know. The negativity generated by the revelation would only serve to draw in large hordes of Grimm, setting humans and faunus alike back hundreds of years. Magna merely nodded again as he hid the unsettling feeling in his chest. He couldn't help but agree with Ozpin's point. The panic from finding out the Grimm had a leader would be fierce. Not only would the revelation generate fear and despair but anger and hatred. People whose loved ones died due to Grimm attacks would be up in arms about having revenge against Salem. Heck, people would turn against Ozpin and the other academies due to the fact that they not only knew that the Grimm had a leader but that they still taught people how to be huntsmen without actually informing them of what they were up against. Ozpin waited for Magna to sort through his thoughts before he continued, Now that you know the risks, I need to know where you stand and what you intend to do with your newfound knowledge. Magna fell into thought for a few minutes as his expression slowly became more and more determined. I want to protect my family and friends. Salem already knows of my existence, so I will fight against her. Said Magna. Ozpin's eyes shone as Magna could sense the joy and relief wafting off. However, Magna wasn't quite finished talking as he continued, But I won't be joining your group, Professor. More than anything, I want to live a free, fulfilling life. Joining you would only tie me down with responsibilities that I really don't want. Crow once told me that he was unable to stay in one place for too long due to his mission. At the time, I thought that he only did a lot of missions, making it hard to visit, but once I learned that he was a part of your group, I realized what he meant. Said Magna as he ignored the growing frown on Ozpin's face. The mission you gave him is actually just a lifetime sentence. You are the reason why he can't stay in one place for too long. And to me, that is something I absolutely refuse to do. I want to play with my sister, hang with my friends, have a family. And I can't do that if I join you. Once he finished speaking, a heavy pressure weighed on Magna as Ozpin calmly said, Then what is it that you wish to do? Magna could feel the inner turmoil inside Ozpin as he easily shrugged off the pressure and grinned, I'll be a huntsman, like I plan to be. The pressure abruptly stopped as Magna continued, As a huntsman, I can fight the good fight while still being able to keep my freedom since huntsmen choose their missions. This was Magna's truest desire. Once he became a huntsman, Magna would have freedom of choice on what he wished to do. Huntsman had barely any commitments besides the basic, protect the people, oath. Other than that, Magna wasn't obliged to do anything more. Plus, Huntsman had a look of freedom when it actually came to the job. Let's take Tyrion for example. Even though he's currently retired, he still takes the occasional area clearing job, that's not even mentioning his actually job, as he was now a teacher at the reopened Signal Academy. On an unrelated note, Amber was more than a little peeved when Tyrion got a job at the academy while she didn't. She was moody for a few days but got over it with help from Magna and her direct students, Argo and Luna. Currently, she was a freelance mercenary and wrote a novel in her downtime. Oddly enough, she actually hasn't told him what her novel was about or what it's called. And when he asked her about it, she just blushes before taking off. Shaking his head, Magna refocused on Ozpin as he smiled. I know that huntsmen have obligations, but at least I can accept them. Your group, though, I'm sorry to say this, but you're asking way too much from me. On the airship, Raven told him all about the obligations of Ozpin's group, and honestly, they were too much. Ozpin basically wanted loyal pieces that move when he tells them to move. Ozpin sighed and nodded. Yes, I'm well aware that the obligations of our group are rather intense. However, I need you to understand that they are necessary. Magna nodded as the room fell silent. After a few minutes in awkward silence, Ozpin cleared his throat and said, moving on. I wish to inquire about something that Crow accidentally spilled during our talk. Oh no, thought Magna as Ozpin's eyes narrowed on him. Crow told me that he was asked by your mother to keep quiet about you and your semblance. Sadly, your mother cut him off before he could explain what your semblance was, so I wish for you to explain it to me, said Ozpin as the invisible pressure from before fell on Magna once more. However, Magna didn't even feel the pressure as Kurama scoffed in his mind, for a supposed immortal, the pressure he's emitting is weak as hell. But don't take him lightly, brat. Taking a deep breath, Magna mentally thanked the lazy fox as he wryly smiled. Ah, well, I guess that's alright. My semblance allows me to create different abilities. The pressure doubled as Ozpin's eyes gleamed. The look he had in his eyes reminded Magna of the look someone gets when they find a treasure. When Ozpin noticed his overexcited state, the pressure disappeared as he lightly coughed and said, that's quite a claim, young man. Is there any way you can prove your claim? Magna silently mulled over what he could do that wouldn't overly expose his capabilities. After a minute or two, Magna nodded before jumping towards the wall to his left. Ozpin was a little confused on what was happening, yet all the words he wanted to say became stuck in his throat as Magna easily ran up the walk like gravity didn't exist. Then, he leapt once and fell to the floor in free fall. Ozpin immediately pushed off the ground in an attempt to catch Magna when he burst into a cloud of smoke. Magna sat in his seat and smiled as he watched the headmaster of Beacon become intimately acquainted with a wooden log. With a light blush on his face, Ozpin was about to berate Magna for doing something so dangerous when he felt some tug at his jacket. Once he turned around, Ozpin's eyes grew wide as he saw 3 exact copies of Magna. What's worse was that the 3 clones were currently drinking his limited edition hot chocolate. In a state of both disbelief and irritation, Ozpin lightly spun his cane before bonking all 3 clones on the head, causing them to dissipate. Ozpin stared at the smoke in wonder before turning back to face the original Magna, who sat in his chair with a cheeky grin. A small smile adorned his face as he said, fascinating, I can see why you and your family chose to hide your abilities. Just the thought of you working for the Queen of Grimm makes me shiver. With both sides at a standstill, Ozpin took the opportunity to try and fix the situation. The pair opted to ditch the serious talk as they were more or less finished. Instead, they merely chatted about life. It was extremely awkward for Magna to discuss life with the professor as he tended to go off on tangents more often than not. Ozpin even blushed when he mentioned the fact that he always pushes all his work onto Glinda, enraging the poor woman with how much he leaves untouched. Down in the lobby, Emily sat on a chair near the elevator, her foot tapping anxiously against the floor. Maybe I should go check on them, she muttered as she tried to stand up. Glinda, however, was not having any of it as she lightly waved her hand and sighed, Emily, please. Ozpin is many things, but a threat to your son. I don't think so. He's the headmaster of Remnant's greatest academy, for Alm's sake. The purple glow around Emily forced her back into her chair as she sighed, I know. I'm just worried about my baby, Glinda. I don't want him getting involved in all of this. Seeing the stress Emily was going through, Glinda gave a forced smile as she walked over and gave her a hug. I know you're worried, but he will be fine. Ozpin is a reasonable man. He won't hurt your son. Glinda reassured. Emily was obviously still worried, but she managed to at least stop herself from panicking as she lightly smiled. Thanks, Glinda. By the way, what are we going to do about that? Both ladies turned towards the passed out man on the floor and sighed. Glinda rubbed her forehead in exasperation and growled, "Forget about him. When your son comes down, I'll throw him out myself." Suddenly, a soft yet firm voice spoke, "Actually, you don't need to worry about Crow. I'll wake him up when it's time to leave." Emily's face took on a mischievous look as her eyes gleamed. "Hey Amber, I know it's late but I'm Emily. And I'm just dying to know how you and Crow met." Now, Glinda may seem extremely serious and uptight but she was still a woman. Her ears perked up at the gossip happening in front of her as Amber lightly blushed. Oh, I'm Amber Autumn. I actually met Crow during my pilgrimage. He didn't hide why he was looking for me and explained exactly what it was. I didn't take it very well." With a wry smile, Amber gently ran her fingers through Crow's hair as she continued, "I yelled and screamed at him to leave me alone. For weeks, I continued to scream at him and all he did was smile as he explained that he was there to protect me. It wasn't until the second month of my pilgrimage that I finally understood what he was doing. We were attacked. Grim of all shapes and sizes attacked us, yet Crow stood tall and protected me." Suddenly, her cheeks became a light red as she spoke. "Even though he protected me, he ended up injured, so I decided to take care of him. One thing led to another and we dash." Before she could finish recounting her tale, the elevator door opened as both Ozpin and Magna walked out. However, what greeted the pair were the slightly hostile glares of Emily and Glinda. Adjusting her glasses, Glinda focused her glare fully on Ozpin as she growled, "Why did you have to come down now of all times?" She was just getting to the good part. Sweat dripped down Ozpin's forehead as she gave her a forced smile. "Glinda, please. Be reasonable." "I dash." Glinda cut him off as she roared, "Be reasonable. You don't have the right to say that to me. How about you be reasonable and finish doing your work, instead of just forcing me to do it? In fact, you can do all the paperwork for the next couple months." Before anyone could say anything, Glinda grabbed both Emily and Amber before stomping out of the building. A few seconds later, Emily popped back into the room and swept Magna off his feet. Just as they left the room, Magna glanced at June, who was playing on his phone and mouthed, "Save me," to her. June, however, simply smirked at his misfortune before continuing to play her game. Magna paled as he mouthed, "Traitor." Back in Ozpin's office, the man himself sat at his table with a light smile on his face as he watched Magna and Emily fool around on his scroll. Ozpin had to admit, he was very intrigued by the power of Magna's semblance. If his semblance really gave him the ability to create and use virtually any ability he could imagine, Magna would be the key to winning the war. At first, Ozpin wanted to wait for Summer's child, RWBY, to mature since she inherited the bloodline ability of the Silver-Eyed Warriors. However, if Magna really could create an ability that allowed him to kill the immortal, Ozpin was going to do his best to ensure that both of them came under his command. Ozpin tapped away at his scroll after Magna and his family and friends left the school grounds, sending messages all over Remnant. The first to reply was James Ironwood, the de facto leader of Atlas and its military. He sent a rather detailed report on Magna and his abilities. After skimming through the report, Ozpin was stunned to find that Magna had hundreds of abilities. However, that wasn't what caught his eye. At the back of the report were a couple of pages, filled with theories on Magna's semblance. Ozpin sighed as he read through the theories that Ironwood complied. You see, Ironwood was the type of man to plan for everything. Once he considered you dangerous, Ironwood would spend as much time as possible, put all your weaknesses and strengths on paper. Ozpin even managed to secretly obtain Ironwood's anti-Ozpin plan, and honestly, even he, the immortal wizard, wasn't sure he would be able to get away. Sure, he could just die and reincarnate, but he needed the power of his headmaster position to monitor this generation's huntsman. With people like Magna and RWBY in this generation, Ozpin was sure that if they were properly groomed, then it would only be a matter of time before peace reigned supreme. Once he was finished with the report, Ozpin calmly sipped his hot chocolate as he relaxed into his cha. Slam. Professor Ozpin. You have 3 months of reports to finish. After that, you a meeting with the faculty regarding this year's budget. Oh, and please oversee the construction of the new dorms. The construction teams have reported that there were some difference between the build plans and the building area. Sweat dripped down Ozpin's forehead as he lightly smiled. Well, Glinda, I don't suppose you could dash. No. Both Ozpin and Glinda stared at each other for a few seconds before Ozpin pleaded, Glinda, please dash. I said no. Growled Glinda, I will be taking a few days off, Professor. I've noticed that I'm entitled to a week off and that I haven't used any of my free days since I started working here. If you need me, well, please wait until I'm done with my break. Ozpin could only watch in horror as Glinda, the only person actually qualified to do anything in this school, left for a holiday. Since Ozpin fully focuses on his mission when he reincarnates, Ozpin was lacking in modern knowledge. He was lucky that he managed to learn how to use a scroll, something that made his headmaster life much easier. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Ozpin pulled out a thick stack of papers as he nervous murmured, "Okay, I should be able to do this. I mean, what's the worst that can happen?" 1 hour later, Atlas. Bam. Ironwood. Sir. We've received a report that Beacon has just lost all power and that its students have been launched into the nearby forest. Even those students who were asleep in their dorms weren't spared. What the hell? Muttered Ironwood. Chapter 90. With the sun slowly moving across the sky, Magna tiredly rubbed his face and sighed. After everything that just happened, Magna was mentally exhausted. He just wanted to head home and take a nap for a few hours. Sadly, he couldn't just do that. Due to his abrupt kidnapping, Magna knew that the twins and his sister would be worried about him. Magna sighed once more and gently clutched the 3 small bags in his arms. Each bag contained a small cake, each a different flavor, and a gift. For the twins Argo and Luna, Magna got them each a cake, 1 raspberry and 1 blueberry, and a sturdy hairbrush. Due to their faunus heritage, combing their hair is rather difficult. Especially if the comb isn't strong enough. Magna could remember that before he left, Argo and Luna's combs were starting to break. For his little sister, he got her a strawberry cheesecake and a few books on plants, animals and dust. Unlike himself, his sister was rather shy and docile. She liked to cling to him and got easily startled, especially if she meets someone for the first time. She was also more emotion than Magna as she smiled and cried a lot. However, her semblance made even Magna jealous. Her semblance is called nature's friend, and just like how it sounds, she was loved by nature. She could speak to plants and animal, and had a certain degree of protection from the elements, as anything danger that involved animals or nature would avoid her. Magna wryly smiled when he remembered his mother's sad expression when she learned that none of her children inherited her family's semblance. Shaking his head, Magna followed behind his mother as he focused on the girl who was currently panicking next to him. Emerald kept stopping as her expression looked like a mix between anxious and afraid. Magna couldn't really blame her though. She was about to meet with people that she hasn't seen in years. Magna reached over and pinched her cheek as he smiled, "Come on, Em. No need to panic. Everyone has been waiting for the day you come back, so hold your head up high and smile." Her lips inched upward slightly as she blushed and muttered, "It's been years and you're still so smooth." Magna was oblivious as he happily walked forward. After a few minutes, Emily, Magna and Emerald came to a stop at a large wooden cabin. Actually, it couldn't really be called a cabin. It was more like a hotel. Over the years, the house was updated to be more modern, something everyone greatly appreciated. Heck, the house didn't even have an electronic bell until a couple years ago. Instead, they had a literally bell that hung on the wall. The bell happened to break one night when Amber was heading home. She was stuck outside for a few minutes because everyone was asleep on the 2nd floor. Luckily for her, Sophia managed to wake up and open the door for her due to the whispers of the flowers she kept on the windowsill. Magna gave a light chuckle as before he could even ring the doorbell, the door swung open as a little girl leapt towards him with a wide smile on her face. "Big bro." The little girl, aka Sophia, snuggled into Magna's chest as she happily giggled. The reason why she kept flowers on her windowsill was so that they can inform her of when he returns home. Magna smiled as he wrapped Sophia up in a strong embrace and said, "Hey Sophia. How have you been? Oh, and guess what?" Sophia quickly looked towards Magna as her eyes glimmered in excitement. "Did you get me something?" His smile seemed to widen as Magna nodded, "Yup. I got you your favorite cake and a few extra goodies." Sophia giggled happily as she sloppily kissed Magna's cheek, "Yay. Thank you big brother." Emily shook her head and smiled as she spoke in a fake hurt tone, "Boo. My only daughter forgot about her mother. Mummy's gonna cry, you know." The happy little girl quickly jumped out of her brother's arms as she ran up and tried to jump up to Emily's face. Sadly, she wasn't able to jump high enough as her face collided with Emily's breast. With a large, clothed mound on each side of her face, Sophia's loudly mumbled, "Don't cry, Mummy. I didn't forget about you." Emily just laughed at her daughter's antics as she brought Sophia up to her face and started attacking her cheeks with kisses. Emerald stared at the little girl as she tugged Magna's sleeve and whispered, "Is that the baby? The one from a few years ago?" Magna couldn't stop himself from rolling his eyes at her as he whispered back, "Of course she's the baby from a few years ago. Did you expect her to still be a baby?" "What? No. Of course not. I'm not stupid. Fine. Sorry for asking a dumb question, you dick." Emerald angrily whispered as she quickly jabbed Magna in the ribs. Both Emily and Sophia noticed Magna's pained gasp as they turned to see what was wrong. However, once Sophia saw that there was someone else standing with her brother, quickly wiggled her way out of her mother's grasp and hid inside the house. She shakily watched them from behind the doorframe as she tearfully said, Don't bully my brother or else I'll tell my friend's sister." Emerald was amused by the threat as she smirked, "Oh yeah? Do it then." Emily just gave Emerald a flat look while Magna quickly signaled for her to stop. Sadly, she didn't see him as she wrapped her arm around Magna's neck and blew into his ear, making the poor boy turn into a blush mess. Sophia's cheeks puffed up as she turned around and ran towards the kitchen, screaming, "YNG. Someone's bullying my brother." As that name brought a flood of familiar memories to Emerald's mind, her face began to pale as, not one, not two, not even three, but four voices bellowed from the kitchen. "What? Who has the balls to pick on Magna? Which prick doesn't know their place? Who's being mean to my hero? I'll test Crescent Rose out on you." Like a stampede, 4 different girls stomped out of the house and glared at the person who was bullying Magna. However, when they finally saw who it was, everyone but Ruby stopped as Argo, the eldest of the Faunus twins, stepped forward and shakily uttered, "Emerald? Is that you?" Just as Emerald was about to answer, a red blur surrounded in petals smashed directly into Emerald's stomach, sending the mint-haired girl down to the ground as she clutched her stomach. Ruby, wearing a red skirt and a black shirt with a corgi on it, stood on Emerald triumphantly as she stared at Magna with shining eyes that practically screamed, "Praise me! Praise me!" Amused by what had just happened, Magna roughly ruffled her hair, causing her to giggle in delight. After messing Ruby's hair up so bad that she pouted, Magna turned towards the downed girl and helped her back onto her feet. However, not even a second after she stood up, Yang and the other girls tackled her back onto the ground as she screamed, "Oh, come on." With tears in her eyes, Yang happily squeezed Emerald as if she was trying to make up for the 6 years of hugs she missed. The twins weren't any better as their tails wagged happily, something that now only occurred when they were really happy. Magna, on the other, didn't know where to look as the girls were currently wearing their training clothes which consisted of a sports bra and athlete shorts. Over the years, the girls had grown quite a bit and had filled out quite well. Yang was on her way to being the busty beauty she was in the anime, though she was kinda lacking junk in the trunk. Argo, over the years, became the slim beauty type, though her ass and hips were thicker than both her sisters and Yang's. Her breasts, however, were about the size of peaches, something she often complained about when she compared herself to her little sister. Moving his sights to Luna, Magna couldn't help but blush. Luna had a bust rivaling Yang, and though she trained as hard as her sister and Yang, Luna's body remained as soft as the day they met. This, combined with her childish personality, led Magna into a ton of embarrassing situations. Especially since Luna liked to glomp Magna whenever she could. Even when they were out in the city, she would leap at him and latch onto his face, squeezing him face first into her impressive bust. Though this greatly embarrassed Magna, he never could berate the girl for it, especially since Magna secretly enjoyed it. Argo, on the other hand, became more level-headed. When she was younger, Argo tended to act like Yang, which was to punch first and ask later. However, years of training with not only Amber and Emily but with Magna as well helped curb her trigger-happy tendencies. Magna tried. He truly did. She wasn't as explosive as she was portrayed in the anime, but she still punched first and asked later. Though, she now at least thought ahead before charging into a fight, so Magna decided to just take the small victory. Suddenly, Magna was brought out of his thoughts as he felt a small hand grab his finger. Magna's heart melted at his little sister as she smiled brightly while holding his hand. Bending down, Magna gently hoisted his sister upwards as she wrapped her arms around his neck. He chuckled lightly as he felt his sister nuzzle into his neck. "I missed you, big brother," whispered Sophia as she trembled. A sigh escaped Magna's lips as he knew that his kidnapping must have affected her more than anyone. And he was right. When Crow told everyone that Magna had been kidnapped, Sophia literally broke down into tears. It took hours for her to finally stop crying, but even then, she would wait by the door every day, waiting for Magna to return. Though he was clueless of the extent, Magna gently rubbed Sophia's back in an attempt to ease her trembling body as he smiled, "I missed you too, Sophia. Come on, let's go inside." The little girl nodded cutely before latching onto Magna's neck like a koala, his right arm propping her up from below. With his free hand, Magna ruffled Ruby's hair before walking through the door. However, he didn't even make it 5 steps inside when a red blur raced around him, leaving a track of petals everywhere. Rolling his eyes at the hyperactive speedster, Magna continued walking inside as he yelled, "Girls! Please come inside and close the door. I don't want Ruby or Sophia catching a cold." Suddenly, Magna paused as he sheepishly said, "Also, I'm sorry but I didn't get you or Ruby anything, Yang. I didn't know you were visiting." Yang just waved him off with a smile, with RWBY copying her sister's actions while Argo and Luna sped past him, carrying the winded emerald into the lounge. Once inside, Magna couldn't help but chuckle in amusement. Emerald seemed to be slightly uncomfortable with the reunion she was receiving, but she tried not to make her anxiousness known. Luckily, the girls could see that she was shifting about uncomfortably and eased up. Just as Magna got comfortable, the door swung open, revealing a rather buff-looking man and a lady with amber eyes. "Did you really find her? Where is she?" Magna cringed slightly as his father scanned over the room until he stopped on a certain figure that was trying to sink into the couch. Just as he tried to move towards Emerald, the amber-eyed woman, who was conveniently named Amber, appeared from within the shadows and hugged the green-haired beauty into her bulging chest. Though she didn't know Emerald as well as the others since she only saw her in passing, Amber knew that Emerald was important to Magna. And that was all she needed. With an awkward cough, Joshua looked at the Emerald and smiled as he gently said, "Welcome home." Emerald, free from Amber's fleshy fun bags, sniffled as tears built up in her eyes. It didn't really hit her until now. She was finally free. Free from the pain and torture they put her through. Free to finally go home and be with the people she called family. She quickly stumbled over to Joshua and hugged him, tears running down her face as she happily smiled. Her emotional display affected Joshua as he stopped himself from tearing up and hugged her back. After a few seconds, Emerald peeled herself from her father figure's chest, her eyes red as happiness practically radiated off her. All the females in the room felt their motherly instincts kick in. Emily and Amber instantly surrounded the teary-eyed Mintet while Yang and the twins tearfully comforted her. RWBY just sat there confused about why Yang and the twins were crying, but it didn't take long for both her and Sophia to start sniffling as they were influenced by the atmosphere. "You must be hungry, Em. I'll whip up a feast while you get reacquainted with our family," said Magna, a warm smile on his face. Emerald nodded while everyone's eyes lit up. Since it's been a while since she's tasted Magna's cooking, Emerald forgot how good of a cook he was. As Magna left the room, Joshua gave a boisterous laugh and smiled, "You're in for a treat, Emerald. My son is a recognized chef, in not only Vale but Atlas as well." Which was actually true. During a holiday to the Schnee family, Magna was convinced, begged, by Whitley to cook some food for his friends. Turns out, the family of one of Whitley's friends owned the most luxurious restaurant in Atlas. Since Whitley knew how good of a chef he was, he wanted to show off his elder brother's prowess. One thing led to another, and somehow, Magna ended up getting trained by the head chef of the restaurant for the entire month he stayed with the Schnees, much to their collective frustration. Ever since that day, Magna's cooking became borderline divine. After an hour, Magna silently walked into the lounge only to come to a halt as Emerald burst into laughter. "So you're telling me that Magna possessed a boy and made him do a stupid dance in the middle of an assembly?" screamed Emerald as she clutched her stomach while laughing. Argo smirked as she said, "Yup. You should have seen it." Just as the new principal was about to speak, the boy jumped to his feet and screamed, "Stop. Hammer time," and just busted a move. "Why did Magna possess him? Did he do something to him?" asked Emerald, tears in her eyes as she watched Argo mimic the dance. "Well," said Argo, "he threw gum, glue and dirt at Luna's tail. She ended up crying because the only way to get it off was to shave parts of her tail. Magna found out and let's just say he wasn't happy. Honestly, that boy was lucky Magna went easy on him. And that I didn't get to him first," growled Argo, cracking her knuckles in a threatening manner. Luna, who sat off to the side, blushed as she pouted and turned away from her sister. "You didn't have to tell her that I cried." Before Argo could apologize, she froze and sniffed the air. Luna followed her sister's lead a few seconds later as the two wolf faunas started sniffing the air. Everyone in the room was either amused or confused. Magna couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Well, if you couldn't tell, I finished making dinner." Both wolf faunas shot up from the couch and ran down the fall to wash their hands, followed by Yang and trail of rose petals. Emerald sat in shock while Emily and Joshua simply laughed. Amber shook her head and wryly smiled as she said, "Kids." Emily suddenly had a smug smile on her face as she leaned next to Amber and whispered, "Just imagine what it'd be like when you have kids. All their little pitter-patters as they run through the house." Listening to the devil's whisper, Amber couldn't help but blush as she imagined herself with 3 kids, 2 girls and 1 boy. Holding the 2 youngest in her arms, her eldest daughter seemed ready to burst into tears when a tall figure swooped in and propped her up on his back. Her eldest giggled as she pulled the figure's hair left and right, as if she was trying to direct him. The figure seemed resigned to being a horsey for her daughter as he neighed before shooting forward. Suddenly, the figure stopped and turned back towards Amber, a small smile filled with happiness directed at her as he said, "Amber, you coming?" POV, Emily. Back in reality, Magna was gently shaking Amber as he said, "Hey, Amber. Are you coming to the table or not?" "Hello." Remnant to Amber, "Come in, Amber." Emily giggled, "Magna, just go and make sure to save some for her. She's just a little preoccupied with something I said to her." Magna gave his mother a confused look before shrugging his shoulders. As he walked down the hall to the bathroom, he shouted, "YNG. Don't you dare start without me. That goes for you as well, Ruby and Argo. Or else no dessert for anyone." Emily chuckled as she heard the panicked sounds coming from the dining room. Turning towards her husband, she found that he too had an amused smile on his face as he walked over and gave her a kiss before following behind their son. A content sigh escaped her lips as she felt at peace. Everyday life like this was what Emily wanted. Sure, her dream was to be a huntress, but when that dream came true, she saw things she wished she didn't, felt things she wished she could forget. Luckily, that was all in the past now. Her biggest concern was watching all her children grow up. That, and making sure that her only son got a few girlfriends, because her new dream was to be surrounded by a bunch of grandbabies. Her new dream brought a wide smile to her face as she quietly pulled the slightly dazed Amber down the hall. Though, when she thought about it, Magna didn't really need her help as he seemed to be naturally attractive. Oh well, she thought, it doesn't really matter, as long as I get my grandbabies. Chapter 91. Groaning, Magna slowly opened his eyes. As his vision slowly regained focus, Magna couldn't help but sigh as he saw the small head of black hair in front of him. Once again, his sister Sophia had snuck into his room and slept on his chest. Magna really didn't mind her sneaking into his room, but sometimes he just wanted to sleep on his own. Sighing once more, Magna silently threw his pillow across the room before quickly weaving through the hand signs: tiger, boar, ox, dog, snake. In a puff of smoke, Magna and the pillow swapped places as he nimbly pushed off the floor and latched onto the roof using his aura. Grinning as he saw that Sophia was still asleep, Magna stealthily exited the room and headed downstairs. Once he entered the room, Joshua was sipping a cup of coffee while Emily was busy making breakfast. Both adults gave him an amused look before continuing on with what they were doing. Shaking his head, Magna stopped channeling his aura into his feet. Using gravity to his advantage, Magna springboarded off the ground and into the lounge. Taking note of the four figures on the couches watching TV, Magna sat down next to Luna as he yawned and said, "Good morning." Amber, the twins and Emerald all yawned before saying, "Good morning." After a few minutes of talking, Magna found out that Amber planned to finish writing the second installment of her book, something Magna still didn't know the title of. Argo and Luna planned to hang out with Young and Emerald, while Ruby apparently had a play date with Sophia. Seeing that he was the only one who had nothing to do today, Magna was planning to just sleep the rest of the day when Argo suddenly perked up and said, "Hey Magna, do you want to hang out with us today?" Just as he was about to say that he wanted to sleep since he was still a little tired from aura deprivation, Emily popped her head around the corner and said, "That sounds like a great idea. You can grab Emerald's essentials and get to know her all over again. Here's your father's card, go nuts." Before he could argue, a black and gold smacked him straight in the face. Argo and Luna's eyes lit up while Joshua's pained groans came from the dining table. Ever since the attack on Signal, Joshua returned to being an active huntsman. Over the years, Joshua, Tyrion and Crow became the guardians of Patch. Any grim attacks was almost always dealt with by them. The only ones that they didn't deal with were the ones used as practice targets by Magna and the girls. All in all, Joshua had money to spend. And that was all they needed to know. After a few hours, the doorbell rang. Magna leapt off the couch and opened the door, smiling as he said, "Hello." Young just grinned as she hugged him and said, "Haven't seen you since yesterday. How's it yonging?" Rolling his eyes, Magna smirked, "Nice pun. How long did it take you to think of it?" "Not that long. I guess I just rose to the occasion," said Young as she dragged her groaning sister in front of her. "Morning big bro," groaned Ruby, her face buried in her hands as she tried to erase the bad puns from her memory. Magna chuckled, ruffling her hair as he smiled, "Morning, little Rose." Ruby pouted, "I'm not little. I drink milk." "Yes, yes," said Magna in an pacifying tone. Moving back into the house, Magna gave the pair a mock bow before stretching his arm out in a welcoming manner. Young rolled her eyes as she sarcastically curtsied and said in a posh accent, "My word, such a gentleman." Ruby giggled before running inside, ignoring the two she just pelted with a burst of rose petals. Both teens quickly coughed up some petals as Young growled, "Ruby. We've talked about this." "Sorry sis," came Ruby's reply. Magna and Young both looked at each other and shook their heads. "It's like it goes in one ear and out the other," muttered Young as she followed behind Magna. Magna couldn't help but chuckle as he plainly said, Yang, she's a child. Of course anything we say will go in one ear and out the other. I'm pretty sure you were like that as well. Suddenly, Yang stopped with an audible step as she scoffed and said in a haughty tone, you take that back. I was nothing like that. Yes, you were. No, I wasn't. 20 Lean says you were. Oh, you're on. Before glared at each other before sprinting into the lounge. Before anyone could ask why they were running, Yang and Magna both yelled in sync, Argo. Luna. The twins looked at each for a bit and sighed as Argo rubbed her forehead, let me guess. You two made a bet just now and you need me and my sister for some reason. Seeing the pair nod in sync, Argo and Luna sighed once more as Luna gently spoke, well, what do you need our help with? After quickly explaining what their bet was about, everyone gave Yang a weird look as Luna said, Yang, this is a sucker's bet. Yang's eye lit up as she pointed at Magna with a smug look, aha dash. And you're the sucker. Finished Argo. Magna grinned and mentally added a record scratch sound effect as Yang shakily turned towards the twins and said, who to the what now? Argo fixed a strong glare at Yang, making the blonde flinch as she sternly said, Yang, there were many, many times that me, your uncle, your father and my sister told you not to do something and you completely ignored us. Yang tried to speak only to be brutally cut off as Argo continued, look Yang, I honestly love you like I love Luna but you sometimes have trouble listening. Magna only watched in amusement as Argo proceeded to break down Yang's confidence, bit by bit. He could practically see Argo's words solidify into arrows as they pierced her. What made this even funnier to watch was how Argo had a small smirk on her face as she berated Yang. Over the years, just as Magna developed a habit of joking and flirting with Yang, Argo developed a sort of rivalry with her fellow blonde. Both girls liked to try and get one over the other, no matter how small it was. Usually, this almost always ended up with the two of them sparring, with Magna or one of the adults being the one to break them up. That's not to say that they weren't friends, far from it actually. The pair were as close as could be. Yang had entrusted her deep secret, her desire to find her mother, with the wolf faunus. Argo, on the other hand, had confided in Yang her frustration from being kidnapped and used as entertainment. This served to actually help the pair cool off their hot-headed tendencies, though it was more prominent in Argo than in Yang. Now, the pair mostly enjoyed playfully jabbing at each other, even though they still ended up fighting about it later. Just as predicted, Yang ended up diving towards Argo as she screamed. Argo seemed to have predicted her attack as she smirked and threw out her fist. However, just before the pair's fists could collide against each other, a chill enveloped the room as Luna sneezed. Suddenly, both Yang and Argo were covered from head to toe in frost. Argo rolled her eyes at her sister and said, really, Lu, before activating her semblance, instantly melting the frost on her body. Yang merely chuckled as she also activated her semblance. Luna pouted and said, I can't help it. You know that I don't have good control of my semblance. Magna walked over to Luna and gently patted her head as he said, be grateful it was only a small sneeze. Remember what happened last spring? Everyone in the room shivered. During spring on Patch, the whole island gets covered in pollen. And Luna, being a wolf faunus, has a very sensitive nose. That, and hay fever, create a really bad combination, especially since Luna sometimes loses control over her semblance. Her bouts of uncontrollable sneezing froze, not only the house but a bit of the surrounding forestry as well. Heck, everyone considered themselves lucky that Argo passively burned the pollen before it could get up her nose, or else they'd be dealing with multiple forest fires. Shaking his head, Magna went to lift his hand away from Luna only for her to stand up and nudge into his palm. He chuckled lightly when she grabbed his hand and nuzzled against it. Unlike her sister, Luna seemed to crave attention. Though, he's only seen her act like that with people she considered family. Smiling, Magna roughly ruffled her hair before gently caressing her ears. Luna's face went bright red as her tail lifted itself up and started wagging. While patting Luna, Magna could practically feel the stares boring into his back. Rolling his eyes, Magna quickly pulled his hand away from the dazed wolf faunus, much to her disappointment when she realized the warmth on her head was gone. Turning around, Magna came face to face with Argo, who was now standing in front of him, and simply raised an eyebrow. Argo's ears flickered slightly before flattening against her head as she leaned forward with an expectant look. Just as Magna leaned forward to pat her as well, a voice filled with happiness echoed out, "Catch me." On instincts alone, Magna embodied RWBY and disappeared in a torrent of petals. He raced down the hallway to the staircase and caught both Sophia and RWBY midair before disappearing once more. Now back in the lounge, Magna placed both giggling girls next to Amber as his eyes twitched, really taking advantage of my brotherly instincts, huh? Normally, Sophia's response would be a giggle, followed by her and RWBY blowing a raspberries at Magna. However, Her eyes locked onto Emerald as she whimpered and hid into Amber's side. Magna sighed as he knelt down next to Sophia and said in a gently tone, "Hey, what's wrong?" The room went quiet as Sophia softly spoke, "I am scared I don't know that person. What if she's mean to me?" Wordlessly, Magna held his arms open while giving her a very gently smile. It wasn't long before Sophia latched onto him and curled into his chest. Ignoring the gentle coos coming from everyone, Magna slowly made his way in front of Emerald, who was now nervously fidgeting in her seat. Nudging his sister with his chin, Magna lightly chuckled as he said, "Sophia, this is Emerald. She is another one of your sisters. She was taken from us when you were just a baby and we finally have her back." Sophia shyly eyed Emerald. Build up as much courage as she could, Sophia blushed heavily as she quietly muttered, "Hello, my name is Sophia and I'm 6. It's nice to meet you." Emerald couldn't stop herself, her motherly instincts being kicked into gear as she cuddled the shy girl and cooed, "Oh my You are just the cutest little munchkin." Sophia gently pushed Emerald away from as she pouted, "I'm not a munchkin, I eat my vegetables." Even though Sophia continued to push her away, Emerald continued to hug her while rubbing her cheeks against Sophia's. Honestly, it was a little awkward for Magna, considering Sophia was sitting on his lap. Suddenly, a pair of tails appeared in front of his face as he heard Luna say, "Isn't Sophia just the cutest?" Luna's tail wagged in his face, gently brushing against his nose and lips. Argo's tail didn't move at all as she said, "You know, I think we've got some pictures of her on our scrolls. Wanna have a peek, Em?" "Yeah, that'd be great, Argo." "Wait a minute, weren't we going to hang out with Yang today?" said Emerald, joy laced in her tone as Magna caught glimpses of her vibrant smile from behind the twins' tails. A loud thud came from the side as Yang's boisterous voice yelled, "That's right. We gotta go quick. The airship to Vale leaves in 10 minutes. We won't make it." Magna suddenly stood up, gently laying Sophia in Amber's lap as he said, "Don't worry, we'll make it. RWBY. Get the trailer." Everyone minus Emerald froze as Ruby's eyes brightened before she zipped out of the room. Emily giggled while watching the girls break out into a cold sweat as Emerald quietly asked, "Why does everyone look so scared?" Just before she could explain, Joshua gently hugged Emily around the waist and smirked, "Don't worry, Emerald. They're not scared, just excited." Emerald deadpanned as she rolled her eyes, "Sure." After a few minutes, Ruby came back, an excited smile on her face as she practically bounced around. Everyone silently funneled outside and Emerald finally came face to face with what was causing everyone dread. What lay before her was a steel trailer rickshaw, fitted with guardrails, a cage and gravity dust crystals. She still didn't get what was wrong as she questioned, "What's so bad about the trailer?" Before Yang could speak, Magna grinned and said, "There's nothing wrong with the trailer. This, pointing towards the trailer, is how we're gonna make it to town before the airship leaves." Argo took a deep breath before bravely hopping into the trailer. Luna had a fearful look on her face as she resigned herself to her fate and followed her sister. Ruby seemed excited as she jumped on, pulling Sophia along with her. Emerald gave the two little girls a weird glance as she said, "I thought those two were staying at home." "Oh, they are," said Emily, "they just want to go for a ride. Don't worry because Magna will bring them back after dropping you girls off." "What about the AI? Oh, right. Magna can fly. I can't believe I almost forgot that." "Emerald. Hurry up and get in. If we have to suffer, so do you," yelled Argo. Emerald quickly hopped into the trailer when she finally registered what Argo just said. "What do you mean by suffer?" Emerald cautiously asked. Tears gathered in Luna's eyes as she quickly created a thin layer of transparent ice in front of the cage as she stuttered, "Emerald, when Magna starts, you need to keep your mouth closed so you don't accidentally bite your tongue." Understanding suddenly dawned on Emerald as she paled. She tried to stand up as she said, "You know, I think I might just dash," but Yang cut her off as she gave them instead a forced smile, "We all have to suffer, Emerald." Without warning, Magna crossed his fingers, summoning a clone as both Magna's eyes became silver. Hoisting the bar off the ground, the trailer slightly shifted, causing everyone on board to latch onto the guardrail in front of them as Magna jokingly spoke, ladies and ladies, please keep your hands and feet inside the cage at all times and most importantly, have fun." That day, a rumor spread across Patch. A group of wailing women and high-pitched laughter were heard deep into the forest. What caused those sounds were unknown, and searching for the source became a test of courage. Oddly enough, Emerald, Yang and the twins later declined any and all invitations to join the test of courage. "Come on, girls. I said I was sorry." Walking through the city of Vale, Magna followed behind Argo and the girls as he repeatedly apologized. Turns out, no one appreciated his tricks and shortcuts besides the younger passengers. Heck, when they arrived at the docking bay, Emerald ended up slapping him as she held back the urge to throw up. Argo and Yang growled at Magna while Emerald straight up ignored him, opting to chat with Yang. Luna, the gentle soul she was, couldn't stay mad at Magna for long as she nuzzled against his side. "Luna," muttered Magna. Overcome with emotion, Magna dramatically wrapped his arms around the white-haired wolf girl and hugged her into his chest. Luna's face lit up as her tail danced around madly. Since her sister and the others were still mad at Magna, Luna silently decided to take advantage of their anger and get closer to Magna. Suddenly, Luna perked up as she looked towards Argo and said, "Hey sis. Didn't Amber say we could join her on her search and destroy mission? Do you think Emerald and Magna would be able to come along?" Before Argo could answer, Yang latched onto Argo's shoulders as she shook her and yelled, "You guys are going on a mission. You've got to take me along." Magna quickly pulled her off and sighed, "Yang, you know your father doesn't want going on missions. The only reason the girls and I can go is because we listen." "I can listen," roared Yang, her eyes glowing red. Luna quickly blew an icy wind at Yang, cooled her down as Argo rolled her eyes and brutally said, "Yang, if you come with us, you'd end up running off to fight Grim or you'd get into trouble." Both girls glared at each and started butting heads. Emerald walked up to Magna and whispered, "Are they always like that?" Magna gave a long sigh as he nodded, "Yes. Yes they are." Yang's hot-headed and Argo's bold, and they always seem to get into an argument. Both Magna and Emerald reacted quickly as they pulled the two apart. Argo calmed down when she was a certain distance away from Yang while Luna had to nearly freeze her to get her to calm down. Once they were sure that Argo and Yang weren't going to fight in the middle of town, Luna walked over to Magna and tugged on his sleeve. Turning towards the white-haired wolf girl, Magna ruffled her hair and smiled, "What's up? Do you want to join Argo and I? I'm sure Amber wouldn't mind." "Actually, knowing her, she'd be delighted to know that you're coming along," said Luna, whispering the last part to herself. Magna didn't need to think on it as he nodded, "I'd love to join you guys on a mission. And I'm sure Emerald would dash." Suddenly, Magna felt himself being pulled into a pair of very soft and nice-smell pillows. Magna blushed as he released a muffled yell, "Nuna. Why old you ti sop haven hi ase hintu or hest, Luna? I told you to stop shoving my face into your chest." Emerald, whether from jealousy or concern, quickly pulled the pair apart as Magna madly gasped and said, "Air. Sweet, sweet air. Oh how I love to breath." "I didn't hug you that hard," pouted Luna. Once Magna steadied his breathing, he looked over to Luna and said, "By the way, where does the mission take place? Is it on Patch?" "I don't know." "Argo?" said Luna, tilting her head. Argo folded her arms, tapping against her shoulder as she said, "Amber said it's a nameless, medium-sized village in Anima, near the town of Cheyenne. It's just a simple search and destroy mission so it shouldn't take more than a few days. That is, if someone, Magna doesn't get kidnapped," said Argo, grinning when she saw Magna's eyebrows twitch in annoyance. Rolling his eyes, Magna sarcastically said, "Ha ha ha, very funny. It's not like I planned to be kidnapped. Plus, if I didn't get kidnapped I would have never met and saved Emerald." Everyone fell silent for a bit before Emerald broke the silence as she quietly hugged Magna and whispered, "Did I ever thank you for that?" "I think you did. Even if you didn't, you don't really need to since we're family," said Magna with a smile. Pulling back slightly, Emerald shook her head and smiled widely, causing Magna to blush as she said, "No, I definitely do need to thank you. Thanks to you, I have my life back, so thank you, Magna. For saving me." Though Emerald was getting a head start on the others, none of the girls pulled them apart. "She deserves this after what she's been through," was the collective thought of every girl present. Chapter 92. "RWBY, can you please stop reading? I want to go home and have a shower. I start attending Beacon Academy tomorrow, you know," said Luna, holding a bag filled with canisters of ice dust. She was currently wearing an unbuttoned dark navy blue winter jacket over a frilly white shirt, a long black skirt that hugged her figure, black stockings and a pair of gray knee-high boots. In her hair was a crescent moon hairclip that acted as her symbol. Since her semblance revolved around ice, Luna felt the cold more than the average person. Lucky, she wasn't affected by cold temperatures much. However, she didn't like hugging people while her skin was cold, so she opted to wear warmer clothes. RWBY pulled herself from her book, scanning the wolf faunas for a bit as she asked, "Is Magna still burning hot?" Luna sighed and nodded. 3 weeks ago, Magna switched his abilities and with it, came an ungodly heat. So far, Magna could control the damage it did by eating ice dust, something that was thought to be scientifically impossible. It was a shock when Magna literally put the crystal in his mouth and bit down. However, once they noticed that the blistering temperature coming from him started to drop, they realized that ice dust somehow nullified his new ability. Now, Magna need a ice dust-infused milkshake every day. And Luna, being a darling little sweetheart, was currently out to pick up this week's share of ice dust. Sighing, she couldn't help but worry since Yang took Magna with her to find some information on her mother. Magna had told her 3 years ago, during their little hangout, that he was kidnapped by her mother. For a while, he lived among her and her tribe, meeting one of Luna's rivals. June Orchid, a lovely girl that Magna saved from a tribe of bandits. She also really liked Magna. She would latch on to him whenever she could, talking about her day or something she called maiden training. Anyway, Yang took the news rather well, considering she didn't try to threaten Magna to cough up her mother's location. Instead, she told him that she wanted to find her by herself, or else it wouldn't have any meaning. Since that day, Yang's been popping in and out of Vale, tracking down informants and anyone she thought would be able to help. Pulling herself out of her thoughts, Luna was about to talk to RWBY when the sound of the shop door caught her ears. Luna turned to the door in curiosity, only to instantly look away from the door as she made her way to RWBY. Nudging the young reaper, Luna leaned forward and whispered, "Someone's trying to rob the shopkeeper." An excited smile appeared on RWBY's face as she silently took off into another aisle. Luna feigned ignorance, appearing to be extremely engrossed in a magazine on fortune-telling. While Luna pretended to read the magazine, RWBY snuck as close to the counter as she could. Once she was sure she couldn't get any closer, RWBY pulled out her scroll and started recording the group of men. Magna had drilled into her to gather as much information as she could before acting. By recording the thieves as they stole from the shopkeep, she'd be able to hand over her scroll as evidence to the police. Plus, it helped create an alibi for what was about to happen. Lightly tapping his cigar, the man who seemed to be the boss straightened his bowler hat and sneered, "Do you have any idea how hard it is to find a dust shop open this late?" The lackeys beside him all pulled out a pistol and aimed at the shopkeep, scaring him as he fearful stuttered, "Please just take the lean and leave." A light chuckle escaped the snazzy thief as he smirked, "Shoo, calm down, we're not here for your money." He smiled when the shopkeep seemed to relax. However, that relaxed manner completely disappeared when the thief motioned for his lackeys and said, "Grab the dust." The lackeys quickly fanned out, grabbing all the dust they could. Anyone with half a brain could tell they were prepared as they had all the equipment needed to handle any form of dust. Shards, crystals, uncut. They were so prepared that it only took a minute for them to clean out the store. While one of the thugs were clearing out the dust storage at the back of the shop, he noticed a figure reading what appeared to be a magazine. The thug swaggered over as he bumped the gun barrel against the figure's back, "Hands up, kid. I'll be taking that bag." The figure turned around, displaying the most confused look ever as she said, "Are you robbing me?" The thug rolled his eyes and smirked, "No shit. Now hands where I can see, M." The suddenly smiled as she ignored him and yelled, "You get all that, RWBY?" Before the man could make sense of what was happening, his face was greeted by a pair of black boots as he was sent flying out the window. RWBY grinned as he held her scroll in her hand and said, "Yep. I recorded it all." Luna smiled back as she said, "Great. Let's take care of the rest of these idiots then." Both girls nodded before jumping out the window, flipping a few times in the air before landing in a pose. Just to annoy them even further, both girls smirked at the thief and his crew, taunting them to "come get some." The thief could only stare at them, dumbfounded, as he numbly muttered, "Well. Get them." The thugs quickly mustered their courage and ran outside, charging towards the girls. Luna quickly stood back as she smiled, "Show me how much you've grown, RWBY. I want to see if you can remember anything Magna taught you." RWBY gave Luna a playful salute before transforming Crescent Rose into its sniper form. Once the thugs came into range, RWBY ran forward using her semblance, shrouding her attack in a curtain of petals as she slammed the compact weapon down on the blinded thug's head. The thug she hit instantly went down and couldn't even attempt getting up as he was knocked out cold. Still taking advantage of her blanketed assault, RWBY skillfully dodged an incoming fist before dropping down to the ground for a leg sweep. What the? Dash. Just as the thug hit the ground, RWBY cartwheeled backwards only to leap forward and he'll drop the thug in the face. 3 down, 3 to go. Mused RWBY as she mech shifted her weapon into Scythe form. One thug opted to ditch his now busted pistol in favor of his machete, blindly swinging at RWBY's figure. RWBY rolled her eyes as she easily slipped through the gaps, dodging the thug's attack. Just as she was about to attack, a cold aura spread out behind her as the sound of a gun being fired rang out. Turning around, RWBY saw Luna looking at her, a slight disappointment look on her face as the wolf fauna said, "Be careful, RWBY. You're not the only one using a gun in this fight." The thug that shot at RWBY quickly flicked his sights over to Luna as he rapidly laid out a barrage of bullets. Once she saw the thug point his gun at her, Luna acted on instinct and spun while activating her semblance. A cocoon of ice sprang to life around her, easily blocking the bullets. Coming to a halt, Luna smiled before pushing her arms outwards, causing the ice cocoon to explode, colliding with the last 3 thugs. RWBY pouted, "I would have been fine, Luna." Luna hugged the small girl, earning her a groan as she said, "I know. But it's good that you didn't get hurt in the first place." RWBY tried to speak, but her voice was muffled by the huge mounds of flesh her face was being crushed with. Despair appearing in her eyes when she unconsciously compared her modest chest to Luna's. The 2 girls were quickly brought out of their moment as the thief slowly walked over. He eyed his henchman and sighed as he said, "You were worth every cent, truly you were." The thief pulled his cigar out of his mouth and dropped it on the ground, crushing it with his cane as he said, "Well, red and white. I think we can all agree that it's been an eventful evening, but this." Aiming his cane at the pair, the bottom popped off as he smirked, "is where we part ways." A single flare shot from the cane, barreling towards the pair. Luna quickly acted as she channeled her aura into her lungs and howled. A blue wave echoed out from her mouth, freezing the flare and everything else in front of her. Panting slightly, Luna hastily deactivated her aura and sighed. "You alright, RWBY?" "Why yeah, I'm fine," said RWBY. "Hey Mr. Shopkeeper. Do you mind if we go after him?" The old man simply nodded. RWBY smiled brightly while Luna shook her head and chuckled at her friend's liveliness. Luna quickly ran towards the building and leapt onto the roof while RWBY jumped into the air and used her sniper's recoil to propel her upwards. Both girls skidded across the rooftop as RWBY screamed, "Stop." "Persistent," hissed the thief, clicking his tongue in annoyance. Before the girls could move to apprehend the thief, an airship flew up from an empty lot. Tipping his hat to the pair, the thief expertly leapt into the airship as he took potshots. Obviously, none of the shots hit their intended target, but that didn't really matter when the bullets he shot were explosive flares. The girls could only dodge, waiting for an opening to attack back. Their waiting finally paid off a few seconds later as a metallic click rang out, signifying that the thief was now out of ammo. Ignoring his curses, except RWBY, who screamed out, "Swear jar," Luna took a deep breath in as she leapt towards the airship, her hands glowing an icy blue. The pilot tried to take off but RWBY quickly fired at the cockpit, distracting the pilot long enough for Luna to smash her hands against the hull. At first nothing happened. Then, a small layer of ice started to build up on the outside. The thief would have laughed at her attempt to stop them if it wasn't for the fact that the entire airship slowly started to freeze over. Suddenly, another person showed up on the roof. The new arrival was a woman holding a riding crop, wearing a white blouse and a black skirt. Her face screamed, "Discipline," as she glared at the airship. The lady gently adjusted her glasses before simply waving her riding crop, launching a barrage of what seemed to be roof tiles. The tiles slammed against the airship, putting a few holes in the frozen exterior. "We've got a huntress!" screamed the thief. RWBY was in awe, staring at the huntress while Luna frowned when she saw someone appear in place of thief that ran to the cockpit. The figure was covered in shadows, her bright amber eyes the only thing visible. Suddenly, the dress the figure was wearing lit up as a ball of flames rocked towards them. Luna's eyes opened wide as she quickly jumped in front of RWBY and swung her tail, creating a thick wall of ice. Sadly, the wall wasn't strong enough to as it shattered the moment the fireball collided with it. Panting lightly, Luna was about to create another when the huntress walked in front of her. The huntress waved her arm once more, her purple aura flaring into existence as the shard and remains of the wall and the rooftop solidified into a jagged spear. The huntress calmly launched the spear forward to meet the onslaught of fireballs. Though the spear broke and melted the moment it met a fireball, it would reform into 2, slightly smaller spears. By the time it was about to reach the airship, there were at least 12 spears circling the ship. Some of the spears drilled into the side of the airship, beating it up even more while the others tried to target the thief. Obviously, the thief wasn't going to take this lying down as he swerved left and right, narrowly dodging the spears that tried to impale him. "If you got something that can take them out, do it now. This ship is about to sink and I still like being a free man," screamed the thief. The figure rolled her eyes as she gathered her aura and pointed towards the huntress. Luna noticed that the ground beneath her lit up as she grabbed RWBY and leapt back. The huntress, seeing that Luna and RWBY were safe, easily maneuvered across the spots on the ground as they erupted into pillars of flames. "RWBY!" screamed Luna, "lay down some covering fire." Seeing Luna shot forward, RWBY quick mech shifted her 60 back into gun form, launching shot after shot at the figure. Sadly, her shots were rather easily blocked by the figure's hand. However, it distracted her long enough for Luna to launch herself at airship. Unlike the last time she attacked the airship, Luna's tail and hair glistened in an ethereal white glow, her icy blue eyes shining in the night, leaving light trails as she collided against the hull. RWBY panicked seeing Luna's current form as she zipped over to the Huntress. She gave her no time to prepare herself as RWBY pleaded, "Please. You've got to pull Luna back. She can't hold that form for too long. It eats up her aura like crazy." The Huntress's face hardened as she lightly nodded, swinging her riding crop as a light purple glow surrounded Luna. And at just the right time too. The moment Luna became encased in the Huntress's semblance, the ethereal glow surrounding Luna disappeared as her eyes drooped in fatigue. She still had some aura left, but the consumption left her feeling exhausted. However, when she viewed the damage she did to the airship, Luna couldn't help but chuckle. What she just used was a trump card she and her sister created. Her version was called Eclipse, and it basically made her become the living embodiment of the freezing point. It pushed her semblance to its limit, forcing her body to emit a temperature much colder than usual. The obvious drawback was that this form ate up aura like a fat man at McDonald's. Anyway, the airship was barely holding together. Black smoke bellowed out from the engine as the thief yelled, "We need to leave now." The figure seemed to agree as she closed her eyes, gathered copious amounts of aura into a ball as a wave of flames exploded out from the airship. RWBY, Luna, and Huntress were pushed back to the edge of the roof as the airship quickly made its getaway. Once she stabilized herself, RWBY aimed her sniper at the airship and fired, sadly missing as the airship escaped. A cute sigh of frustration escaped RWBY's lips. However, not even a second later, RWBY seemed to completely forget about the battle that just happened as she ran over to the Huntress, her eyes shining like stars. "You're a Huntress, can I have your autograph?" Currently, both RWBY and Luna were being lifted off the ground by the Huntress's semblance, which they learned was telekinesis. The Huntress was not amused by RWBY or Luna's actions as she instantly put them into a bubble and started dragging them to the police station for question. Not only that, but after they were finished, the police would have to inform their parents about their actions and come and get them. Luna was not looking forward to that. "At least this can't get any worse," mused Luna. The Huntress opened the door to the police station, only to stop as a boy and girl stood in front of them, being berated by an officer. "Property damage, assault, underage drinking. What were you kids thinking?" screamed the officer. The boy sheepishly raised his hand and said, "Technically, I didn't drink any alcohol. I only ordered some orange juice. Plus, those sluts deserved the beating I gave them," yelled the girl. "That's besides the point. Cough cough." The police officer seemed to notice the people at the door as he said, "You two, wait there while we contact your parents. Miss Goodwitch, may I know the reason for your visit?" Miss Goodwitch nodded and placed the pair down and walked off with the officer. The boy and girl froze once they saw the new arrivals as the boy blinked and muttered, "Luna." Luna wryly smiled as she waved, wincing slightly as she nervously chuckled, "Hey Magna." The boy and girl were two people that Luna and RWBY knew very well. One was Magna Opus, Luna's brother in everything but blood, and the other was young Xiaolong, RWBY's half-sister. RWBY, being the excited little cookie monster she was, quickly latched onto Magna, blurted out what happened to them, from the start of the robbery to finish. She would have showed them the video, if it wasn't for the fact that her scroll was confiscated from her when she mentioned to the Huntress that she recorded the robbery. After RWBY finished explaining, Luna eyed Magna and Young curiously as she asked, "What did you two do to get yourselves arrested? I thought you guys were meeting up with someone." Magna couldn't help but smile wryly as he said, "Well." Chapter 93. 1 hour prior to the robbery, Magna's POV. Magna was currently hugging Young from behind while cruising through Vale on her custom motorbike she lovingly named, Bumblebee. "Young, why am I here?" asked Magna. Young lightly chuckled, her hair waving in the wind as she replied, "You're gonna help me get some info on my mom. Uncle Crow said that you know the guy I'm going to see." Sighing, Magna couldn't help but curse Crow. Not only did he want to get some rest for tomorrow, but his latest cluster was dangerous, even if he managed to control it with dust. However, it wasn't all bad. When he unlocked this certain cluster, Magna almost exploded with joy and excitement as his otaku side tried to rear its head. This certain cluster contained the memories of the lion's sin of pride, Escaner. Funnily enough, Escaner's cluster had only one ability: the glorious power of sunshine. With it, Magna slowly became stronger the higher sun was in the sky. Not only did his body grow in size and muscle mass, but his aura reserves grew as well. It came as quite a surprise to Magna when his aura reserves grew, though he was thankful for it due to the fact that any of Escaner's abilities took up way too much aura. Luckily, Magna found a way to manage his forced transformation. Somehow, by eating ice dust, his body wouldn't transform unless he willed himself to. Though his aura reserves still grew and the effects only lasted 24 hours. Anyway, Magna and Yang came to a stop in the shadier part of Vale. Looking up, Magna sighed as he said, "You're looking for Junior, aren't you?" "Yup. Apparently, he knows where the Branwen tribe set up camp," said Yang as she hopped off Bumblebee. Magna hopped off as well and followed behind her as she made her way through the back alleys of Vale. Halfway there, Magna became suspicious of her since she hasn't stopped once to check if they were going the right way. Then it hit Magna as he grinned and said, "You've been to Junior's before, haven't you, Yang?" She stopped in her tracks and had the decency to blush as she nervously chuckled, "Well, Junior is the only club owner who serves me alcohol. Anywhere else and they ask me for my ID." Nodding, Magna said, "Yeah, that's Junior all right. As long as it won't come back to bite him in the ass, Junior would do just about anything for money." Truth be told, Magna has been to Junior's before. Crow tends to drag him to the club when he wants a drink and Magna got to know the man behind the bar. Junior was pretty chill for a mob boss. His lackeys, however, were rather simple. Heck, most of them didn't even have their aura unlocked and had no formal training whatsoever. "We're here," said Yang in a singing tone, pull Magna from his thoughts. Staring at the large warehouse door in front of him, Magna was about to say something when Yang grabbed him by the arm and dragged him inside. The first thing that greeted Magna when he stepped through the door was the blaring sound of music and the smell of alcohol and sweat. Everywhere he looked, he saw people drinking and dancing. He also noticed a pair of twins dancing on the dance floor. Yang continued to drag him through the dance floor, all the way to the bar. Flipping her hair out of her face, Yang tapped the bar top and grinned, "Hey, Junior. How's it yanging?" Junior, who stood behind the bar while wiping a glass, rolled his eyes as he said, "Blondie, I thought I told you that you weren't welcome here." Magna looked over at Yang, raising his eyebrow as he said, "Wait, you never told me you were banned from here?" Yang blushed as Junior turned to him and smirked, "Yeah, she ended up drunk a week ago and got into bar fight. Took days to clean up and my bank account became a few zeros lighter. But enough of that. Why are you here, Magna? And with Blondie, no less. You usually only come round with that dusty old drunk." Seeing red flashing in Yang's eyes, Magna silently grabbed her wrist as he smiled, "Yang here is a friend of mine. She needed some info on something and her uncle, the dusty old crow, tipped her off to you." Magna was actually a little surprised that Crow told her that Junior knew about her mother's tribe, but he knew why he did. Raven has actually been keeping in touch with not only himself but Crow as well. She explicitly told them that while she didn't want them taking Yang to her directly, she would talk it out if Yang came and found her. The Branwen twins had talked it out with each other and Crow convinced Raven that what she did was wrong and that Yang needed closure. Anyway, Magna and Yang carefully eyed Junior as he glared at them while scrubbing a glass. After a few minutes of silence, Junior sighed, "Fine. Because you asked Magna, I'll tell Blondie all I know. However, it'll cost you." Magna smiled as he pulled his wallet out and said, "How much?" To his surprise, Junior shook his head and pointed to the dance floor. Or more specifically, at the twins he passed on the way in. "You know, my nieces haven't stopped talking about you ever since you saved them." Smirked Junior, "All I ask is you hang out with them for the night. Do that and I'll tell Blonde here everything she wants to know." Yang's eyes turned a bloodthirsty red as her aura almost exploded out from her body. However, Magna quickly held her back and said to Junior, "Is that all you want? There's no hidden agenda or something?" Rolling his eyes, Junior sighed and leaned towards the pair, "Look kid, I'm going to be brutally honest with you. My nieces don't have any friends around their age and their upbringing wasn't the best." Looking over at the twins, Junior's eyes softened as he continued, "They don't complain about it or anything but the only people they talk to are the patrons of my club or my lackeys. And that made them, for a lack of better words, awkward. I'm just worried that they wouldn't know how to act around people their own age. How would they go about getting a boyfriend? Or getting married? They might end up with one of the sacks of shit that come through here and that scares the absolute shit out of me." Hear Junior's confession, Yang cooled down as she gave the man an understanding nod. Even with Magna's intervention, RWBY still ended up becoming an awkward and shy girl. She was fine around people she knew, but when she meets new people, she acts like she's been hit over the head with a silly stick. She becomes awkward and quick to fawn over her weapon in hopes that the person she's talking to likes weapons almost as much as she did. Luckily, Magna and Emerald managed to curb some of her awkward tendencies. Looking over at Junior, Magna was silent for a few seconds before sighing as he said, "Fine. Tell Yang all she needs to know and I'll hang out with your nieces. But I can't stay all night cause I've got something else to do tonight." "I'll take it. I know how important the first day is, considering I used to be a huntsman myself. Now go talk to my nieces and I'll give Blonde what she wants." However. Suddenly, Junior reached over the counter and pulled Magna towards him until he was a few inches away from him as he whispered, "No touching my nieces, alright? I'll ignore it if they touch you first, but the moment you touch them, I'll shove a rocket up your ass. Got it?" Magna didn't feel threatened at all due to Escaner's cluster affecting his sense of pride. However, he wanted to relieve the man of his worries as he pulled himself away from him and said, "You have my word, Junior. I won't touch your nieces inappropriately." Junior stared at him for a few seconds before nodding as he waved his arms and growled, "Then get to it. If they want anything, just tell me and I'll get a bouncer to send it over." Magna nodded. Hoisting himself off his chair, Magna slowly made his way through the crowd towards the twins. Yang's eyes were still red as she watched Magna walk towards the twins. Turning towards Junior, she saw him grin as he said, "So, Blondie, what do you want to know?" As Magna made his way towards the twins, he signed as he thought to himself, "I don't actually know that much about the twins, they were barely shown in the anime so." Suddenly, Magna was forcefully brought out of his thoughts as a dainty hand landed on his shoulder. "Miltia, isn't this the boy who saved us from those drunk assholes a few weeks ago?" Another voice spoke from his side as an arm snaked its way around his arm. "Melanie, I think you're right. Hey, what's a guy like you doing in a place like this?" Turning around, Magna came face to face with a pair of twins. One wore a white dress with a cyan tint while the other wore a red dress with a black sash wrapped around her waist. In each twin's hair was a unique hair clip. The one in white had a white flower motif while the other had a large red feather surrounding by smaller white and red feathers. Coughing into his free hand, Magna wryly smiled to the twins and said, Hey, I'm just making sure a friend of mine doesn't get herself arrested." The twins followed Magna's eyes and smirked when they saw Yang. "Babysitting the blonde bimbo?" said Melanie as she pushed her body against Magna. Miltia let her hands wander around Magna's torso as she leaned in close and purred, "Why don't you just stay here with us? I'm sure we would be better company than her." Magna, uncomfortable by their insistent flirting, gently pulled himself from their grasp as he smiled, "I'm sorry ladies, but I've been friends with Yang since I was 8, so there's no way I'm gonna ditch her. But I don't mind getting to know you too." Melanie and Miltia huddled together under Magna's confused gaze and started talking. "Mel, this wasn't supposed to happen. Didn't those ladies say that all you had to do to get a man's attention was to push your assets against them?" "That they did, Tia. I'm as confused as you. Maybe he's gay? Wanna ask?" "Sure." Breaking apart, Melanie turned towards Magna and asked, "Are you gay?" Magna's eyes twitched, "No. I guarantee that I'm interested in girls." The twins huddled up once again as Melanie said, "He said he's straight." "Then why did he pull away from us?" Magna couldn't take it anymore as he coughed, gaining the twins' attention as he said, "Maybe it's because I don't know you girls that well." Melanie and Miltia jumped in shock, pulling away from each other. After a few seconds, the twins managed to calm down as Melanie glared at him. "Eavesdropping on a private conversation is so not cool." Miltia didn't share her sister's glare but nodded, agreeing with her sister. Magna rolled his eyes and sarcastically said, "Yeah, 'cause chatting about someone in front of them is private. Melanie's glare faltered as they both blush. Seeing this, Magna sighed, "Look, just because you pushed your assets against me doesn't mean I'm gonna start fawning over you. Instead of doing that to get my attention, how about we just sit down and talk?" Miltia looked over into her sister's eyes as they fell silent for a few seconds. Magna couldn't help but chuckle as he mused to himself, this must be the famous twin telepathy. After a minute, Melanie turned away from Miltia and stared at Magna, a curious light in her eyes as she said, "Do you wanna, chat? With me and my sister?" "Sure," said Magna, sitting next to them as he smiled. "What did you girls want to talk about?" For half an hour, Magna and the twins tuned out the blaring music and the thunderous cheers and screams from the dance floor as they talked. Well, the twins did most of the talking as this was the first time they could talk to someone around their age. Magna, however, was delighted to just listen, occasionally adding in his comment here and there. Just as they were talking about a few restaurants around Vale and Atlas, Magna felt someone tap on his shoulder. Looking over, Magna saw Yang impatiently tapping her foot on the ground, her eyes glowing red as she huffed, "I'm done, Magna. Let's go." Magna shrugged and moved to get up when two pairs of hands latched onto his arm and pulled him back into the seat, falling against what seemed to be a very soft and warm pillow. Well, he thought it was a pillow until an arm draped over him as Melanie's voice purred, "Don't go yet, Magna. The night's just getting started." Another hand snaked its way onto his lap as it started trailing up and down his leg as Miltia pushed herself against him. "Why don't you ditch the dumb blonde and hang with us? We could have a very fun time." Yang's aura exploded as she roared, "That's it. You sluts better take your hands off my man or else." The building shook as the music playing in the background suddenly got stuck on loop. Annoyed, Yang pumped her fist, causing Ember Celica to transform on her wrist and fire. As the DJ booth exploded, Junior jumped up from behind the counter and roared, "Blondie! What the hell? I told you everything I know and this is how you repay me." Without warning, 20 thugs holding swords charged towards the burning blonde. However, Yang's anger was through the roof as she drilled her fist into one of the guards before proceeding to use that guard as a weapon. The thugs screamed like little girls as Yang bulldozed through them. Once the thugs were down, she turned towards the twins and screamed as she leapt at them like a flaming meteor. The twins nodded to each other as Melanie leapt towards Yang to intercept. Miltia, on the other hand, tapped Magna's cheek as she smiled, "Why don't you sit back and watch the show? My sister and I will be back before you know it." Suddenly, Melanie came flying towards them and crashed into Miltia, pushing them both onto Magna. With his face buried deep into a fleshy valley and his hand cupping another, Magna was stunned as the twins elected to let out a sensual moan. Junior glared at him with bloodshot eyes as he roared, "No one touches my nieces." The man ditched his rocket launcher and bolted towards Magna. Before Magna could defend himself, an aura-clad fist drove into his face. However, Magna didn't even move a centimeter as the heat in the club doubled. Oh, muttered Yang as she slowly tried to back away. Gently brushing Junior's fist away, Magna gave the man a bored look as he softly said, "My turn." As Magna reeled back his fist, Junior felt that something bad was about to happen yet his body couldn't move a single inch. Suddenly, Magna's fist gently connected with his chest. Pain. That was all Junior could feel as he hurtled through the air, through the bar and through the wall into another store. He didn't stop however as he kept flying through said store until he burst through the other side and slammed into another store's wall. The twins snapped out of their shock as they shot towards Junior as they screamed, "Uncle." Magna blinked as his bored look disappeared. Looking over the destruction, Magna put one and one together as he sheepishly grinned, "Ha ha ha, my bad." Needless to say, the thugs didn't take well to what he did to their boss. They launched themselves at him, only to be swatted away by Yang. The pair suddenly found themselves back to back as Yang chuckled, "If only all Sunday nights ended up like this, then they'd be my fun day." Get it? Magna gagged, "You could definitely do better, Yang." Yang clicked her tongue and muttered, "Everyone's a critic." The pair brawled with waves and waved of thugs. Eventually, the twins returned with renewed vigor as they gracefully attacked the pair with perfect teamwork. Heck, Yang couldn't even land a hit on them while Magna was reluctant to actually hit them. After a few missed attacks, Yang angrily growled as she exploded towards the closest twin, Melanie. With a deafening war cry, Yang maneuvered around Melanie's attack and drove her fist deep into her stomach. The twin wearing white collapsed to the ground in tears as she painfully emptied her stomach contents on the ground. Luckily, Yang moved back before the throw-up could get on her back. Watching the girl throw up made her reluctant to fight the white-dressed twin any further. "Mel!" screamed Miltia as she ran over to her sister, dropping her bladed claws as a worried look appeared on her face. Just as Magna was about to move towards Melanie to check if she was okay, the door flew open as 10 police officers flooded into the room. "Freeze! Nobody move," said the man who appeared to be the lieutenant. A thug ran in after them as he pointed towards Magna and Yang, "There they are, officer. They're the jerks who destroyed my boss's club." The lieutenant eyed them as he roared, "Arrest them." The officers nodded as they quickly detained Magna and Yang. The blonde bombshell almost tried to break out but Magna quickly stopped her as he explained that doing so would make her a criminal. Once they were comfortable inside the police car, Magna broke the silence between them as he grinned and said, "I didn't know I was your man, Yang. Why is that news to me?" Yang tried and failed to stop herself from blushing as she turned away and said, I was just spouting nonsense in the heat of the moment." Magna smirked as he murmured, "Sure." Yang suddenly slammed her cuffed hands into Magna's stomach as she said, "Nice try, hotshot. But you won't be getting one over little ol' me." Magna didn't really feel the hit but he acted like he did to appease the blonde as he hissed, "Yes ma'am." Before Magna could sit up, Yang's hand grabbed Magna by the balls as she said, "I think you mean, yes sir." Magna gulped as he spluttered, "Why yes sir." Just as Yang was about to reply, her hand felt around his crotch and she froze. Magna was blushing up a storm as Yang looked at him, then back to her hand. After a few minutes of her switching between looking at her hand and at him, her face became as red as her eyes when she's angry as gulped, "Yang, that's long." The rest of the ride to the police station was quiet as both teens suddenly found themselves unable to look each other in the eye. Then, when we got to the station, the officers questioned us on why we were at a bar and why we started a brawl. After that, they just told us to wait while they contact our parents," said Magna as he finished explaining how they ended up in the police station. Obviously, he left out the part about what happened in the car. They didn't need to know that, and he was still quite embarrassed about what happened. Both girls stared at Yang with a deadpan expression before turning to Magna with the same expression. After a few minutes, Ruby sighed as she poked Yang and moaned, "Yanin, you have to stop destroying clubs. This is like, the fourth one this year." Luna's eyes widened slightly as she said, "But we're only a quarter of the way through the year." "Exactly," screamed Ruby, "but she's somehow managed to destroy 4 bars in this small amount of time." Yang nervously chuckled as she said, "Don't forget the 2 gyms that I'm now banned from." Magna gave the blonde a deadpan look as he said, "You're banned from 2 different gyms?" "Yup," Yang said nervously. "They were holding a few sparring matches between gyms and one of the guys managed to pull out a few strands of my hair. I kinda went berserk and showed them why I'm the little sunny dragon. Magna, Ruby, and Luna all facepalmed as he said, "We need to work on your anger issues." Yang couldn't really say anything back as she nervously chuckled while fidgeting with her fingers. Suddenly, the door to the police station flew open as Tyrion, accompanied by Magna's parents, Emily and Joshua, barged inside and roared, "Where's my little baby?" The parents instantly locked onto their children as they raced over. Magna couldn't even move a single inch as Emily instantly appeared in front of him and hugged him deep into her chest. Tyrion, once he was close enough, noticed Ruby as he asked in worry, "Ruby? What are you doing here? Please don't tell me you were arrested as well. Not my innocent little cookie monster." Ruby blushed at her dad's actions as she sped towards him and closed his mouth. Dad. "Be quiet. I didn't get arrested. Luna and I helped stop a robbery." While the parents were fussing over their children, Glinda stepped out from the office as she said, "Miss Rose, Miss SKLL, smiled Luna SKLL. Magna smiled at the white-haired wolf girl. A few weeks after Emerald's kidnapping, Emily and Joshua had offered to adopt the twins, which they happily agreed to. However, Argo and Luna took on the names of their mother and father as their last names instead of Emily's or Joshua's last name. Luna took their father's name, SKLL, as her last name while Argo took their mother's name, Hattie. Glinda nodded as she continued, "Would the 2 of you please follow me into the questioning room? Someone important would like to have a word with you about your antics." Ruby nervous rubbed her arm as she walked into the room while Luna quickly gave Magna and her adopted parents a hug before following behind the nervous little Red Riding Hood. Once the pair were gone, Magna and Yang turned to leave when a hand landed on their shoulders. Both teens flinched and shakily turned back, only to be greeted by their parents. Taeyang's forehead seemed ready to burst with all the throbbing blood vessels while Emily was glaring at Magna as her aura angrily flared around her. Magna and Yang could only sit on the ground as their parents berated them until Ruby and Luna left the interrogation room. Both girls had happy smiled on their face as they flashed everyone a look that said, "I know something that you don't and I won't tell you." Magna, however, didn't really care as he knew that they happy because Ruby was accepted into Beacon early. Instead, he prepared himself for tonight because he had a promise with a certain amber-eyed huntress that he had to keep. Chapter 94. It was late into the night when Magna made it home. Luna almost immediately went to her room to rest, leaving Magna with his parents. Joshua yawned as he tiredly walked to bed while Emily looked over at her son and smiled. "Good night, Magna," said Emily as she kissed him on the cheek. Magna watched his mother silently walk off to her room before sighing. Fixing his clothes, Magna took a deep breath before muttering to himself, "Let's do this." Quietly, Magna tiptoed through his house until he came across Amber's bedroom. Light shone from under the door as he could hear the sound of someone tapping against a geek from behind the door. Lightly knocking in the door, Magna was surprised when the door silently flew open as Amber, dressed in the black floral design nightgown, grabbed him by the shoulder and dragged him inside. She practically zoomed through the room and placed Magna onto her bed before shooting back to the door and locking it shut. Amber lightly flicked a few strands of hair out of her face as she blushed and awkwardly said, "Hi Magna, I guess you're here to make good on our promise, right?" Magna gulped, his eyes wandering Amber's body as he noticed that her nightgown was a little too small to cover all of her. Her nightgown hugged her body as it ended just around the middle of her thighs. "Why yeah. I promised that if I returned your feelings towards me, then I'd visit you the night before I leave to Beacon," replied Magna as he tried, and failed, to not stare at her thighs. Amber released a soft sigh, blushing as she shyly walked over and sat next to him. The pair remained silent for a few seconds before Amber broke the silence as she murmured, "What am I doing?" "Amber? What's wrong?" asked Magna. Sighing, Amber fell back onto her bed and covered her face with her palms. "What was I thinking? You're probably here to let me down, right? I'm nothing but an old lady now and I don't even have a stable job. Heck, I don't even have a place to stay. I'm just bumming it at your parents' house. Gods, you must think I'm pathetic." Stunned, That was all Magna could feel as he watched Amber break down into tears. Her shoulder trembled as she sat up and flashed him a shaky smile, though her hands still covered most of her face. It's fine, Magna. Really? I've gotten old and dash. Before she could continue putting herself down, Magna lunged at her, pushing her back down onto the bed. Hey! What the dash? She tried to speak again, only for Magna to cut her off once more as he pulled her hands away from her face before greedily claiming her lips. W8 dash. Magna, wait a sec dash. Hey, I'm serious dash. Every time Amber tried to stop him, Magna just pressed forward as he claimed her soft, pillowy lips. After a few minutes, Magna pulled away, leaving a transparent string of saliva between them. Amber's chest heaved up and down as she panted, a thin layer of sweat coating her body, causing her nightgown to hug her body even closer. She heavily blushed as she pouted. What was that for? I thought you were gonna reject me. Magna rolled his eyes. Why would you think that? Amber shyly squirmed around as she said, like I just said, I'm an old lady with no job. I dash. That's enough of that. Interrupted Magna as he glared at her. You have a job, Amber. You're the writer of a famous novel and an accomplished huntress. A blush spread across Amber's face as she turned away and said, My novel doesn't count. Yes it does. Said Magna, I still don't know what your book's about but it definitely counts as you having a job. Magna slowly cupped Amber's face, gently pulling her face upwards as he stared affectionately into her eyes. You've been paying my parents back every week for the last 9 years. And don't lie to me, my mum already sold you out. What? Shouted Amber as her eyes opened wide in shock. That's not all. You've also been helping around the house, taking care of my sisters and I when we had the flu and much more. If it wasn't due to the promise we made, I would have pushed you down when I was 15. Tears built up in Amber's eyes. She frantically tried to wipe away her tears but they continued to spill from her eyes. Magna couldn't help himself as he gently embraced Amber and repeatedly kissed away her tears. After a few minutes, Amber finally stopped crying as she leaned into Magna's chest. Suddenly, Amber's breath hitched in her throat as she felt a hand snake its way around her waist. Blushing, she looked up at Magna's face and whispered, Magna, do you want me? She could hear his heart start in his chest as heat began to spread through his body. Amber tried to bury herself deeper into Magna's chest as the warmth she was feeling from him was just too comfortable. Making up his mind, Magna gently hugged the woman in his embrace closer as he whispered into her ear, Yeah, I do. Looking down at her from above, Magna chuckled to himself as her ears turned red, her voice coming out barely loud enough for him to hear as she whispered, Oh. Magna forced himself to calm down as he pried her from his chest and gently pushed her down onto the bed. Her form oozed feminine charm, her chest heaving up and down as her eyes refused to meet with his. The nightgown she was wearing did nothing to hide her excitement as 2 small bumps stood erect on her chest. Moving toward her lips, Magna littered her with kisses as he chuckled, I guess I'm not the only one who's excited. Amber would have replied but her voice quickly turned into a squeak as Magna lightly pinched her nipple. Her legs squirmed around on the bed as she tightly gripped the sheets. Magna honestly didn't know what he was doing but her reaction told him that he was going in the right direction. His hands snaked their way across her body and tugged at her nightgown. Kissing her neck, Magna slowly pulled away and smiled, May I? Amber panted as she looked at Magna, then at his hands before nodding. Magna gulped as he steeled his nerves and pulled her nightgown from her body. Then, he froze. Her body was fit and toned. She had 0 scars, thanks to his occasional healing, and her lightly tanned skin seemed to softly glow. Heck, even her tan lines seemed to get to him. Magna directed his gaze towards her chest and let loose a heated breath. Atop a pair of pale peaks lay a small pink protrusion, surrounded by a ring of pink. Amber instinctively covered her chest as she shyly muttered, Don't stare at me for too long, dummy. What is this cute creature? Magna internally screamed. Magna quickly moved forward and showered the shy woman with kisses as he gently pried her arms away from her chest. Amber's breast lightly giggled once they were free, turning Magna on even further as he gently grabbed her chest. Amber moaned as her back arched off the bed, her legs dragging the sheets off the bed. Magna moved a hand to her panties but Amber quickly stopped him as she grabbed his hand and said, Wait. I don't want to be the only one who's naked. Before Magna could reply, Amber precisely flipped their positions on the bed. Magna could see the lust in her eyes, no doubt that she was able to see the same thing in his. Her hands quickly went to work as they pulled Magna's shirt off, revealing the body that Magna has sculpted over the last 9 years. His body screamed, Adonis, as she unconsciously found her hands tracing over his six-pack and chest. Magna felt a little squirming with her hands running over his body but it also turned him on. Then, Amber's eyes drifted downwards. She gasped at the bulge in Magna's pants before muttering to herself, It's huge. Magna heard her mutter and couldn't stop the feeling of pride welling through him. Though that feeling quickly turned into embarrassment when Amber undid his belt and went to pull off his pants. W8. Screamed Magna. Sadly for him, it was too late as Amber easily slipped his pants and underwear off. Magna blushed in embarrassment while Amber stared at his crotch with wide eyes as 8 inches sprung out from his pants. This was the first time Magna's ever shown his dick to another person. He knew that he had nothing to be embarrassed about, but he couldn't help it. Hell, Magna felt that fighting Grimm was easier and less stressful than this. Luckily, his fears and nerves were quickly put to rest as Amber nervously muttered, "That's really big." Gulp. Magna looked through the gaps of his hand and became stunned. Amber had the sluttiest, most lustful look Magna's ever seen. Porn and hentai from his first life had nothing on her. While Magna was in shock, Amber felt a warmth start to spread through her lower body as she gently grasped Magna's dick. Feeling the soft hand around his shaft quickly pulled Magna from his thoughts as he released a long and heated breath. Amber, seeing Magna's reaction, wanted to bring him more pleasure. Her hand slowly started moving up and down as she slowly sat up and sensual said, "How's that, Magna? Does it feel good?" Magna couldn't reply as he grit his teeth. This was completely different from doing it himself. He felt more turned on than ever before as his body continued to heat up. Soon, the room felt like a sauna as Magna grunted and panted in pleasure. Sweat was building up on Amber's body but her hand didn't stop moving. Never before has Amber been more glad to be a dagger wielder. Thanks to all the training she did with her daggers, her wrists and arms were trained for non-stop movement. A normal girl would have been tired after a few minutes of non-stop pumping, but Amber only felt that the hot room was getting to her. Suddenly, an idea appeared in her head as she grinned mischievously. Her hand stopped moving, causing Magna towards her with a questioning look. His questioning look quickly disappeared though as Amber wrapped her breast around Magna's shaft and squeezed. Her chest bounced up and down while her lips occasionally kissed and licked the head of his dick. Magna twitched as he roughly panted, Amber, I am getting close." His words seemed to light a fire in Amber as she sped up, her sweat acting as a lubricant. Then, without warning, Amber pulled away before taking Magna's dick as deep as she could into her mouth. Magna let loose a throaty growl as he exploded, releasing a thick stream of baby batter into Amber's throat. Surprisingly, Amber didn't gag as she desperately tried to force the last few inches of his dick into her mouth. After a minute, Amber slowly pulled away from Magna's dick and collapsed onto the bed, panting. Magna was faring a little better than her as he panted, "How did you do that?" Amber blushed as she looked away and shyly said, "I was born without a gag reflex." "How was it? Did it feel good?" Magna smiled at her and kissed her forehead, "It felt amazing. I think I should return the favor." Giving her no room to reject, Magna rolled her panting body over as he moved down to her crotch. However, Magna stopped in shock when he saw the dripping wet mess that awaited him. Magna gently pried her soaking wet panties off as a wave of heat hit his face. Her pussy twitched in arousal while her clit seemed so hard that it could split diamonds. With a quick prayer to the gods, Magna moved closer to her steaming entrance and lightly ran a finger over its lips. Amber moaned loudly, meaning he was moving in the right direction. Magna caressed her thigh with one hand while his other tried to find its way around her pussy. The more he touched her, the wetter she became and the louder she moaned. Magna was slightly worried about the noise, but luckily, the only room close to this one was an empty guest room. After a few minutes of working his tongue and fingers, Amber's legs suddenly clamped around his head as she screamed. Her thighs trembled for a few seconds before going completely lax. Magna slowly pulled away from her dripping pussy, his face drenched from the nose down and a stunned expression etched on his face. "She's a squirter," Magna blankly thought to himself. Amber panted on the bed as she twitched every now and then. She forced her body up as she lunged at Magna and straddled him. She rubbed her soaking wet entrance against Magna's dick as she murmured, "It's okay, right? I can stick it in. Please." Magna, seeing no reason to deny her since he was just as turned on as she was, lined up and, with one swift thrust, buried himself to the hilt. Amber screamed again, however, pain was clear in her voice as tears trickled down her face. Magna froze as a look of horror crossed his face. He quickly pulled himself away and looked towards where they were connected and saw blood. Virgin blood. Shit. I am so sorry, Amber. I just lost control and dash. Amber quickly cut him off as she kissed him and said with a smile, It's fine, Magna. I'm a huntress, and I've gone through much worse out in the field. Just take it slowly. It's taking a while for me to get adjusted to having something so big inside." Magna nodded as he layered kiss after kiss on Amber, whispering heartfelt words into her ear. His dick felt like it was inside a furnace as the heat and the pressure were mind-numbing. A few minutes later, Amber suddenly bucked her hips as a sensual moan escaped her lips. Taking this as confirmation, Magna slowly pulled out before thrusting forward. "Fuck!" screamed Amber, her fingers digging into Magna's back. Magna growled as an animalistic drive took over him. He thrust into Amber like a piston as her moans and screams of pleasure fueled him. After a minute or two, Amber was a moaning mess. Her tongue was hanging loosely outside of her mouth as she moaned. Magna, on the other hand, was pounding away like his life depended on it. Hearing Amber's moans seemed to fuel him to do more, bring the pair more and more pleasure. Bringing his hand up, Magna spanked Amber hard, causing her to scream as her pussy tightened around his member like a vice grip. "Hey Amber," panted Magna, "I'm getting close." Even though she was the definition of fucked silly, Amber still heard him. She forced the new sensations of pleasure and pain out of the way as she hugged him and whispered, "Do it inside me." Magna's eyes widened as he hoarsely panted, "Hey, are you sure? What if you get pregnant?" Amber bit her lip in an attempt to fight the mini-orgasm she was feeling. "I don't mind if I get pregnant, but I'll take a morning after pill tomorrow, okay? I just want to know what it feels like." Magna nodded as he started picking up the pace. Amber couldn't fight against the pleasure she was feeling and turned back into a moaning mess. As his thrusts got quicker and quicker, Magna gave a low growl as he roared, "I'm coming." Amber, in response, screamed, "Magna." As her back arched off the bed. Her legs kicked and spasmed as the sheets beneath her became drenched. Amber felt like magma was filling her stomach. But the heat wasn't painful nor was it uncomfortable as she felt complete. When Magna finished releasing his semen, Amber's body dropped back onto the bed as he pulled his member free from her pussy with an audible pop. Unconsciously, Amber started rubbing her stomach as she turned to Magna and smiled, "I love you, Magna." "I love you too," said Magna as he gave Amber a deep and loving kiss. The pair just sat there for a while, basking in the afterglow of what they just did. Then, Magna turned to Amber with a sheepish grin as he scratched his head and said, "Well, wanna go for round 2? Needless to say, the rest of the night was filled with Amber's moans and screams. Around 7 a.m., Magna yawned as he silently exited Amber's room. He had a wide grin on his face and a visible pep to his step. Suddenly, he froze and turned pale as he saw both his parents staring at him as he rounded the corner to their room. Emily and Joshua both had a shit-eating grin on their face as Emily said, "Have a fun night last night, Magna?" Sweat dripped down his forehead as he stuttered, "Why yup. It was a ton of fun hanging out with Yang last night. Nothing else." "Oh," said Joshua, his grin growing even wider, "I could have sworn that you were hanging out with Amber when you got home. Tell me, son. What time did you get to bed?" Before Magna could reply, Joshua cut him off as he said, "Magna, I think that you might want to get a move on. The girls will be up any second now and you reek of sweat and something else." Magna quickly thanked his parents before running off to the bathroom. Left alone, Emily and Joshua glanced at each other and smiled. "You think he knows that his face is covered in lipstick marks?" "Nope. He takes after me on that aspect. I remember when we first had sex, I forgot to wash up and ended up walking outside covered in pink lipstick." Both parents looked at each other and laughed. Chapter 95. Hurry up, Magna. We're gonna be late. A pair of wolf faunus and a mint-haired girl could be seen sprinting down the streets of Patch. Behind them was a young man that panted in exhaustion. "Huff, don't worry, we won't be late. We still have an hour before takeoff," Magna said as he forced himself to catch up. The girls gave him odd looks, wondering why he was tired after a night of sleep. Argo and Luna couldn't smell anything off about him, but that was due to the fact that Magna doused himself in a bottle of strawberry-scented body wash and shampoo. He would have picked something a bit more manly, but his body wash was empty and in his panic, he used his little sister's. A wry smile made its way onto his face as he remembered the pouty tantrum Sophia threw when he told her. Anyway, Magna didn't realize how tired he was until he came out of the shower. It's like his body just became heavier and more lethargic. Even after a hearty breakfast, he felt like taking a nap. Sadly, the airship to Beacon left at around 10 and he really didn't want to miss it. As a tired sigh left his mouth, Magna rolled an ice dust crystal around in his mouth before biting down. A chill swept through his body, as if it was trying to freeze him from the inside out. And it was. But Escaner's power, sunshine, easily fought against the ever-present chill, making his body heat stop at around 40 degrees Celsius. This made him slighter hot than a normal person, but Magna actually liked it since the temperature was starting to drop. Heck, Argo, Luna and Emerald seemed to like it as well since they liked to use him as a portable space heater. As Magna and the girls rounded the corner to the airship pads, Magna winced as the sound of pained screams came from just in front of him. Magna sighed and wryly smiled at the pile of girls on the ground as he said, "Good morning, young, it's nice to see you up so early. I could have sworn that your dad would have kept you up all night, scolding you about the nightclub." Young groaned, whether it was in pain or about Magna's comment he didn't know, and glanced over to Magna. He did. "I'm so tired that I couldn't even react to Argo and the others coming around the corner." Chuckling, Magna made his way over while yawning and slowly helped untangle the pile of girls on the ground. Luna, wearing her coat unbuttoned, lightly dusted herself off before sheepishly turning towards Yang. "Sorry for running into you, Yang. I wasn't paying attention." Her sister, Argo, was wearing what could be considered the complete opposite of her sister. Her shirt was nothing more than a piece of thick, white cloth that completely covered her chest, exposing her stomach. Two dark purple straps held the cloth in place, crisscrossing back and forth down her stomach to her waist, where the straps were tied to her skirt. Her lower half consisted of white, thigh-high skirt with a dark purple sun motif that covered a pair of black jean shorts. A pair of black and purple combat boots and gauntlets doubled as her weapons, glare and tear. The gauntlets, tear, were rather thin and reminiscent of shinobi garb. They used a basic single-weapon mech shift, enabling them to turn from armored gauntlets to a pair of serrated-edged claws. Her combat boots, however, were slightly different. She made them by infusing depleted fire dust into the metal during melting, allowing her shoes to become amplified by her semblance. She was lucky her idea actually worked since the depleted fire dust absorbed the power of her semblance, enabling it to reignite though only for as long as she keeps her semblance and aura active. Anyway, Argo lightly stretched her body out and smiled. "Yeah, sorry about the collision, Sun Dragon. We didn't see you before it was too late." Young rolled her eyes. "Sure you guys just couldn't resist crashing the party." Eh. Emerald, wearing a form-fitting white and green shirt that seemed scarily similar to Argo's, except that it didn't show as much skin, winced. "Dial back the puns, Young. It's too early in the morning for your bad jokes." She shifted uncomfortably for a few seconds before blushing as she grabbed the waistband of her green shorts and moved them back and forth. "Stupid fucking wedgie," muttered Emerald maliciously. Magna yawned. "I hope I can get some sleep on the airship." "So do I," Magna, yawned Young, "but I asked Dad about that and he said that Beacon is only half an hour away from Vale. We probably have an hour, tops, to rest up." "Better than nothing, Young. I swear I'm gonna try and sleep on that airship if it's the last thing I do." Magna swore as a glint of amusement appeared in his eyes. Suddenly, a familiar voice spoke from behind him. "Sadly, Magna, the airships don't have any seats. There's no way you'd be able to sleep on the airship." Sighing, Magna turned towards the source of the voice and said, "Thanks, Crow." Crow grinned at his student and said, "You're welcome, Magna." Magna not so stealthily threw the old bird the bird, only for Crow to send back two birds of his own. After teacher and student finished glaring at each other, Magna sighed and said, "Let's just get on the airship." Just as he and the others moved towards the airship, a high-pitched female voice screamed out from behind them. "Wait!" Magna and the others turned back and were greeted to the sight of RWBY. She stood in an awe-inspiring pose, one leg standing on a black and red suitcase as her cape fluttered in the wind. RWBY smiled smugly at the group as she puffed out her budding chest. She seemed to possess an imposing presence for all of 5 seconds before the wind became unruly and sent her fluttering cape, rose petals and all, back into her face. RWBY choked and gagged on the rose petals that came from her semblance. Young lightly chuckled at her sister while everyone just watched in amusement. Cough cough blah. EW. I think I swallowed some. Gagged RWBY as she frantically started hopping around. Young moved next to her sister and grinned mischievously as she said, "That's not the first time you've said that and it's not gonna be the last." RWBY gave Young a naive look as she tilted her head slightly and grumbled, "I know that it's not the first time I've accidentally eaten some of the rose petals from my semblance, but you don't need to poke fun at me, Young. I thought we were sisters." "Oh my sweet, innocent RWBY, I wasn't talking about your rose petals," said Young, her grinning growing wider by the second. Magna decided that this conversation was done as he immediately stepped between the two sisters and said, "Anyway. RWBY. What are you doing here?" Suddenly, RWBY's clueless look transformed into a smile so smug that Magna was tempted to pinch and muddled her cheeks around. "So does everyone know that Luna and I stopped a robbery last night?" asked RWBY. Luna seemed to know where this was going and smiled happily as everyone nodded. Seeing everyone nod, RWBY puffed out her chest and proudly said, "Guess who became the youngest huntress in training to get accepted into Beacon?" Realization dawned on everyone but Luna and Magna, who already knew. Before anyone could congratulate her, Young tackled RWBY to the ground in a spine-breaking hug as she cried happily, "I can't believe it. You're gonna be attending Beacon with us. Oh my RWBY. That's amazing. Air. Yang. I need air. RWBY screamed from within her sister's bulging chest, her face turning different shades of white, green and purple. After a brief look into the great beyond, RWBY gasped for air as Yang sheepishly twirled her hair on her finger. Sorry Rubes. I'm just so happy that you can come to Beacon with us. You've always been such a special little girl and I'm glad you're being recognized for your talents. Said Yang, a motherly smile hanging on her lips. Magna couldn't help but find himself dazed at her motherly smile. He's always known that Yang has a motherly side, but every time he sees it, it's like his mind shuts down and reboots just to deal with how attractive she was. She's right RWBY, said Argo as she moved towards the young Reaper and pulled her into a gentle hug, to be accepted into Beacon at 15. It's unprecedented and goes to show how skilled you are. However. Suddenly, Luna moved towards her and continued her sister's words, people attending the academy won't think that. They'll be jealous and rumors of your early acceptance will spread. Her words seemed to worry the young Reaper as tears started to build up in RWBY's eyes. This enraged both Yang and Magna as flames burst out from their bodies and their eyes turned red. If I see one person try and pick on my little sister, there'll be hell to pay. I'll tear anyone that makes RWBY cry apart. Emerald rolled her eyes in amusement and said, all right hotheads. RWBY will have all of us to support her. Plus, once they see how good she is, the rumors should stop altogether. RWBY smiled brightly as she dashed over to Emerald and hugged them in tightly, thanks Emerald. Emerald smiled crookedly as she awkwardly patted RWBY's shoulder, and no problem RWBY. Now, can you please let go of me? RWBY pouted but nodded as she pulled away. Everyone knew that Emerald wasn't that big on the whole intimate contact thing. She didn't mind a hug or two when she wanted them, but any time other than that and it made her feel uncomfortable. Magna moved towards RWBY and ruffled her hair as he said, well, we best get on the airship. Beacon awaits. RWBY puffed up her cheeks while everyone else smiled and cheered as they moved into the airship. It took half an hour before all the new students were on board and the airship took off. As the airship lifted into the air, Magna switched to embody Amber. However, once the change started, Magna felt something different. He couldn't explain what he felt, but the gist of what he got was that he felt stronger than before. Magna could instinctively tell that Amber's semblance was stronger than it was before yesterday. Tilting his head in thought, Magna slowly opened his palm in front of his face as a ball of darkness floated peacefully above his palm. Magna hummed to himself as he made the ball dance in his palm before flinging it into the light. Instead of dissipating, the ball continued forward unimpeded before colliding with the window. Suddenly, a 10-foot tall and 5-foot wide hole of swirling darkness appeared on the window. Magna's eyes widened to the limit as he hastily waved his hands, causing the hole to close. Sadly, a few people saw him throw the ball in the hole and started whispering. Magna groaned into his hands as he muttered, great. Even though he was regretting his impromptu test of Amber's enhanced semblance, he smiled as he figured out what this powered-up version could do. Now, his copy of Amber's semblance could create footholds in areas covered in light. Usually, Amber's semblance was only usable in shady areas, and could only be used in the light when he used Shikamaru's abilities in tandem. This upgrade seemed to get rid of her semblance's weakness. Magna was intrigued whether Amber received an upgrade to her semblance as well or if it was only him. Magna also wanted to find the trigger that caused a change in his copy of Amber's semblance. He had a theory, but he couldn't actually prove anything without running tests. And honestly, he was slightly hesitant to test his theory. Just as he released a long sigh, RWBY dashed over to him and smiled as she zipped into his arms, knocking him to the ground. RWBY giggled as she nuzzled into Magna's chest, breaking him from his train of thought as he grinned. After a minute of messing around, RWBY pulled her top half away from him and lightly blew her bangs from her face as she smiled in content. Hi. Hi RWBY. Grinned Magna. Just as she opened her mouth to speak, a white blur tackled the pair of them from behind as it cried, I wanna play too. Oof. OE. Magna internally sighed as Luna's chest tried its hardest to kill him via suffocation. This has happened so many times that Magna's learned to not panic and to quickly remove her so he could breathe. RWBY, on the other hand, was panicking as she found herself completely squished between a rock and a marshmallow. She frantically slapped Magna's arms and sides as she tried to free herself. Luckily, she managed to get Magna's attention as he quickly peeled Luna off of them. Once she was free, RWBY shot up and took in a deep breath as tears gathered in her eyes. Cough gasp Luna. You almost choked me to death. RWBY all but screamed at the white wolf faunus. Luna was already feeling guilty for squishing RWBY, but RWBY's outburst just made it feel even worse. Tears threatened to fall from her eyes as she sniffled, I am sorry, RWBY. I didn't mean to squish you. I just wanted to play. Seeing Luna's tears, the heat building in Ruby's chest died down as she sighed, just be careful, okay? Don't just jump at Magna when you want to play because you might end up hurting someone. Magna deadpanned at the young Reaper as Yang's voice rang out from behind them, the pot is calling the kettle black, it seems you gotta take your own advice before lecturing others, rubes. Or else that just makes you bureaucrat. I think you meant to say, hypocrite, said Emerald. In the background, Yang muttered, I know what I said, but she's right little red. Didn't you just do what you lectured Luna about just a few minutes ago? As everyone gathered together again and stared at Ruby, said Huntress in Training pouted, I made sure that there wasn't anyone there before I pounced. Argo sighed, how about we all just forget this ever happened and move on? Wait. Said Magna, if you all pretend to forget this conversation, these two are just gonna leap at me again. Can't we just not leap into my arms from now on? Each girl present fell into thought for a few seconds before turning towards one another as they all said in sync, nah. Magna slumped down on the ground as a thundering rain cloud appeared above him. The girls gave him odd looks as Yang playfully punched his arm, stop being so melodramatic, Magna. Rubbing his arm, Magna glared at Yang before sighing. He didn't actually mind the girls jumping at him but it was become hard to control himself, especially after last night. Yang, Argo, Luna, Emerald, even Ruby. All of them grew up in all the right places. Plus, when they pushed their soft bodies against him, well Magna was immensely thankful for Crow's training and the memories of Rentaro's father's training. With that fiasco out of the way, Ruby shuffled off of Magna's lap as she said, anyway what were you doing over her Magna? I saw you chuck a ball of darkness at the window and create a big black hole thingy on it. What was that? Well, murmured Magna, thinking how best to explain what he was doing, I was going to rest inside the shadows and change to Amber's semblance when I realized something was different. Somehow, her semblance got enhanced. Now I can create shadows in areas covered in light. To support his claim, Magna summoned another shadow ball. He hummed to himself and threw the ball at the window. Just like the other one, a black hole opened on the window. Only, this one was about as big as a ruler and was perfectly circular. Intrigued, Magna moved forward and shoved his arm into the hole. Then, a girly scream came from behind him as Magna turned and saw a familiar blonde boy unconscious on the ground. Beside him was a hand that appeared from out of Magna's shadow. Pulling his arm out, the hole closed as Magna moved towards the boy and muttered, John. The boy in question was unconscious and foaming at the mouth. Hey, is that John? Said Luna as she walked over. Who? Asked Emerald, Argo, Yang and Ruby. Luna turned to Argo and Emerald and said, don't you remember him? John. John Arc. He's the son of the parents who commissioned that mission we tagged along on. The one we took Emerald on after Magna rescued her. Still see the blank look on her sisters' faces, Luna sighed, the one who tried to hit on us for a couple days before Magna had to straighten him out. The one that Magna trained while we were there. Well now I remember him. He was kinda annoying but if you get past his awkward flirting, he's a pretty decent guy. I wonder how strong he's become since then, said Argo as a fierce smile adorned her face. John, even though he was unconscious, shivered and paled. Magna decided to stop Argo from getting ideas as he said, guys, let's leave John alone for now. I'll wake him up when we arrive at Beacon. Hopefully he remembers me. Most of the ride was fairly quiet. Ruby opted to move away so she could talk to Yang about something while Argo and Emerald decided to privately monitor the potential huntsmen and huntresses. Luna decided to stay with Magna, considering that she didn't really want to spy on people. The pair chatted about cooking, something Luna took on as a hobby, when a hologram appeared on the windows. The robbery was led by nefarious criminal, Roman Torchwick, who continues to evade authorities. If you have any information on his whereabouts, please contact that Vale Police Department. Back to you Lisa. Said the voice of Cyril Ian, one of Vale's news reporters. Thank you Cyril, said Lisa Lavender as the images on the hologram changed to show her in studio. In other news, grim attacks have become increasingly more frequent in the past few years. Scientists in Atlas are baffled by the abrupt change in grim behavior, as they are now known to forego any remnant of self-preservation in favor of causing death and destruction, no matter the cost. In other news, this Saturday's Faunus civil rights protest turned dark, when members of the White Fang disrupted the ceremony. The once peaceful organization has now disrupted Dash. The news report suddenly disappeared as Glinda Goodwitch, vice principal and combat teacher, appeared in its place. Hello and welcome to Beacon. My name is Glinda Goodwitch. You are among a privileged few who have received the honor of being selected to attend this prestigious academy. Our world is experiencing a relatively safe time of peace and as future huntsmen and huntresses, it is your duty to uphold it. You have demonstrated the courage needed for such a task, and now, it is our turn to provide you with the knowledge and the training to protect our world. As the hologram disappeared, Magna chuckled at Luna as she stared off into the distance with a dreamy look. Magna, muttered Luna as her dreamy look slowly morphed into one of determination, this is it. Here, in this academy, we will learn to become warriors that help the weak and defenseless. So that no one has to go through what we did when we're younger. Magna solemnly nodded. He considered himself lucky because his parents actually managed to escape. His mother and father could have easily become one of the corpses that littered his old village, and that thought frightened him. Pulling himself from his thoughts, Magna ruffled Luna's hair, ignoring her content, sighing as he smiled, could you go to you sisters, Luna? I'll wake up Sleeping Beauty over there and catch up to you guys later. Luna nodded before taking off, leaving a small trail of ice and snowflakes in her wake. It still surprises me that she can't control her semblance fully, muttered Magna. Turning towards John, Magna hummed to himself for a few seconds before pulling out a shard of ice dust. Pumping just enough aura into the shard so that it emitted cold air, Magna rolled him over and shoved the shard down the back of his shirt. The reaction was almost instant. John released a girlish scream as he leapt off the floor and ran straight into the window. Magna winced as John slowly peeled off the window and collapsed back onto the ground, groaned as he cried, what just happened? Nothing much, grinned Magna, I just woke you up by dropping an ice dust shard down your shirt. John's eyes widened as he turned towards Magna to yell at him. However, all the complaints he had disappeared as he suddenly smiled, Magna. The blonde knight scrambled to his feet and stuck his fist out towards Magna. Knowing what the blonde wanted, Magna fist bumped him and said, how have you been, John? You still getting whipped by your sisters? John face faulted, hey. I am not whipped by my sisters. I just like doing things for them, that's all. Sure, smirked Magna as he rolled his eyes. Suddenly, John smirked as he gently nudged Magna in the side, actually, my sisters have been bugging me about a certain someone. They miss a certain boy that saved our sister from bandits. Magna flinched as he remembered what he was talking about. Back when Magna and the girls arrived at the small village, he learned that the people that commissioned the mission were the patriarch of the Ark family and his wife. While it stunned him to be meeting John Ark and his sisters, what stunned Magna the most was the fact that one of his eldest, Saffron Ark, ended up hugging him as she burst into tears. Unlike John, the girls of the Ark family had gained their aura and semblance from an early age, far younger than when Magna gained his. Saffron's semblance was like an upgraded version of a radar. It was permanently active and had the ability to find, feel and lock onto presences and emotions. Sadly, she was one of the many unlucky girls that had been kidnapped by the Branwen tribe during their Dust and Lean heist. She broke down crying into his arms as she explained how she felt him enter the warehouse, scoop out the bandits and the building, before leaving in a furious rage. She told him how she had almost given up hope of rescue. Then, it happened. A tall man wearing a white, gray and red suit entered the building and wiped the bandits out in mere moments. He rounded up all the panicking girls and explained that he was a huntsman and that his student, a boy he fondly referred to as Magna, had found the hideout and reported it to him. Most of the girls, though traumatized by the experience, found themselves curious about the young boy and how he managed to sneak in. Saffron put two and two together and committed the feeling she received from him to memory. She vowed that, if she one day found the owner of the feeling that came with his presence, she would profusely thank him for saving her. Shaking himself from his memories, Magna gave the blonde a rare look of wry defeat as he muttered, okay, Ark. Give it to me straight. How bad was it? John's smirk grew, you mean once they heard I was going to Beacon? The same academy you told them you were going to attend 3 years ago? Magna gulped and nodded. Patting his shoulder, John chuckled as he moved forward and whispered into his ear, they all have some choice words for you when they get here. I warned you that you should have told them you were leaving, but did you listen? Magna sighed. After meeting and living with, yes, they lived with the Ark family. They were far too kind to let a huntress and 4 kids stay the night at a hotel. They commissioned a grim hunt, and they felt that they had the responsibility to at least make sure that they were rested and full before every hunt. Magna came to one decision. John's sisters wouldn't let them leave. His younger sisters, the twins and the youngest, were mischievous and playful. They were so mischievous that when he switched to Naruto's cluster, he felt an odd sense of respect and camaraderie towards them. And they were barely 8, with the youngest being 6. His older sisters were prime examples of why you don't fuck with an Ark. While they somehow retained a model-like figure, they were strong enough to tear the bone plating off of an elder Deathstalker and had enough aura to legally blind a person if they flared it. Their semblances were a nightmare to deal with as he had sparred against them and only barely managed to bring home a few victories. However, it had been noted that had it been a battle to the death, Magna would have more than likely killed them with ease. They had seen firsthand some of his more destructive abilities and knew that he could have inflicted more than just a couple bumps and bruises had he not held back. He wondered why they didn't train John but learned that it was only because John never asked. He learned during their stay that John subconsciously felt inferior to his family and tried to tackle his problems alone. That habit broke when Magna, under the influence of Taknojutsu, forced the boy to recognize where he went wrong and to try and get help from his family. And honestly, his parents practically beamed when he came up to them and shyly asked to be trained. Once everyone started teaching him, Magna somehow couldn't help himself as he switched to Rentaro's cluster and trained him. Just like in the anime, John inherited the sword and shield of the Arc family, Crochamores. Since he expected John to learn at least a basic style from his family, Magna taught him some hand-to-hand combat. Suddenly, he grinned as he distanced himself from John and said, "Square up, John. I want to see if you still remember those lessons or if you slacked off all these years." John panicked as he looked around, only to pale as his face turned green. Magna lowered his fists and gave the blonde an amused look and said, "You just now realized you were flying in an airship?" Before John could reply, he lurched forward as he slapped his hands across his mouth, tears and sweat leaking down his face. With a green face, John bolted towards the nearest rubbish bin and hurled. Magna only watched on with a deadpan expression as his puke leaked out from below, the bag inside seemingly having a hole in the bottom. To the side, Magna saw Argo running away from Yang as RWBY screamed, "EW. Yang! You have puke on your shoe. Gross 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 gross. Yang! Get away from me. Get away. Oh gods. That smells absolutely disgusting. Yang! Wash your shoes before I burn them." Before Magna could sigh, Luna's cry could be heard as a blast of ice froze Yang's puke-covered shoe. Itch. My nose. Gag I think I'm gonna be sick. Before Luna could upchuck her breakfast, Magna moved over to her and hugged her into his chest, stroking her hair as he muttered into her ear, There is that better?" Said girl just hugged him as she, with half-lidded eyes, pressed her face into his chest and took in a deep, deep breath. With the sound of girlish screaming, puking, and angry Yang noises in the background, Magna took solace in the adorable fluff ball clinging to his chest. He gazed towards the prestigious academy on the horizon and muttered, This is gonna be my life for the next few years, isn't it?" As the airship approached Beacon, a wry sigh couldn't help but escape Magna's lips. Chapter 96. Once the airship landed and the cargo doors opened to let the new blood into Beacon Academy, Magna chuckled to himself as he watched John dash out of the airship, his face a sickly green. John didn't seem to care about knocking into people as he ran over to the closest trash can and hurled. Argo walked over to Magna while pinching her nose as she winced. Sheesh, John takes the term motion sick to an entirely new level. Yeah, he does. Yelled Yang, a grumpy frown adorning her face. Vomit boy over there owes me a new pair of shoes. And he better get them for me or else. Luckily, her eyes weren't red, signifying that while she was angry, it wasn't bad enough to activate her secondary semblance. Yes, that's right. Yang has a second semblance. She actually discovered that her red eyes and flaming body are separate from her ability to absorb kinetic force and apply it to an attack at twice the strength. Alone, her semblances are strong, but when she uses them in tandem, not even an Alpha Ursa could stop her. Anyway, Magna sighed and was about to speak when a body latched onto his back. He stumbled forward a couple steps, barely stopping himself from falling as he said, Luna, be careful. We almost fell over. Magna could feel the pout coming off her as Luna's voice softly whispered into his ear, Sorry Magna, I guess I just got a little excited. I'm sorry. The soft feeling pressing up against his back slowly vanished as Magna shook his head and smiled, It's fine, Luna. I can understand your excitement. Maybe not to your level, but I get it. Suddenly, Emerald wrapped her arm around Luna's neck as she groaned, Finally. We're finally out of that stuffy, metal box. I swear, all I could smell in there was sweat, B.O. and vomit. Emerald glared at John as she growled, courtesy of Vomit Boy over there who is still blowing chunks. Great. Perfect. You know what? If you need me, call me. I'm just gonna go for a walk. Don't wait up for me. Before anyone could speak, Emerald pulled away from Luna and disappeared. Literally. She covered her body in an illusion and vanished. Next, Yang ran by them, smiling as she and a group of people Magna recognized as her friends from Signal zoomed right past her. If I remember this right, mused Magna as he turned to RWBY, ignoring the questioning look he was getting from Luna and Argo, this should be the scene where RWBY and Weiss meet. Watching as a dazed and confused RWBY span around, Magna grabbed the two wolf faunus and retreated with a smile. I'm curious to see what's changed due to my presence. RWBY span around, her eyes twirling almost as fast as she was spinning as she cried, wait a minute Yang. You can't just leave me. Where am I supposed to go? What about dorms? Do we even have dorms? Finally coming to the end of her spinning, RWBY gasped as she fell to the floor. Sadly, she wasn't the only thing that fell as she managed to take a few suitcases to the ground with her. Oh we. Ahem. Ah. The instant RWBY heard another person, she accidentally activated her semblance. Her body became a blur of rose petals as she shot a few feet into the air before crashing back down with an audible thud. Ouch. Ow 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 ow. RWBY screamed as she rolled around while holding her butt. Unamused heiress noises. The sound of impatient foot tapping told RWBY that whoever was trying to talk to her wasn't very happy right now. Jumping off the ground, RWBY winced as she forced down the pain coming from her butt and said, hello? Did you need me from something? Turning towards the source of the impatient tapping, RWBY came face to face with what could be called the embodiment of the color white. What stood before her was a girl, only slightly taller than she was, dressed in a white dress. She had long white hair tied up in a ponytail with a white scrunchie. Though the feature that stood out the most would have to be the scar over her eye. Hello? Said the girl, her voice managing to be both haughty and soothing, is that really all you have to say to me after knocking over all my luggage? RWBY quickly looked around and, to her utter horror, finally noticed the series of suitcases sprawled out across the ground. Some of them were actually opened, showing vials filled with different types of dust. A sheepishly smile appeared on the little Reaper's face as she blushed, sorry I didn't mean to knock your stuff over. It was an accident. The girl merely raised an eyebrow as her frown deepened. Expecting to get chewed out, RWBY shut her eyes and waited to get yelled at. However, instead of the yelling she was expecting, a long sigh came from the girl as she said, fine. I accept your apology. However, I hope you don't think this means you can just leave. I expect you to help me gather my luggage. RWBY nodded as she activated her semblance in an attempt to quickly pick up the girl's luggage. And that's when all hell broke loose. You see, RWBY didn't realize that some of the suitcase were filled with different varieties of dust crystals, shards, uncut, the girl's luggage had it all. As she sped around, picking up the white-haired girl's luggage, the lid of the vials inside the suitcase she was carrying were knocked off, sending clouds of different types of dust flying into RWBY's face. The young Reaper tripped while running and smashed face first into the white-haired girl. And as if that wasn't bad enough, RWBY unleashed hell upon said girl as she sneezed, her aura unconsciously flaring as she didn't deactivate her semblance. Boom! Magna winced as he watched what could only be called the biggest screw-up in history. Well, maybe the second biggest because of Ozpin and Salem cough. Anyway, Magna, Argo and Luna quickly ran over as Luna cried out, RWBY. Are you okay? Argo said nothing as she tapped the silver bracelet on her wrist, channeling some aura into it as a tube of burned cream and some bandages appeared in her hand. Now, before anyone complains, the bracelet was something Magna created. For you see, Magna noticed a problem when he was storing things in his shadow. The problem was that there wasn't very much space. For something to be able to follow Magna around, it needs to be inside his shadow. When something spills over into the shadow world, the item will stay there until Magna finds it. It was actually quite funny when he found this out. He was in a rush, buying books, food, ammo, weapon parts and sanitary items for himself and the girls. While running out of the last store, Magna made the mistake of throwing the non-food items into his shadow all willy-nilly. Once he made it back home, he tried to take out the stuff he bought only to find his shadow almost completely empty. Luckily, Magna found everything rather easily since the items in the shadow world actually leave a shadow in the real world. The only laugh Magna actually got out of the experience was watching people run away, screaming something about ghostly shadows. Anyway, the bracelets were made by one of his latest clusters. The divine blacksmith that resided in the Tower of Babel, Hephaestus. When he received this cluster, shocked was putting his mood lightly. He became a literal god when he received this cluster. Sadly, there were negatives that helped pull his head out of the clouds. Like Hephaestus, while Magna resides on the mortal plane, he is unable to access most of his divine energy and the little bit that he could access is only helpful when he crafts something. He could create weapons that grow stronger with someone, earrings that took a lethal hit for someone once, bracelets that had an internal pocket dimension the size of a studio. He could create anything as long as he could imagine the item in his mind and continuously pump divine energy and aura into the thing he was crafting. However, he needed to pump divine energy and aura into the item the whole time he was making said item. Though the biggest negative effect he received from Hephaestus's cluster, hands down, was her compulsion to build things. It made his month hell. He spent almost every waking minute in the student forge at Signal, crafting and enchanting weapons and accessories. And when he slept, all he dreamed about was slowly hammering away at a golden sword. It almost drove him insane. Magna literally couldn't stop himself from crafting items. He built storage bracelets, one-time use sacrificial earrings, clip-ons. Yang was adamant about not having Ruby's ears pierced, aura storing necklaces. Hell, he even made Crow a necklace that gave him some control over his semblance and a flask that uses aura to create alcohol. Crow cried that day, but can you guess what item brought him to tears? Shaking his head, Magna moved over to Argo and grabbed her hand as he said, "She's fine, Argo. She's wearing the earring." Argo sighed in relief as her tense shoulders dropped. Everyone watched as Ruby was covered in a soft white light for a few seconds before it disappeared, followed by the sound of metal hitting the ground. Ruby groaned a bit as she shook her head and said, "What happened?" Magna wanted to try and find a way to say what she did gently. "Luna didn't, you blew up in a ball of fire, ice, lighting and wind. I think I even saw a little bit of water." Ruby eeped as she turned into a flurry of petals and hid behind Magna. You see, not many things made Luna angry. You could call her names, you could push her around, hell, you could even throw gum in her hair, and all she'd do was cry since she didn't like hurting people unless they truly deserved it. However, the moment her family and friends got even a scratch, she became a force of nature on a warpath. She could be the most adorable little fluff ball one moment, and a total demon the next. What's worse is that she gets even angrier if the one who hurts her family and friends is themselves. Heaven, hell and the twin gods above know the torment that Magnus has had to endure from the enraged white wolf Faunus. The hours of sitting on his knees as she lectured him on why he shouldn't injure himself, and how her lectures were always different from the last. Luna, with all the gracefulness of duck, shoved Magna lightly out of the way and yanked Ruby by the ear as she dragged her off, not doubt getting ready to lecture the poor girl. Ow 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 ow. Luna. Not so hard. You're gonna rip my ear off. Cried Ruby, actual tears starting to gather in her eyes. Before Luna could growl at her, Magna moved over and expertly separated the pair as he smiled in a pacifying manner. Now, Luna. Calm down, we still have an introduction to get to and it starts in a few minutes. Luna huffed a few times as her tensed shoulders slowly began to relax. After close to a minute passed, Luna was finally calm as she said, "Sorry Magna, Ruby. I just don't like it when we get hurt," said Argo as she glomped her sister from behind. "We know, sis. And that's one of the reasons why we love you." Luna sniffled before nudging her head back into her sister's chest, causing Magna and Ruby to quietly awe at the scene. Argo showed zero hints of embarrassment as she hugged Luna tighter and started rubbing her chin on Luna's head. With everyone calm, the group turned to leave when Magna finally remembered who else was in that explosion. As if on cue, a silver light gleamed from within the large crater Ruby made as a rapier lashed out towards Ruby. The three girls instantly reacted, moving to get ready for a fight when Magna stepped forward and easily blocked the sword tip with his finger. His hand was like an immovable mountain while the sword tip trembled in place. "Come now, Weiss," said Magna as he gently pushed the sword tip to the side. "There's no need to get violent." Everyone's eyes, even Weiss's, opened wide in shock. Argo, Luna and Ruby could feel the aura coming off that attack. She really wanted to maim Ruby. And yet, Magna still stopped her attack using a single finger without activating his aura. Weiss, on the other hand, was shocked because of who was stopping her. Once her shock faded, her hand holding her weapon went slack as she dropped her rapier. Merton asked her. "Magna, is that really you?" muttered Weiss in a shaky tone. This caused Magna's mind to come to a screeching halt. Who was this? This wasn't Weiss. At least, this wasn't the Weiss he knew. Weiss was a confident and intelligent young lady. She didn't act like this. Weiss? Are you okay?" asked Magna in concern. Without warning, Weiss dove into his chest and, surprisingly, burst into tears as she cried, 3 years. You stopped visiting my family and I for 3 years. The last thing I heard about you was that you were involved in a White Fawn attack, your condition unknown." "What?" screamed Magna. That's not right. I sent a message to your mother stating that I wasn't going to be able to visit for a while since I just reunited with a family member that was taken from us." Sniffling, the heiress pulled herself away from him and said, "Really? So you're fine?" "Really Weiss, I'm fine. I'm actually more hurt by the fact that you think that the White Fawn are strong enough to actually hurt me," grinned Magna. He wasn't going to tell her that it was the White Fawn that managed to chip his aura away until only a small amount was left. She didn't need to know that. Suddenly, Ruby pulled the pair apart as she pouted. "Magna. How do you know this princess?" As Magna opened his mouth to speak, a calm and slightly sassy voice spoke from behind them. It's Eris, actually. Weiss Schnee, daughter of Willow Schnee, the owner of the Schnee Dust Company. The #1 exporter of dust and dust accessories across all of Remnant. Weiss puffed up her non-existent chest in pride as she said, finally, some recognition. The newcomer seemed to smirk ever so slightly as she continued, they are also known for their controversial labor forces, shady background dealings and infighting in the company. The Schnee heiress physically deflated as she depressingly muttered, my mother is trying, all right. It's not easy fixing the damage my fath, coughed the damage that Jock did to the company and its image. Without waiting for a reply, Weiss quickly ran away with tears in her eyes, causing Magna to glare at the new arrival. Nice going, Blake. Growled Magna. Though, to be fair, Blake looked just as shocked as the rest of them. I didn't know, okay. I stopped paying attention to news about the Schnees a long time ago. It was always the same. How was I supposed to know that her mother was trying to make a change? Screamed Blake as she quickly walked off. Ruby looked at the quickly shrinking backs of Blake and Weiss before collapsing to the ground as she groaned, welcome to Beacon. Luna softly smiled at her as she and her sister helped the young Reaper to her feet. Don't worry, Ruby. It can only get better from here. My sister is right, Ruby. Said Argo, her hands softly patting the dust off of Ruby's hood. I'm sure you'll make a ton of friends and learn some awesome stuff here. Just try and focus on the positives, alright? Ruby sniffled before turning towards Magna with a hopeful look in her eyes. Magna returned her stare with a look that said, are you serious? Before sighing as he cleared his throat and smiled. Don't worry Ruby, you'll be fine. I believe in you. And if you find yourself unable to believe in yourself, then believe in the me that believes in you. Said Magna as he roughly ruffled her hair before gently yanking her hood over her head. To the side, Argo and Luna were pinching their arms while their lips twitched and trembled. This was why Magna didn't want to say anything. He had a habit of quoting anime from his previous life. To everyone else, his anime-inspired speeches were cringy and hilarious, especially since he delivers said speeches in a completely serious tone. The only ones that never laugh at his speeches are Ruby and his little sister, Sophia. Rolling his eyes at the two sisters, Magna began walking towards the auditorium. Along the way, John managed to tag along since the boy was, and I'm putting it lightly, lost. Ruby and John both introduced each other but due to them running late, Ruby never got to show off Crescent Rose. She did try but Argo didn't want them being late. Once they arrived, Yang spotted them and yelled, hey. Ruby. Drag Magna and the twins over here. Emerald and I saved you guys a spot. Well sorry John but we gotta go be. Ruby rapidly said, confusing the poor boy even more than he already was. As the group drew closer and closer to Yang, Magna and Luna couldn't help but notice how anger started to appear on Ruby's face. Luna nudged her sister and pointed towards Ruby as the twins had another chat through their twin telepathy. I swear that's a secondary semblance those two share, mused Magna as he watched the twins nod to each other. Ruby. How are you little sis? Did you explore Beacon? Did you make a friend or two? Instead of answering, Ruby pouted as she flicked her head away. Yang stared at Ruby, visibly confused when Luna coughed and stepped forward. Luna and Argo then proceeded to fill Yang in on what happened between the time the airship landed and now. Needless to say, Yang was shocked. Why you're joking, right? You're just trying to get one over on the OL youngster. Luna and Argo shook their heads, their wolf ears flickering due to the movement as they silently pointed behind her. You, a feminine voice Grim muttered. Ruby eeped as she latched onto Magna while Yang turned towards the source of the voice and paled. Oh, she really did blow up. Weiss, having recovered from Blake's sass, stomped past Yang and glared at Ruby. Though Magna noticed that the glare was much angrier than it was portrayed in the anime. Do you have any idea of the damage you caused? You could have blown us off the side of the cliff, you blundering oaf. Ruby seemed to gain courage from latching onto Magna as she yelled back, I said I was sorry, Ice Queen. It was an accident. Just as the two were about to start butting heads, Magna grabbed both of lips and sealed them shut as he said, alright you two, that's enough. Letting go, Magna continued, Weiss, it really was an accident. Ruby didn't mean to blow up your dust. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed as he leaned forward and whispered into her ear, though I think you should run a background check on the people that sealed those vials. A dust vial shouldn't be able to just be shaken open. I mean, Ruby was barely pushing her semblance and the vials still opened. Weiss thought about it for a few seconds before nodding as she replied, I'll contact Whitley and see if he can find something out. Speaking of her brother. How is the boy wonder? Still trying to create a way to leave his office without being noticed. A warm smile appeared on Weiss's face as she giggled. Yes, he's still trying to leave the research facility. The little genius just has a way with dust and the scientists practically beg him to stay and work. Funny story. One time while Magna was visiting, he and the Schnees accidentally came across a hidden talent of Whitley's. He was a genius when it came to experimenting with dust since he was too young at the time. Whitley couldn't research about dust that much since it was dangerous and his mother forbid him. However, a year ago, Magna suddenly received an SOS from Whitley, stating that the only male Schnee wanted to be rescued from the research facility. Apparently, the scientists kept bothering him with their theories on dust. Sadly, Whitley actually showed that he deserved to be a researcher as it only took him a few hours to rectify and test the improved theories. He actually managed to help find the solution for cross-element dust fusion, creating an entirely new strain of dust. It was still in the experimental stage, but Whitley had bragged to Magna about it, since he was really proud of his accomplishment. Anyway, Magna pulled away from Weiss just in time as Ozpin and Glinda took to the stage. Ozpin scanned the crowd for a few seconds, his gaze focusing on Magna and RWBY for a few seconds longer than everyone else as he spoke. I'll keep this brief. You have traveled here today in search of knowledge to hone your craft and acquire new skills. And when you have finished, you plan to dedicate your life to the protection of the people. But I look amongst you, and all I see is wasted energy, in need of purpose direction. You assume knowledge will free you of this, but your time at this school will prove that knowledge can only carry you so far. It is up to you to take the first step. The students looked rather uncomfortable after his speech as Ozpin turned and walked away. Glinda pushed her glasses up on her face and said, the cafeteria will be open until 10 p.m., at which you will be expected to be in this very hall, unless you are all right with sleeping outside. Do not be late. As the sound of Glinda's heels slowly grew softer, Argo moved next to Magna and frowned. What was the big deal with that speech? It's like he was saying we were wasting our time by being here. Magna shook his head. That's not how I see it. I feel like he was saying that we have to take the initiative to learn and hone our skills. That we shouldn't be satisfied with learn only what the teachers teach us. Suddenly, Yang's arms found themselves around Magna's neck as she said, well, he kinda sounded off to me. It's like he wasn't even here, muttered RWBY. The group fell silent as they all contemplated Ozpin's words. That silence was broken after a minute, however, since Weiss shoved a pamphlet into RWBY's face and started to walk away. What's this for Weiss? Asked RWBY, her hands clutching the pamphlet close to her chest. Weiss sighed in annoyance as she said, in favor of you knowing Magna, I'll let you off the hook for blowing up my luggage. However, read that and never talk to me again. Argo stepped forward and held Yang back as she spoke in a pacifying tone, look, Miss Schnee. I think you and RWBY got off on the wrong foot. Maybe you should try and talk to each other. You might find that you two have something in common. She's right. Said RWBY as she tossed the pamphlet away, her eyes shining in excitement. Hi. I'm RWBY Rose. A huntress in training. Did you maybe want to hang out sometime? Weiss looked about ready to flip out, but she sighed as she reined in her anger and sarcastically rolled her eyes. Oh, sure. And maybe we can have sleepovers, paint each other's nails, go stationery shopping and talk about cute boys. Like tall, green eyes and handsome over here. Seeing her pointing at Magna, the atmosphere changed as Argo, Luna and Yang glared at her while RWBY beamed with happiness. Really? Weiss said nothing as she silently walked off. Well, said Magna, with that out of the way, I think we've more than earned ourselves a meal. Who's with me? Everyone nodded and started walking towards the cafeteria. As the clock struck 10, everyone Magna knew was quickly setting up a sleeping area for the group. Magna was in the changing room getting changed while the girls were laying out their sleeping bags. Yang spotted RWBY writing something as she plopped down next to the young Reaper and smiled as she poked her cheeks. Hey Rubes. What ya doing? Writing a letter. RWBY groaned as she quickly hid her notebook inside her pillow. Yes, Yang. I'm writing a letter since, unlike you, my friends aren't old enough to attend Beacon. Suddenly, 3 more girls plopped down next to RWBY as Emerald smirked. Really, Little Red? You don't consider us friends? That hurts, you know. Argo gave RWBY an amused look as she and her sister silently lay on top of RWBY, causing the poor girl to wheeze and giggle. Yang smiled at them as she said, why don't you try and make some friends now that you're here? This is the perfect time since it's like a giant sleepover. RWBY struggled out of the dog pile as she chuckled. I don't think Dad would approve of all the boys. We all know that the only boy he's allowed to even come close to our house is Magna. I know I do. Growled Yang in a sensual tone. I may be aiming for Magna, but that doesn't mean I can't stop to appreciate the scenery dash. Suddenly, Yang's face twisted in disgust as she muttered, and there goes that idea. The other girls turned towards where Yang was gazing. their faces also twisting as they saw John Arc, in a blue onesie. Emerald snorted as she tried to hold back her laughter. He's still wearing that thing. Argo nodded as she whispered, seems like it. John noticed the group looking at him as he smirked and threw a pair of finger guns at the group and said, ladies. Before anyone could react, Luna's aura flared as she threw a large snowball, the size of a melon, at John. Oof. John folded like a cheap beach chair as he sailed through the air, only to be stopped by Magna as he grabbed him and said, what happened? Suddenly, every girl found themselves in a trance as they stared at Magna. Though he was wearing a shirt, the snowball that hit John fell off of him and onto Magna, causing his shirt to turn transparent. His well-toned muscles and chiseled body showed through the fabric while small wisps of steam slowly wafted off of him. Magna stared at his damp shirt with twitching eyes as he groaned, damn it, now I'm gonna have to wait for this shirt to dry. Suddenly, a voice echoed across the room as it yelled out. Take it off. Magna, now with wide eyes, looked up from his shirt and jumped. Every female student was staring at him with hungry eyes as they waited for him to strip. Hey! Roared Magna, I'm not a stripper. Bam! Looking down at his feet, a vein bulged on his forehead as he saw a small pile of lean on the ground. I'm not a bloody stripper. I'm not taking off my shirt. Plus, it'll get dry faster if I leave it on. Bam bam bam. What was once a small pile of lean was now a rather large pile of lean, alongside a couple pairs of panties, a few dozen slips of paper containing hearts and scroll numbers and finally, a credit card that read, Weiss Schnee. Magna face-palmed, then looked at the pile, and face-palmed again. Grabbing Weiss's card, the crowd surrounding him grew excited, thinking he was accepting their bride when he flung the card towards Weiss. He glared at the panties before moving on to the numbers, to which he gladly pocketed. That left only the money. He couldn't just give it back because he had no idea how much every person chucked forward. Magna internally fought himself for a couple seconds before sighing as he whispered, I can't believe I'm about to do this. Glaring at the crowd, Magna embodied young as his hair became long, blonde locks and his eyes became a serene lilac. Flaring his aura, the room became noticeable hotter as, under the expectant stares of the girls and the hate-filled glares of the guys, Magna moved. He closed his eyes and slowly lifted his shirt as the girls cried out in lust and the guys roared in jealousy. Once the shirt was off, Magna whipped his hair around before opening his eyes, revealing a pair of glowing blood red. As the room went silent, Magna looked around him and roared, now that you've gotten your show, go to bed. Without saying another word, Magna huffed as he made his way over to the girls. He ignored the muffled whispers coming from them as he lay down on one of the sleeping bags and fell asleep. Needless to say, the girls all slept like babies while the guys kept muttering about murdering a certain blonde pretty boy. Chapter 97. Wake up, lazy butt. Groans echoed from all across the hall as everyone slowly awoke. Magna yawned and looked across the room and saw a bright-eyed girl with orange hair, running circles around a calm-looking young man. The young man had a pink lock of hair that ran down the left side of his short black hair. He seemed resigned to his fate as the energetic girl ran around him while loudly singing. It's morning. It's morning. It's morning. It's morning. Magna saw the young man sigh, though a small smile adorned his face, as he quietly stood up and walked away. The girl quickly followed behind him while yelling about being at Beacon. Well, Magna thought, Nora and Ren seem pretty interesting. Those two are the only members of the RWBY cast that I haven't actually met yet. Pulling himself from his thoughts, Magna turned towards the side and frowned as he saw both Luna and Argo pinching their noses. Girls? What's wrong? Asked Magna. Argo and Luna glared at each other in silence for a few seconds before Argo sighed as she blushed, well, why don't you embody one of us and find out what's wrong for yourself? Magna gave the pair a confused look before shaking his head. His hair slowly turned a luscious golden blonde as a pair of wolf ears appeared on his head. However, as soon as his tail appeared, Magna turned green as he instantly pinched his nose shut. A horrendous smell lingered in the air as Magna forced down the bile that tried to escape his mouth. The room stinked of sweat and sex. The area around him and his side of the hall were clean while the other side of the room practically screamed that someone had sex last night. While Magna gagged, Emerald slowly sat up as she yawned. Hey morning Magna, why are you yawn using your semblance? Luna put a small piece of ice inside both of her nostrils as she leaned forward and whispered into Emerald's ear. Once Luna finished filling her in, the Mintette's eyes snapped open as she growled, if I find that fucking prick. While Emerald didn't continue her making her threat, Magna and the girls could tell by the look in her crimson eyes that whatever she had planned was not going to be pleasant. Looking around the room, Magna spotted Blake in the corner of the room, frowning as she pinched her nose as well. Yang was somehow still asleep while RWBY was struggling to get out of her sister's grasp, her face contorted in discomfort. Since he couldn't find Weiss, Pyrrha and John, Magna just assumed that they had already left the hall. Magna quickly turned back to normal since her didn't want to suffer any longer than necessary. He pulled himself out from his sleeping bag and started stretching as he said, "Well, just try and ignore it. We have initiation today so we need to get ready." When Magna didn't get a reply back, he stopped stretching and turned towards the girls, only to pause. Yang, who had just woken up, RWBY, who had gotten free of her sister's grasp, Argo and Luna, who were in the middle of leaving their sleeping bags, Blake, who was adjusting her bow in the corner and Emerald, who was cleaning up her sleeping bag, were frozen in place. All the girls were blushing hard, their eyes super focused on Magna. Argo and Luna were flexing and relaxing their fingers as if they wanted to pounce. Emerald was trying, and failing, to not watch Magna while her lips twitched upwards into a dopey smile. Yang was drooling with a predatory glint in her eyes while Blake seemed to be conflicted about watching him. Finally, RWBY was covering her face with her finger, though she was peeking through a gap in her fingers. Funnily enough, RWBY was blushing the hardest. To make it even harder for the young huntresses, Magna smirked as he flexed one last time, holding eye contact with each girl. The girls all seemed to blush even harder as they started throwing things at Magna. Though, much to their collective annoyance, Magna dodged it all while laughing as he victoriously sauntered out of the hall. After changing and giving his weapons some maintenance, Magna slowly made his way to the cafeteria. Along the way, Magna saw hundreds of students heading towards the cafeteria. This scene aroused a question in his mind as he mentally muttered, if there were this many students, then why were there so few in the anime? And sadly, Magna quickly came to the answer. Most of these people were supposed to die today. Looking over the crowd, Magna could tell that while most of them had some form of formal training, most of them only seemed to be just a little bit better than John in canon. However, these people didn't have John's luck and that was why they died. Though he could be wrong, Magna honestly didn't think he was. They either die during the initiation or get badly injured and drop out of Beacon. Either way, they wouldn't get a happy ending. Sighing to himself, Magna entered the cafeteria as he mulled over his thoughts. Breakfast was a thing. And everyone that has eaten Magna's cooking before agreed that the food was okay, considering that it was cooked by restaurant-level chefs. However, it left a lot to be desired considering the fact that most of the food was aimed towards being nutritional. Anyway, after breakfast the new blood flooded into the changing rooms to get ready for the day. Magna was by himself in the corner of the room, scanning through his locker. His eyes lingered on the ice dust vial for a few seconds before shaking his head. Today was initiation. It was going to be dangerous and Magna needed to be ready for anything. Taking ice dust now would only prove to be detrimental to himself and others. The only problem that popped up due to him not consuming the dust is the fact that his body will continue to generate more and more heat. Though, mused Magna, I'd rather be at full power while fighting so I guess everyone else will just have to put up with it. Pulling out his weapon, Crescent Moon, Magna collapsed it into its compact rifle form and latched it onto his back. He checked himself in the mirror, making sure he was set before walking off into the distance. However, he didn't make it fair as John tapped him on the back and smiled, "Hey Magna. How are you this fine morning?" "I'm good. A little excited for the initiation test but honestly. Who here isn't?" Smirked Magna as the pair slowly made their way over to a group of lockers. John nodded as he punched in his locker pin, "Yeah, I totally get that feeling. Though, just between you and me I'm a bit nervous." Magna tilted his head and asked, "Why? Didn't you train for something like this?" "Of course I trained for this. It's just," John paused and sighed, "I'm nervous about screwing up. I'm finally here, trying to fulfill my childhood dream but I just don't know if I'm good enough." Watching the young knight's hands tremble as he held his sword, Magna did the first thing that came to his mind to cheer him up. "John," said Magna, "lay your sword and shield down for a sec." John gave Magna a confused look but ultimately placed his weapons on the bench next to him. Smiling, Magna pushed John's hands together and, before the young man could react, clapped his hands over John's. Bang! Youch! John's cry of pain echoed through the room, startling some of the other students but Magna ignored them. John had tears building up at the corner of his eyes as he waved his bright red hands back and forth while blowing on them. "What was that for, you jerk?" yelled John as he glared at Magna. Instead of getting angry, Magna grinned, much to the young knight's ire, as he said, "You ain't feeling nervous anymore, right?" John froze. "Angry? Yup. Annoyed? Oh yeah. Sore. Definitely. But nervous? Not anymore." His hands weren't shaking anymore and his heart wasn't trying to leap out of his chest. Magna slapped John on the back, slightly unbalancing the young man as he laughed, life's too short to be worrying over what-ifs, John. So don't worry. I know you'll do fine out there. Wow, muttered John, his eyes tearing up, no one's ever motivated me like this before. Do I really belong here? Of course you do, John. You have one of the most essential things for a huntsman. Magna suddenly tapped John's chest as he continued, you have a kind heart, John. Don't ever doubt yourself. John seemed ready to burst into tears, though he held himself back as he wiped his eyes and yelled, yeah. Thanks, Magna. I really needed that. Anytime, John. That's what friends are for. Said Magna as he patted John's shoulders. Just as he turned to walk away, John suddenly grabbed Magna's arm and dragged him away. Before Magna could struggle out of John's grasp, his arm was released, causing him to stumble slightly. You know what else is great? Me. John Ark, nice to meet you. Oh, and this is Magna, my brother from another mother. Said John. Magna face-palmed as Weiss and Pyrrha both stared at the blonde. Weiss seemed put off, though her eyes occasionally drifted to Magna. Pyrrha, however, had her eyes glued onto Magna as she slowly broke into tears. John's facade crumbled under her tears as he nervously said, Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you cry. Was it something I said? Weiss watched Pyrrha in stunned silence as the champion wiped her tears and smiled, I am sorry. It wasn't you that caused this. I missed you so much, Magna. Before Magna could react, Pyrrha dashed at Magna and jumped into his arms, pushing the pair to the ground. With a crying girl in his arms, Magna gently rubbed her back as he whispered soothing words into her ear. Weiss watched on in jealousy while John was just worried about the crying girl. After a few minutes, Pyrrha finally calmed down enough to pull herself off of Magna. Her eyes were a little red from crying, but her smiling face managed to grab everyone's attention as she said, I'm sorry for breaking down like that. John waved his hands in a frantic manner as he said that it was fine. Weiss narrowed her eyes at Pyrrha but ultimately agreed with John. Magna nodded as he said, It's fine, Pyrrha. I just want to know why you broke down the moment you saw me. Pyrrha brushed her hair out of her face and explained that she was extremely worried about Magna since he was kidnapped in front of her. She went into detail how she trained to the point of collapsing just in hopes of distracting herself from her memories of that day. Now, Magna was feeling really bad. He honestly forgot about informing Pyrrha that he was fine. At the time, it just seemed less important than escaping the Branwen tribe or saving Emerald. Sorry Pyrrha, I'm gonna be honest here, but I forgot to tell you that I was fine. I managed to escape the bandits and found my teacher while he was on a mission. Pyrrha's body physically shrunk as she showed a strained smile, Oh, you about forgot me. Seeing the champion acting so depressed, Magna decided that he absolutely hated that expression as he grabbed her arms and gently said, I'm really sorry, Pyrrha. How about we catch up over a meal after the initiation? My treat. Pyrrha immediately perked up, her eyes shining in joy as she leapt at Magna, yes. Yes. I would love to catch up. Well, it's almost time for initiation and I still need to get ready. It was nice meeting you, John and Weiss. Wait, Pyrrha, what about? Before Weiss could finish speaking, Pyrrha dashed away with a happy smile on her face. John, seeing that Weiss was alone, was about to try hit on her again, but Magna pulled the knight back and shook his head. The blonde turned to Magna with a questioning look, only to jump when Weiss angrily stormed off. You're lucky I stopped you, or else Weiss would have stabbed you with her rapier. Said Magna as he walked off towards the door. John wiped the sweat from his forehead as he adjusted his shield and quickly ran after Magna. Hey. Magna. Wait up. As the wind drifted through his hair, Magna looked over the cliffside and whistled, wow, that's a long way down. Ozpin stood off to the side with Glinda, his eyes scanning through the gathered students. Glinda, seeing that everyone was talking with one another, frowned as she glared at the students. Children, please stop talking and line up on the panels before you. Professor Ozpin will address you when you are ready. Magna and everyone else there didn't need to be told twice as they all practically scrambled on a panel. Once everyone settled down, Ozpin smiled, thank you, Glinda. Firstly, I would like to point out that due to unscrupulous behavior last night, a few of your fellow students have been sent home. Ozpin's eyes sharpened into a menacing glare as the students all unconsciously straightened up. This is a place of learning. I expect you all to be disciplined, and to not give in to your carnal urges. You are here to learn how to be huntsmen, act like it. The students were silent as Ozpin's expression softened slightly. Anyway, all of you have trained for years and today, your skills will be evaluated in the Emerald Forest. Glinda, who was holding what seemed to be a tablet-like scroll, said, I'm sure you all have heard the rumors about team assignments, so let me be the one to put those rumors to rest. You all will be given teammates today. Magna glanced over to Argo, Luna and Emerald, who all sneakily nodded in his direction. Honestly, Magna may have told them how initiation works. Thank the gods that Crow provided him with a solid alibi. He told them to team up and meet up with him. Since Argo and Luna were wolf faunas, it was their job to track down both Emerald and Magna. Emerald was to use her semblance on any students approaching her, while Magna was to embody one of the twins and meet up with them. What? Oh. Ruby's muffled groan managed to pull Magna from his thoughts as he quickly straightened up. These teammates will be with you for the rest of your time here. It is in your best interest that you be paired up with some who you can work well with. Magna watched as Ruby's face seemed to slowly collapse in on itself. He shot Yang, who was looking around at all the students, a pointed look and motion towards Ruby. She shook her head and mouthed, "She'll be fine." That being said, the first person you make eye contact with after landing will be your partner for the next 4 years. The sound of Ruby's world-shattering echoed through the woods as she screamed, "What?" Magna sarcastically mouthed to Yang, "Yeah, she's fine." Yang at least had the decency to give him a sheepish smile as she quickly looked away. Magna's gaze quickly flicked over to Luna, who was standing next to Ruby, and motioned for her to comfort the young girl. After partnering up, make your way to the northern end of the forest. You will meet opposition, so do not hesitate to destroy everything in your path or you will die. Magna thought about raising his hand to ask about destroying things such as the forest itself, but decided not to, since, if he destroys the forest and they try to berate him about it, he can just blame it on Ozpin. After all, he never said they couldn't destroy the forest. You will be monitored and graded for the duration of the initiation, but our instructors will not intervene. At the end of the path, you will find a temple housing several relics. Each pair must choose one and return to the top of the cliff," said Ozpin. The headmaster took a sip of his beverage, whether it was coffee or hot chocolate Magna didn't know, and continued, "Defend the relic with your lives, for it is your key to attending this academy." Glinda suddenly stepped forward as she glared at everyone and yelled, "All right, students. Please prepare yourselves. If you have any questions, please do not be afraid to ask Professor Ozpin." Ozpin flinched for some reason unknown to Magna as Glinda handed him the scroll and stepped back. Most of the students started to get ready while John mulled over his thoughts and said, "Sir, I have a question." Unlike in the show, Ozpin nodded and motioned for John to speak. "You're not flinging us into the forest, are you?" Ozpin said nothing as he tapped the scroll in his hands. A second later, Weiss was sent flying through the air, her rapier pointed forward in an attempt to lessen air resistance. "Right," said John, "so Sai, I'm guessing you didn't hand out parachutes, did you?" "No, you will need to come up with your own landing strategy," replied Ozpin as he pressed the scroll, sending another student flying. John silently got into position as he mentally screamed, "Thank the gods that Magna actually prepared me for something like this." And that he did. One of the first things Magna did was throw him off a cliff, telling him that he needed to land safely. Though, to be fair, the cliff wasn't that high, as the worst injury John could have received was a twisted ankle. As student after student was launched into the sky, Magna watched as a confident John was launched forward. He didn't scream, nor did he flip uncontrollably. Seeing this, Magna couldn't stop himself from smiling as he muttered, "That's the one, John." After a few minutes, all the students had been launched but one. Magna exchanged a short nod with both teachers as he got into position. He planned to change mid-flight so he could track either Argo's, Luna's or Emerald's scent when he landed. Then, all he had to do was run in that direction until he came across one of the three. However, his plan quickly fell apart when Ozpin pressed the scroll, yet the launch pad didn't activate. "Why didn't the pad activate, Glinda? Do you know why the pad didn't launch Mr. Opus into the air?" asked Ozpin. Glinda merely rubbed her forehead as she said, "I swear to Ozpin, I handed you the paperwork for the launch pad repairs 2 weeks ago. You tell me why the launch pad didn't go off." Both Ozpin and Magna shuddered under the intense pressure Glinda started releasing as she glared at Ozpin. "Damn. And she's not even directing that at me. Ozpin, what the hell did you do to piss her off this badly?" mused Magna, as he forced his body to stand up straight once more. Having a scanner as a cluster heightened his sense of pride. Though it was nowhere near a scanner's level, Magna still felt urges every now and then to be more prideful. "Why yes, well how about we have Mr. Opus jump off the cliff instead? Think of it as a more difficult version of initiation," Ozpin said while slowly backing away from Glinda. However, she continued to glare at him even as he backed away, so he continued, "He will have to traverse almost the entire forest to get to the temple, and then he'd have to make his way back. This would allow for a more accurate measurements of Mr. Opus's skill set." Glinda paused and mulled over Ozpin's words. After a few grueling seconds, she sighed and nodded, "You're right, Professor. Though, we will be having a very long chat after initiation." Magna, seeing that he was allowed to start, jogged over to the edge and looked over. Taking a deep breath, Magna leapt over the side as he muttered, "Maximum effort." Chapter 98. POV, Luna. Soaring through the air, Luna scanned the area in front of her and sighed. She glanced backwards and saw her sister, RWBY, stalling in mid-air as flames roared out from her hands and feet. "Using your semblance like that is just unfair, big sis," pouted Luna. As she slowly dropped lower and lower, Luna sighed once more before flaring her aura. Just as she was about to get intimately acquainted with a rather large tree, Luna twirled before slashing outwards while activating her semblance. Suddenly, a large block of curved ice covered the tree. Then, Luna stylishly grinded along the curve, angling herself to a safer position. She continued to summon curved ice block after curved ice block, until she landed safely on the ground, skidding a few meters as the ground beneath her feet became covered in ice. Once she stopped sliding, Luna broke out into a dead sprint towards a nearby tree and climbed to the top in a matter of seconds. She looked over the trees surrounding her and sniffed the air for a few seconds before looking off into the distance as she muttered, "Emerald's the only one nearby, best get a move on." For wolf faunas like RWBY and Luna, you could truly say that they felt right at home in the forest. Their sense of smell and sight allowed them to not only track people easier but it also allowed them to avoid the likes of Grimm. This, when combined with their tempered bodies, gave them an overwhelming advantage over the average student. Luna, now having her goal in sight, dropped to the forest floor, her aura breaking her fall, as she broke out into a quick yet cautious sprint. The forest around her practically became a blur as she traversed the land with ease, avoiding Grimm and other students. After a few minutes of running, Luna slowed to a jog, not even sweating, as she cautiously walked towards a small clearing. "Hey Luna," said a familiar voice from above. "Luna, fancy seeing you here." A figure suddenly dropped from the trees, a playful smirk on her face as she stared into Luna's eyes. "I guess we're partners." Luna smiled happily as her tail danced about. "I guess we are. Now we just gotta wait for RWBY and Magna. By the way, you wouldn't happen to know where the ruins are, would you?" Emerald grinned. "We're close to the ruins. I saw where it was and mapped out a route. Now the only thing left is to decide whether we want to go there now or wait for Magna and RWBY." Both girls suddenly fell silent. Luna had absolutely no idea whether they should wait or not, while Emerald seemed to not care either way. After half a minute passed, Emerald sighed in annoyance as she started walking off. "Let's just go and wait for them at the temple." Luna perked up and ran after Emerald as she yelled, "Wait for me." POV, RWBY. "Yahoo!" screamed RWBY. As the young reaper flew through the air, RWBY smiled as the wind brushed against her face and through her hair. Suddenly, her eyes widened as she screamed, "No. Birdie no. Puff. Ack. Why?" Temporarily blinded by feathers, RWBY didn't notice the incoming tree. At the very last second before impact, RWBY gasped as she spun and activated her semblance. RWBY became a blur surrounded in petals as she narrowly skimmed around the tree. However, even after managing not to become a stain on a tree, RWBY kept her semblance active as she dashed through the treetops. Jumped from tree to tree, RWBY ran forward as she mused to herself, "Okay, RWBY. Think. First things first, I need a partner. Let's see. There's Young, Magna, RWBY, Luna, Emerald and John. It'd be great if I could team up with Young, even if her puns make me want to slam my head against crescent rows." Seeing what seemed to be a lancer nest, RWBY cautiously moved backwards before dropping to the forest floor. She didn't need a swarm of lancers chasing her around. As she continued to run forward, RWBY continued her musing. "Few anyway, RWBY, Luna and Emerald already told me that they plan to team up with each other and track down Magna, so that crosses them off the list." Suddenly, RWBY blushed. "Magna, oh man, I'd love to be his partner. Not only does he use a scythe like Crescent Rose, but he's also the hero I aspire to be. He's just so awesome. And I know he can fight. I'm sure that RWBY and the girls won't mind if I aim for him as well. Then there's John. He seems nice. He also looks like he'd have my back in a fight, so that's a plus. Oh, I wonder if he'll let me modify his weapon for him if we're teammates." As RWBY ran through more of the forest, she broke away from her mental musing as she muttered, "So it's either Young, Magna, or John. Well, I just hope it's not that crabby Rick Dash." Before RWBY could finish her sentence, she came to a halt as she stared into the icy blue eyes across from her that seemed to want nothing to do with her. Weiss looked at RWBY, glared at RWBY for what felt like an hour before sighing as she turned and walked away. RWBY, having been snapped out of her shock, quickly ran after Weiss as she yelled, "Wait for me." POV, John. John sailed through the air, sword and shield in hand. He took into account the trees that he was quickly approaching, trying to devise the most cost-effective way of land. Once he had a plan in mind, he shifted his shield to his side and took a deep breath. Channeling his aura slowly through his body, John reached out his shield arm and grabbed a tree branch. He winced, the pain from inertia coming to a sudden stop hitting him for a second before his aura worked to heal the damage. Looking at the tree, John sighed happily as he let go and made his way down, jumping from branch to branch. Once his feet touched the ground, the blonde sighed as he muttered, "I freaking hate falling." After a minute, the damage done to his arm was healed and John slowly started his trek across the forest. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out as a headless baby nevermore crashed next to him. John instantly leapt away as he got into his stance and glanced towards where he heard the gunshot. Standing before him was the same redhead that burst into tears when she saw Magna, her green eyes giving him an apologetic look. Said John, "Your name's Pyrrha, right?" "I'm John and I guess we're partners." Pyrrha smiled, "Nice to meet you, partner." POV, young. Bang. 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 Woohoo. In the air above the forest, a bombastic blonde with a shining personality was zooming through the sky. Yang, using the recoil from her shotgun gauntlets, flew like a bird while doing tricks and flips. It was a miracle that the aviators she was wearing didn't fall off. As Yang zoomed towards a tree, she didn't even tree and avoided as she gave a fierce smile before cocking her fist back. Her aura burst to life as her hand blurred, her eyes behind glowing in a crimson light behind her glasses as she roared, "Gusai Repa." In an instant, the tree exploded around her fist, shattering into thousands of tiny shards of wood. With her punch consuming all the momentum behind her flight, Yang fell to the ground. Once she landed, Yang pouted as she dusted her clothes off, "Oh come on, I still wanted to fly for a bit more." Flexing her hands a bit, Yang's face showed off a rare gentle smile as she remembered her training. Specifically, her training with Magna. Through the use of underhanded tactics, she kept bothering him until he broke. Yang managed to coerce, Magna to teach her some martial arts. And to their utter amazement, Yang instantly fell in love with the martial arts style that Kagami Kaika used. She worked hard for months and eventually managed to combine both her father's brawler style and Kaika martial arts. The result? Yang was a complete monster to fight against, though she still tended to run into battle head first. Kaika's style managed to help fix some of the openings she leaves while fighting. Anyway, Yang slowly walked through the forest with her arms around the back of her head, taking in all the sights around her while softly whistling a tune. Suddenly, a rustling sound caught her attention as she perked up. Yang jogged over to where the sound was coming from and stuck her head inside the shrubbery and said, "RWBY?" Almost instantly, Yang recoiled backwards as she giggled, "Nope. You're definitely not RWBY." Following behind her was a Ursa. Yang was a little disappointed that it was only an Ursa Major, but her disappointment quickly lessened when another two more Ursa appeared from the side. "For me?" mocked Yang, pressing her hands to her chest as she continued, "Oh, you shouldn't have." Before either Ursa could react, the earth beneath Yang shattered as she plunged an aura-infused fist through one of the Ursa. Smirking, Yang ripped her fist out of the dead Grim, ignoring the black dust on her gauntlet. Using her clean hand, she pulled her aviators off and stored them inside her storage bracelet. The two Ursa remaining, having processed what just happened, roared as they charged. They pair furiously swiped at Yang, yet the blonde easily slipped in between their attacks while taunting them. Then, when both Ursa overextended their swings, Yang moved in front of the closest Ursa and attacked. Her fist, clad in aura, struck the Ursa's stomach as a small shockwave burst out from its body. The Ursa let out a pained roar, its body lurching forward as Yang shifted back. With a wide grin on her face, Yang reared her fist back before letting loose a blazing uppercut, tearing the Ursa's head clean off. Yang took a second to watch the head fly, whistling to herself as she said, "Wow, I really must be ahead of everyone else." While she was laughing to herself about her joke, the other Ursa lunged forward, its arms ready to lash out in a fierce blitz. Well, it would have lunged forward, but a figure leapt out from the shadows and sped towards the Ursa, beheading the Grim in stylish yet efficient manner. Yang looked over to the figure and pouted, "I could have done that." The figure, a girl wearing a black and white combat clothes built for mobility and a black bow, rolled her eyes. "I'm Yang, by the way. Yang Xiaolong. Nice to meet you," said Yang, stretching her arm out while her other arm saluted. The girl softly shook Yang's hand as she replied, "Blake Belladonna." POV, Argo. Flames roared out from Argo's arms and legs, cancelling out her forward momentum and slowly lowering her to the ground. Like how Luna learned to surround herself in her semblance with pillars of ice shooting into the sky, Argo learned how to expel flames like a flamethrower. Sadly, it took a lot of concentration from Argo and it consumed a steady stream of her aura. By the time she reached the ground, her breathing was a little rough and her aura reserves were around half. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Argo sniffed the air and nodded to herself when she realized that there weren't any Grimm near her. I'm safe for the time being and there isn't anyone close by as well. Now, I just gotta wait for Magna to fly by so I could chase him down and partner up with him. Murmured Argo while she stretched her limbs. Seeing that she had some time to kill, Argo found a large stone that was being bathed in sunlight and made herself comfortable. The warmth from both the sun and the heated rock made her sigh in content as she patiently waited. Though, don't let her relaxed demeanor fool you. Her heightened sense of hearing and smell were on high alert, ready to locate the first sigh of people or Grimm alike. After a few minutes, the sounds of people screaming through the air above her stopped, signifying that the last of the students should have been launched into the forest. However, she didn't hear nor smell anything remotely similar to Magna. With her tail swishing about in agitation, Argo narrowed her eyes before taking off back towards the cliff leading to the school. Suddenly, Argo felt a shiver up her spine as her fur bristled. She quickly dove to the side as she narrowly avoided a barrage of irradiated feathers. Glaring ahead of her, Argo warily eyed the flock of glowing green baby Nevermores. There were at least 27 of them, way more than any known flock recorded, which sat at a measly 5. Argo's ears flattened against her head as she scowled. These look like those mutated Grimm Magna told us about. I wonder what makes these Grimm diff dash. Her eyes widened as she hastily leapt back, aura infused in her legs, as the flock darted through the air where she once stood. A growl escaped her lips as Argo slashed her hand towards the flock, releasing a wave of fiery aura. However, even though the flock could have dodged, they just stood there and let the fire wash over them. Oh yeah. Suck on that. Roared Argo. Just as she finished gloating, a huge gust of wind exploded from inside the flames. Once the wind died down, Argo stared on with wide eyes as she saw that the flock was practically unscathed. What's worse was the fact that the flock looked at her with mockery in their eyes as they caught in what seemed like laughter. Anger rose up from inside Argo as she screamed while angrily slashing at the flock, sending wave after wave of flames at them. But the flock merely looked at her with what seemed to be disdain as they shrugged off the flames. They flew around Argo at blinding speeds, creating a small vacuum tunnel as they barraged her with their feathers. And as if that wasn't enough, the feathers got sucked up into the tunnel, turning it into a storm of blades. "Eh!" screamed Argo, pain riddling her body as her aura whittled away. As the storm slowed to a stop, Argo was panting while her body shook in pain. Her aura did its best to heal her and defend her, but she was still injured. However, her eyes still showed the will to fight as growled. Suddenly, her hair started glowing like sunlight as light trailed from her crimson pupils. Flames, far hotter than before, covered her arms and legs, forming beast-like appendages over her limbs. With large claws made from flames and flaming wolf-like legs, Argo went down on one knee before launching forward, blurring as the ground beneath her turned into slag. A red light tore through the flock as some of the mutated baby Nevermores fell to the ground, screeching and flailing about. Argo, who was a few meters away, shook as she fell to one knee, panting while sweat poured down her body. Damn it, even after using solar, I only managed to cripple a few of them, Argo thought to herself, her teeth gritting together as she stumbled about. Just as she was about to fall, the ground shook as something fell between Argo and the flock. Argo panicked and tried to get up, only to completely calm down as a familiar and prideful voice spoke out, each word laced with intense feelings of anger. "How dare you!" Suddenly, the sun rose for a second time. Chapter 99. Magna glared at the flock of mutated baby Nevermores before him. Over the years, he and Crow have dealt with many different mutated Grimm. Nevermores, when mutated, gained increased intelligence, tougher bone armor, metal-like skin and stronger muscles. Their wingspan also grew while their bodies became more aerodynamic. Lastly, they gained an insane regeneration ability that allows them to rapid-fire their feathers. Even now, Magna could see the Grimm that Argo injured were slowly regenerating, a black substance coating and fixing their wounds. To make sure Argo's sacrifice didn't go to waste, Magna held his palm out and calmly spoke. Suddenly, a fiery sun that completely dwarfed the size of a truck appeared above Magna, his eyes never leaving the forms of the regenerating Nevermores. With zero hesitation, Magna threw the sun at them and plainly said, "Die." The healthy Nevermores flew out of the way in a panic, leaving the regenerating Nevermores to die as the sun swallowed them before continuing forward. A straight line formed in the forest, all the trees and Grimm in the way completely decimated while Magna continued to glare at the flock. He could see that, while increased intelligence let them figure out that the many could defeat the few, it also gave them the ability to feel fear when faced with an opponent they couldn't hope to defeat. The flock merely glanced in Magna's direction before they scattered. "You dare try and run?" sneered Magna, his arm reeled back. Once more, Magna threw another sun at the largest group of the flock and completely wiped them, and a part of the forest, out. After making sure that there weren't any enemies in the area, Magna quickly ran over to Argo and kneeled down beside her. "Argo!" yelled Magna, "how are you holding up? I'm gonna patch you up, okay?" Magna pulled out some medicine and bandages and spent a few minutes cleaning her wounds and patching her up. After he was done, Argo rubbed her head against Magna's leg, her eyes conveying feelings of gratefulness as she smiled. "Thanks Magna, luckily, I'm just aura fatigued." Their attacks, while fast, didn't really do that much damage, though they did hurt like hell. But they did eat at my aura, which was really annoying. "Yeah," replied Magna as he rolled his eyes, "and what do? You use your heaviest aura-consuming move while being low on aura." Argo winced as Magna continued, "I mean, come on. That was reckless, Argo. What do you think would have happened if I arrived a few minutes later? You would have been in some real trouble." I know Magna," said Argo, "I underestimated the mutated Grimm. I honestly thought they were just a bit tougher than regular Grimm. I didn't think they'd be like that." Magna sighed while ruffling her hair. "It's fine, Argo. I'm partly at fault for not telling you guys about the mutated Grimm in detail." Scanning over Argo's body, Magna saw that most of her wounds were healed and that the only thing keeping her from moving was aura fatigue. "Hey, Argo. Could you give an estimate for when you're able to move?" asked Magna as he slowly moved away from her. While Magna started doing some stretches, Argo replied, "I think I'll be good in a minute or two. My aura was practically empty, so." Magna nodded before taking a deep breath as he smiled. "Cool. I'll find out where the ruins are, then we'll start moving when you're ready." "Okay, how are you, Dash?" Before Argo could finish, Magna's body grew, ripping his shirt to shreds, as he jumped high into the sky. He jumped right over the cliff, spotting Ozpin and Glinda, who were still arguing. Well, Ozpin was mostly getting yelled at while Glinda screamed at him. Anyway, as his jump reached its peak, Magna quickly scanned the forest since he could only see so far while up on the cliff. "Bingo!" Magna said with a smile, his gaze locked onto the ruins. Then, gravity kicked in. As his falling speed grew faster, Magna saw the shocked look on Ozpin's and Glinda's face as he passed them. Flicking them a cheeky wink, Magna quickly braced himself as he collided with the ground feet first. Crash. "Cough cough, I honestly expected that to hurt more," muttered Magna, waving the dirt out of his face. What was that?" Turning towards the source of the scream, Magna grinned as he saw Argo standing a few feet away. She had an awestruck look on her face, which was reasonable since he's never really used the strength that came with Sunshine's boost. "That," said Magna, dusting himself off, "was me finding our way to the ruins. Now that you're up and about, let's set off." Argo blinked. Okay then. I think we're gonna be a little behind everyone else though. We might miss Luna and, what are you doing?" While Argo was talking, Magna had moved next to her, a wide smile on his face. Without warning, Magna wrapped his arms around her in a tight hug as she stuttered, What? Hey. I don't mind, but you could have picked a better Dash." While Argo was mid-sentence, Magna pressed a finger over her mouth and smiled. "Argo, try keep your mouth closed and hold on tight." Before she could reply, Magna channeled his aura into his legs and, to the horror of the rapidly paling Argo, leapt forward while laughing in excitement. Argo, on the other hand, didn't follow Magna's advice and screamed as they flew through the air. At the ruins, people were slowly starting to funnel in. Sitting just atop the ruins, Luna and Emerald were chatting while waiting for Magna and Argo. Emerald held a white pawn piece in her hand as she muttered, "Why are the relics chess pieces?" Luna, who had just taken a meat kebab out of her storage bracelet, shrugged, "No idea. Maybe the school is going through some rough times." Just as they were about to continue chatting, the ruins shook as a loud bang resounded outside. Both girls glanced over at each other before leaping off the side. Once they reached the ground, Emerald looked around and said, "You hear anything, Luna?" "I can't see anything out of the norm." Luna's ear twitched for a few seconds as she replied, I think I can hear someone screaming." Suddenly, a girlish scream echoed through the forest from behind them. Emerald turned around and dropped into a combat stance as she said, "I heard it as well. I wonder what caused that girl to scream." "Pyrrha. This is not the relic." "It's not. Hold on, John. And whatever you do, don't let." John, who was just clinging on to the stinger of a Deathstalker, felt his grasp slip as the Deathstalker flung him forward. "Go." Seeing that she was left alone with an angry Deathstalker, Pyrrha did what any sane person or sunlight-breathing style using old man would do in her situation. She turned in the direction John was flung and started running. "Actually," muttered Luna, her ears twitching towards in the opposite direction Emerald was facing. The scream I was talking about was coming from Dash. Look out below. Crash. Dust exploded everywhere, causing both Luna and Emerald to cough uncontrollably. After they managed to stop, Emerald glared at the center of the dust cloud since she recognized the two voices and yelled, "What the hell was that, Magna? Is that you, Emerald? Sorry about that. Argo and I got a little caught up, so I jumped all the way here to make up time," replied Magna from within the dust. Waving his hand, the dust was blown away, revealing a shirtless Magna and a panicked Argo. The blonde wolf fauness was shaking, her fur bristled and her nails digging into Magna's arm. "Sis," said Luna, "are you okay?" Suddenly, Argo let go of Magna and, to everyone's surprise, threw a heavy punch at Magna's stomach. Magna buckled slightly as Argo glared at him and yelled, "What the hell, Magna? You don't just start jumping into the sky while carrying someone." But I did it to get us here faster. I didn't want to keep Luna and Emerald waiting," said Magna. He rubbed his stomach a little and sighed before looking over to Luna and Emerald. "So what piece did you guys choose?" Emerald reached into her pocket and threw a white pawn over to Magna before pulling out another one from the same pocket. Looking over the piece, Magna shrugged his shoulders before tossing the piece into his storage bracelet. Then, turning over to Argo, Magna sighed as she pouted while angrily glaring at him, her tail swishing about behind her. Sighing, Magna walked over and, ignoring the angry glare she was sending him, said, "I'm really sorry for jumping about without warning. I just wanted to get to the ruins as fast as possible, so I hope you can forgive me." Argo stopped pouting as she said, "You have to cook me my favorite food for dinner." "Sure thing. You have to brush my hair and tail tonight. I promise." Her cheeks slowly turned red as she stuttered out, "Why you have to take my sister and I out sometime?" Magna just raised an eyebrow as he said, "I would have took you guys out if you asked, you know." Argo ignored his comment and stared at him. After a minute or so, Magna nodded as both Argo and Luna broke out into smiles. Emerald smirked in amusement as she laughed, "I want you to take me out sometime as well, Magna. Is that cool with you?" "Sure, I guess. Just let me know when," replied Magna. Suddenly, Yang burst out from the shrubbery next to them, a wide smile on her face as she shot them with finger guns and said, "How's it yanging, guys? You miss me?" Blake came out from behind her, sighing as she said, "On a scale of 1 to 10, how frequent are her puns?" 10. Definitely 10. 10, no doubt about it. 11. Everyone looked over at Emerald as she shrugged, "I'm not wrong, am I?" Before anyone could answer, a girl riding an Ursa stumbled over, the grin collapsing as she cried, "Oh no. I think it's broken Rennie." "Nora," panted the boy, "please don't ever do that again." Like magic, the girl was already over by the relics, tossing the white rook around as she sang, "I'm queen of the castle, I'm queen of the castle, I'm queen of th. Nora." With a smile on her face, she pocketed the rook piece as she smiled, "Coming Ren." Did, Blake blinked, trying to piece together the craziness that just happened as she continued, "She just ride in on an Ursa?" "Ah." While everyone was stunned, Argo, Luna and secretly Blake looked upwards as Argo said, "Look Magna. Someone had the same idea as you." Glancing upwards, Magna saw a familiar red cloak falling towards the ground, a wide smile on Ruby's face once she spotted Magna. Sighing, Magna quickly ran over to where she was going to land and jumped upwards. Just as he reached out to grab Ruby, Magna noticed John flying towards him. Obviously, he wasn't going to let them collide, so once he had Ruby firmly in his grasp, he quickly grabbed John as well before letting gravity send him back to the ground. Did that girl just fall from the sky? Ruby. Oh my Are you Oka Dash? Suddenly, Pyrrha burst out from the forest furthest away from the group, letting loose a barrage of bullets behind her as a Deathstalker hastily chased after her. Blake's face changed a little as she said in a worried tone, Did she just run here with a Deathstalker on her tail?" Magna watched on as the Deathstalker smacked Pyrrha with its pincer, sending her flying over to the group. She instinctively closed her eyes, ready to kiss the ground, but instead of the hard embrace of soil, Pyrrha found herself wrapped up in Magna's arms as he flashed her a smile. "Whoa. Pyrrha, if I didn't know any better, I'd say that you're falling for me." Magna joked, a cheeky grin on his face while Pyrrha turned bright red like her hair. Yang, whose anger was reaching boiling point, snorted before falling to the ground with her arms wrapped around her stomach, tears in her eyes as she burst into a fit of laughter. Suddenly, Yang! A red bullet plunged straight into Yang's stomach, forcing the air out of the laughing girl's already empty lungs before knocking her to the ground. Ruby quickly lost her smile once she saw how pale her sister was as she yanked Yang off the ground and started shaking her as she yelled, "YNG. Are you okay? Luckily for Yang, Argo and Luna quickly ran over and pulled Little Red Riding Hood while Emerald and Blake helped Yang onto her feet. Magna shook his head before looking up, spotting an adult Nevermore that had a little white speck on its back. The Nevermore circled the group as a prim voice echoed from the skies, "How could you just leave me? You insufferable little b-dash." Squawk. Blake, having moved away from her recovering partner, looked at the Nevermore and said, "She's gonna fall." "Pfft," said Ruby, "she's fine." Rolling her eyes, Blake watched as the white speck lost grip on the Grim. The prissy girl slowly started her descent towards the ground as Blake plainly said, "She's falling." Sighing, Magna once more leapt off the ground. Weiss closed her eyes and prepared herself to hit the ground. However, instead of the hard ground, Weiss felt a pair of hot and muscular arms wrap around her. She opened her eyes a little and felt her cheeks heat up when she saw Magna, smiling down at her with a warm look on his face as he muttered, "I've got you, Weiss. Don't worry." Crash. With his feet planted deep into a crater, Magna gently let Weiss down as she smiled at him and muttered, "My hero." Off to the side, Yang gave a sarcastic smile as she saw the Nevermore circling them from above and the Deathstalker eyeing them up from the forest. "Great. The gang's all here. Now we can die together." Just as Magna and Weiss made their way over to the group, a red figure surrounded in rose petals sped past them as Ruby yelled, "Not if I can help it." The Nevermore instantly reacted to Ruby's movement, screeching as it laid out a barrage of giant feathers. Ruby weaved through them as best as she could, but eventually, a rogue feather nailed the bottom of her hood. Arg! With all the forward momentum Ruby had built up, the sudden stop choked her before her hood ripped, sending her tumbling forward. Once she stopped, Ruby stared upwards in a daze, barely registering the raised pincer above her. Yang's eyes widened in panic as she took off forward. "Ruby! Get out of there! Ruby!" Just as Weiss activated her glyphs in an attempt to rescue Ruby, a searing heat passed her by. Everyone watched on as Magna ran directly past Yang, turning the ground beneath him into ash. When he came to the field of feathers, Magna merely sneered as he charged forward. Every single feather in his way turned to ash as Magna pulled a sword out from his storage bracelet and swung it forward. At the same exact time, the sword in his hand turned into slag while a wave of flames and force scorched the Deathstalker's carapace while sending it flying. Waving off the molten metal on his hands, Magna leapt over to Ruby and hugged her into his chest. "Wawa wawa, what are you doing, Magna?" screamed Ruby, blushing up a storm. However, Magna couldn't answer her as spear-like feathers rained down on his back. To make matters worse, Magna couldn't raise his internal heat any higher since he ran the risk of injuring Ruby. Luckily, Magna's body was as hard as steel due to sunshine powering both his body and increasing his aura reserves. Feeling the impact through Magna's body, Ruby gasped as she said, "Magna. Let me go. I'll be fine. Please. You're getting hurt." Suddenly, Magna lifted himself and Ruby off the ground, his back straightening as he calmly replied in a deep voice, "I'm getting hurt? Who decided that?" Ruby stumbled out of his grasp and stared at him in a daze. "You'll be fine." Magna's hand shot out and stopped a feather a few centimeters away from piercing Ruby's face. The young girl jumped in shock as she hid behind Magna while he spoke. "Who decided that?" "I will be the one who decides." The Deathstalker appeared in front of him, its stinger aiming straight for Heart. Sadly, this did nothing more than annoy Magna as he moved a single finger in the way of the stinger, bringing it to a halt as it struggled to move forward. Everyone else that was preparing to move in to assist him, stopped in awe as Magna threw the feather like a javelin at the Nevermore before kicking the Deathstalker across the plain and into the forest. The Nevermore easily evaded the feather, only to be met with a brutal kick in the face by Magna. The flying Grim spiraled towards the rest of the group as John roared, "Scatter!" Blake, Weiss and Young jumped back towards the ruin while John and the rest ran towards the forest. Ruby, having finally snapped out of her daze, ran towards Young in a whirlwind of rose petals. Argo and Luna eyed Ruby and, once the red speedster stopped running, grabbed a cheek each and pulled as they yelled in sync. "What in the hell were you thinking? You can't just run off like that. You could have gotten hurt. Or worse, you could have died." "I'm Shwari," muttered Ruby. "Ruby," growled Argo, letting her side go, "that was the single stupidest thing I've seen you do, and I've known you for 9 whole years." "Sis is right, Ruby," yelled Luna, "you rushed head first into danger without a solid plan or way to escape." Ruby pouted, "Magna does it too." Luna's fur bristled as she opened her mouth, only to be cut off as Weiss jumped over and said, "You are so childish. Wah. And dim-witted. And hyperactive. And don't get me started on your fighting style. Hey. You're not exactly a saint either, princess." You whined the whole way here and you refused to admit that you got us lost. Barked Ruby. Weiss tripped a little as she took a breath and replied, I suppose I can be difficult. But if we are going to do this, we need to work as a team. That means, no more trying to show off. Ruby pouted even harder as she kicked at the dirt beneath her. I wasn't trying to show off. I was trying to show you that I belong here, that I'm not just someone who got lucky. The three girls surrounding the younger girl looked at each other and sighed as Argo reached out and rubbed her head. You're fine, Rubes. Luna, being the hug-loving girl she was, gently hugged Ruby and said, we all know you deserve to be here, Ruby. Remember what Magna told you. If you find yourself unable to believe in yourself, then believe in the me that believes in you. Ruby smiled brightly as she rubbed the sweat from her eyes. Author. Weiss sighed while looking at Ruby as she gave a small smile. You're doing fine, Ruby. Just try not to rush head first into danger. Ruby's smile grew as she softly whispered to herself, normal knees. Obviously, the two faunus next to her heard her whisper but decided to say nothing. Emerald suddenly landed next to them as she whistled, damn, Ruby, swear jar. Look at John go. He's really come a long way from where he was 3 years ago. Heck. He didn't even know how to throw a punch properly and now. John was currently deflecting the Deathstalker's tail and pincers while Pyrrha and Magna attacked it. Nora was using a giant warhammer to break the armor around the Deathstalker's legs. Ren, on the other hand, was rapidly attacking the Deathstalker, raining bullets on it whenever a weak point got exposed. Suddenly, an explosion caught everyone's attention as Yang, her eyes shining a blood red while flames surrounded her, roared. Magna looked over and winced. Not only did the Nevermore have a few strands of blonde hair in its talon, the Deathstalker smacked him when he turned around and sent him spiraling over the edge of the canyon. Magna. Chapter 100. Humph. Crash. The canyon was far deeper than what it seemed. Once he was ready, Magna tried to get a grasp of his surroundings but all he saw was mist. Sighing, Magna pulled himself out from the ground and started flooding his body with aura. His body expanded, growing bigger by the second while the heat he was emitting started physically the air. The mist slowly dissipated, revealing what seemed to be a dried-up swamp. Cracks covered the entire ground while dry logs littered the area. Every few seconds, a cracking sound echoed because the heat Magna generated was causing the clay-like dirt to break. Deciding that he spent enough time looking around, Magna started walking forward in hope of finding a wall or pillar so he could climb out. After a few minutes, Magna stopped before the canyon wall. What really caught his attention, however, was the huge cave entrance before him. He quietly walked towards the cave and saw that it slowly dipped downwards. Cold air swept out from the cave while Magna glared into the pitch-black cavern. Something was crawling around in there. Magna could feel that something dangerous was inside the cavern. Humming, Magna slowly walked to the walk and raised his fist suddenly, his eyes gleamed, the green in his eyes becoming more prominent as he threw his fist into the wall. The ground around him shook as cracks spread throughout the wall, causing the roof of the cave to collapse in on itself. Nodding to himself, Magna embodied Weiss and summoned a line of glyphs up the wall before sprinting upwards at full speed. However, had he waited just a few seconds more, he would have noticed the thousands of insects that were slowly crawling out of the rubble. Just as Magna reached the top, two furious war cries rang out as Argo and Luna ran circles around the Deathstalker that sent him off the edge. The duo were spending copious amounts of aura, claws of fire and ice rapidly clashing against the Deathstalker. Off to the side, Magna saw John and Pyrrha, the pair fighting off a rather large pack of Beowulfs while Nora and Ren fought against a mutated Alpha. Suddenly, a series of explosions behind him caught Magna's attention. Turning around, Magna grinned as he saw Yang clinging to the Nevermore speak as she unleashed a barrage of shotgun shells into the Grimm's mouth. The Nevermore, anger and sore from the explosive shells it was just forced to swallow, rapidly shook its head flinging Yang off it. However, Emerald and Blake landed on its back, nodding to each other as they quickly along its spine while slashing at its hide. This time, the Nevermore spiraled towards the ground, screeching in pain as both Emerald and Blake leapt off it while unleashing every bullet in their weapons clip. Whistled. Whoa, those girls are good. Magna muttered. John saw Magna from the corner of his eye as he jumped back and yelled, Magna. Argo and Luna need some help. Seeing how the twins were wasting their aura on attacks that won't get through the Deathstalker's carapace, Magna's eyes gained an icy glare as he ordered, Argo. Luna. Retreat. Both girls' ears twitched as they jumped backwards, flipping in the air so that they were facing towards Magna before taking off. Now that it could take a second to look up, the Deathstalker hissed as it saw the two huntresses in training flee. Its eyes glowed an eerie red as it charged towards Magna. Instead of moving to counter the charging beast, Magna stood tall, his head tilting to the side as he looked on with an impassive expression. John, seeing that Magna was just standing there, grew worried as he finished off another Beowulf and yelled, "Magna! What are you doing?" Then, John's eyes went wide as the Deathstalker wrapped both its pincers around Magna's body and squeezed. "Magna!" John's scream caught everyone else's attention, causing Pyrrha and the others to turn towards Magna just in time to see the pincers squeeze. Pyrrha's eyes lost their light as she collapsed to her knees. John's face grew furious as he roared, decapitating Beowulf after Beowulf while trying to get to Magna. Nora's face quickly became serious as she swung her hammer at the mutated Alpha, sending it flying back into the forest to buy her and her team time. Ren sighed sadly as he quickly ran over to John to assist him through the slowly dwindling pack of Beowulfs. Suddenly, a burst of heat stopped everyone in their tracks. Heck, the heat wave even reached Emerald and the girls, who had just finished decapitating the Nevermore by having Ruby run up the cliff face after Emerald and Blake quite literally grounded the Grim. Argo and Luna, who were at the epicenter of the heat wave, shielded their faces as Magna's voice bellowed from in front of them. "Girls, get John and his team out of here. I'll take care of the Grim." Both girls grit their teeth as Argo growled, "We can't just leave you, Magna. We're a team. We can take these small fries." Magna slowly shook his head as he grabbed the armored pincers around and squeezed. Crack. Hairline cracks slowly started to spread on the Deathstalker's pincers as Magna slowly increased his grip. Just as the Deathstalker released a piercing scream while trying to skitter away, Magna turned towards the girls and said, "I'll be fine. Honestly, I would love to fight with you two by my side, but soon, it'll be dangerous for you guys to be around me." Argo bit her lip hard enough to draw blood as she grabbed Luna and started sprint towards the cliff. As she passed by John, she yelled, "John! Get you and your team moving. We need to leave." John hesitated for merely a second before turning towards Pyrrha and the others as he ordered, "Guys! Retreat towards Beacon." Nora and Ren quickly followed John's orders while Pyrrha seemed torn between listening to him and backing up Magna. Her legs moved on their own, sprinting towards Magna, only to stop when he pried the Deathstalker off him and threw it into the air. "Pyrrha," said Magna, "you need to fall back. I won't be able to hold back much longer." Just as he finished speaking, a wave of searing hot heat burst out from his body, causing Pyrrha to hiss in pain. Her arms and legs turned bright red as tears gathered in her eyes. "Please," Magna begged, his aura fluctuating angrily as it lashed out at himself, "I don't want to hurt any of you guys. But my aura, I can't stop it." Seeing that she didn't have much choice, Pyrrha dashed after her team as she yelled, "Please come back in one piece, Magna. You still have to take me out." Magna smiled and, once he saw she was far enough away, released his raging aura in full strength. The grass beneath him disintegrated, leaving nothing but molten magma. The Deathstalker could barely hiss before its body ignited. "Okay, I have at least a minute or two before it becomes high noon and my bloody aura is growing so fast that I can't control it," mused Magna, his eyes narrowing in thought. The Deathstalker was the least of Magna's worries since the surrounding Beowulfs literally evaporated. Heck, a few of them with less than half a brain cell ended up charging him only to burst into flames and die. As more and more Grim ran at him and died, a deep and threatening growl echoed out from the forest as the mutated Alpha from before slowly walked out from the shrubbery. However, Magna wasn't in the mood for any annoyances. His body vanished, appearing right before the Alpha Grim as he muttered, "Disappear from my sight." The mutated Grim didn't even realize that it died as Magna slapped it into oblivion. With the death of their Alpha, the Beowulf stopped charging towards Magna and quickly retreated. Scoffing, Magna slowly started walking after them, only to come to a stop as the ground beneath him started to shake. His eyes widened slightly as he jumped backwards, skidding along the ground as the area where was he standing erupted. Insects, big and small, spewed out from the hole like a geyser. Magna's expression hardened as he noticed that the insects seemed frantic. Almost like they were. Screech. Running away from something. Out from the hole came a Grim like no other. It looked like a centipede and an earwig had a baby with a cockroach. Only, they were as big as a house. With a sleek and streamlined bone with armor covering every inch of its back, Magna barely dodged the creature's maw as it lunged at him. With wide eyes, Magna watched as the heat radiating off him seemed to do nothing more than irritate the Grim. Suddenly, Magna's scroll started ringing for a second before turning on without him touching it. "Magna. This is Professor Ozpin, you need to fall back. That is an ancient Grim thought to have been wiped out many years ago. Its name is Kinslayer. This is too much, even for an army of veteran huntsmen. You need to run." Veins bulged on Magna's forehead, the mere thought of running in fear angering him as he growled, "You want me to run? Preposterous. Professor, I want you to watch what is about to happen so you may never make the mistake of ordering me around again. Closing his eyes, Magna found himself standing before Escaner's star cluster. Flames raged from within the cluster, thrashing about in an attempt to break free. Instead of cowering back from the display, Magna moved forward and grabbed the cluster. Thrusting said cluster into his heart, Magna grit his teeth as the cluster fused with his body, creating jagged shards that protruded from all over his body. Once the shards fully encased his body, a blinding light appeared as a giant silhouette of a man slowly came into being. On the outside, only a few seconds had passed since Magna closed his eyes. Ozpin was about to fire the Academy's anti-grim weaponry when Magna's entire body burst into light. The light particles then started reforming, creating a silhouette even taller than Magna was. As more and more light particles formed the silhouette, Ozpin couldn't help but notice that something was different. What is he holding? Is that an axe? The silhouette suddenly swung the axe in its hand, causing the light around it to dissipate as a steady voice bellowed out from the silhouette. Ho, to see the light of the sun once more, as expected of me. Ha ha ha. The amount of pride contained in that sentence left Ozpin speechless. Ozpin became even more speechless as he watched the source of the voice move. His body oozed confidence and relaxation while somehow conveying a sense of boredom, like nothing was worth his time or effort. Instead of a teenager with black hair and green eyes, Ozpin found that what he was staring at was a grown man with orange blonde hair and a mustache. A sudden screech caught both Ozpin's and the man's attention as they stared at the ancient Grim. Ozpin quickly tried arm the Grim defenses, only to freeze when the man spoke. A mere insect dare challenge me? Know your place. Enraged, the ancient Grim charged towards the man as he slowly hefted his axe over his head. Just as a dim outline appeared around the axe, the man struck downwards at blinding speeds, creating a blazing slash of destruction that utterly tore apart the ground and forest. The Grim hissed and withered in pain as a long line of melted bone armor ran along its body. Glinda, who was standing next to Ozpin, dropped her cane as she stuttered, "What? But how, he's only a child. How could he?" Ozpin quickly silenced her by raising his hand, an unusually serious expression on his face as he said, "Be quiet, Glinda. I know you have thousands of questions that you want answered, but sadly, I don't have the answers to them. For now, all we can do is watch and pray." "Oh. You survived. I must have held back on accident. Allow me to rectify that." In an instant, various flashes appeared around the Grim as the man's axe blurred. Once he stopped, the Grim's body exploded into chunks. As he watched the chunks fall to the ground, the man's eyes narrowed when he saw the Grim pieces begin to wriggle about. Suddenly, Ozpin's voice echoed through Magna's scroll, which was barely holding on. "Magna. You can't kill a kinslayer like that. You need to destroy its head. It will simply regenerate its body by eating the remains and anything in its vicinity." Ozpin was proven right as the head of the insect Grim zoomed around, eating every piece of its body it could. The man, however, scoffed as he said, "Ozpin, before I continue, allow me to correct you on 2 mistakes you made." Instead of moving to stop the Grim from regenerating, the man stopped and put up one finger. "Your first mistake. I am not Magna. I am the one that stands at the pinnacle of all races. I am one of the 7 deadly sins, the sin of pride. And my name is Lion Sin Escaner." Another finger went up as Escaner continued, "And your second mistake. I can't kill it without destroying its head." "Who decided that?" A deep growl bellowed from Escaner's throat as his power, aura and heat rapidly started to climb. Waves of heat swept across Beacon, leaving everyone, student and teacher, a sweating mess. Ozpin, Glinda, and the students that passed initiation were in the worst position. Many of the students cried out in pain as Glinda hastily threw up a barrier around them. However, the barrier only managed to block out some of the heat that radiated off Escaner. Ozpin quickly made his way over to the Argo and the others as he said, "Do any of you know what's happening?" Emerald, who was hugging the cold air generator known as Luna, looked over at Ozpin and said, "No. This is definitely a first." Anyway, as Escaner's power stabilized, what was once a rather tall and muscular man was now a hulking mass of destruction. The earth beneath Escaner's feet slowly started to sink while his hair became like a burning flame, waving about in an erratic fashion. Right now, Escaner was at his strongest, becoming the literally manifestation of power and invincibility. Or, as it's otherwise known as, the One. Escaner quickly noted the cries coming through Magna's scroll before the metal and glass plate burst into flames. "I need to end this fast," thought Escaner. Though hesitant, the ancient Grim charged at Escaner once more. Even though it was around about half its original size, the ancient Grim moved almost 4 times faster than it did before. What's worse was the fact that a yellowish substance dripped from its mouth constantly, melting the earth and stones wherever it walked. Just as the Grim reached Escaner, it leapt backwards instead of forwards, releasing a blanket of acidic spit. Humph. Escaner grunted in annoyance as the acidic spit evaporated before it could even land on him. Annoying. Escaner dropped his axe while slowly making his way towards the Grim, a fiery glow encompassing his fist as he plainly said. The Grim's newly regenerated body collapsed around Escaner's fist as he drove it straight through its body, firing a beam of condensed fire out from the Grim's back. Yanking his fist out from the Grim's dissolving body, Escaner stared at the dust particles on his hand and muttered, "Strange, I could feel that I was fighting a living being all the way up until I killed it and it became dust. Oh, how I wish Miss Merlin was here. She would have loved doing research about these Grim creatures." Suddenly, Ozpin's urgent voice echoed from the forest, "Mag, cough Escaner. What did you just do?" "It's quite simple, actually. I just fried the Kinslayer's entire body from the inside," replied Escaner. "How did you? Never mind. Quickly. You need to fall back to beacon. Scanners show that a literally horde of Grim are closing in on your location. Professor, while your efforts are recognized and valiant, I must remind you that if I retreated while I am now, I would be putting the entire population of Beacon at risk." But roars of all types bellowed across the land as Escaner came face to face with thousands of different Grim. He took note that only a small amount of Grim were mutated, meaning that most of the Grim were still normal and relatively easy to deal with. Heck, the heat coming off his body managed to deter most, if not all of the flying-type Grim. As Grim of all shapes and sizes charged at him, Escaner took a deep breath and growled. Forming a knife hand, Escaner raised his hand to face level and rapidly started gathering his aura. As the aura surrounding his hand grew denser and denser, Escaner slowly dragged his hand downwards as he bellowed. For a full second, the world went silent before exploding into a pillar of flames that tore through the sky. Glinda gasped in pain as the flames somehow managed to burn her and everyone else there through her barrier. Ozpin forced himself to watch in shock, awe, and fear as the entire Grim horde was decimated without being able to do a single thing to stop their deaths. Escaner, on the other hand, nodded to himself as he released a manly chuckle, "My, what an exhilarating day. Magna, my friend, you must summon me again someday." Slowly, light particles began to cover Escaner's hulking forming before washing away with the wind, revealing a boy with white hair and white eyes. "Sure thing Escaner," muttered Magna, his body aching in places he didn't even know he could feel. "Ha, I really hate doing that," Magna internally sighed. What he did was something he came up with, a trump card if you will. This trump card allows him to cross the final threshold between him and his clusters. By allowing a cluster to engulf his spirit, he trades places with the spirit that resides in that cluster, allowing the real person to come out and do battle. Magna liked to call this little ability, Embrace. However, this ability didn't come without its fair share of side effects. One of said side effects was the fact that using this ability would leave Magna feeling drained while also dampening his ability to regenerate aura. This was one of the more noticeable side effects since it always leaves Magna with white hair and white eyes. Another side effect was pain. This was a residual effect that came from having shards growing from his spiritual body. Sighing, Magna fought through the pain as he silently withdrew another scroll from his storage bracelet. He quietly thanked himself for having the foresight to enchant the items he made with fire and rust immunity as he pressed the scroll and said, Hey, Emerald. Is there any way you could ask Professor Ozpin to send someone to get me? I'm kinda in too much pain to climb up the mountain." Not even a second later, a person came floating down on a purple disc. The person, who Magna recognized as Glinda, was not a happy camper. Though that was the last thing on Magna's mind. Maybe because she was in a rush or the heat got to her head, but Glinda's white blouse was currently doused in sweat and very see-through. What really got to Magna, however, was the fact that Glinda, who was known for being stricter than an army general, was in fact not wearing a bra. Instead, she had what seemed to be nipple stickers. Skin-colored nipple stickers. Magna was literally mesmerized as her chest heaved up and down in anger, shaking left and right as Glinda started scolding him for ignoring his teachers and going against direct orders. If you were to ask Magna an hour from now if he regretted using Embrace, he would simply smile at you and say, it was so worth it. Chapter 101. Floating a few hundred feet off the ground in a purple bubble, Magna sat like he was sitting on a recliner, completely relaxed while occasionally kicking his feet back and forth. Glinda, who was responsible for the purple aura bubble surrounding them, merely frowned at Magna. Flicking his eyes over to meet Glinda's stern glare, Magna yawned and said, "Why are you glaring at me like that? I just find it hard to believe that you are responsible for single-handedly destroying an ancient Grim and a Grim horde," replied Glinda. Magna gave the stern instructor a small smile. "If I didn't do it, then who did?" Rolling her eyes, Glinda sighed and said, "That's not what I meant by my comment. I just don't understand how you can appear so handsome, badass, underwhelming. To me, you look like just another teenager. I'm confused about how you can appear so nonchalant about what just happened." Magna chuckled, causing Glinda to glare even harder at him. Magna swore he could see her lips curving into a pout, as he said, "That's easy enough to answer. I'm just more worried about getting to bed than about a Grimm that I already killed." Before Glinda could ask a follow-up question, the pair reached the top of the cliff. Without waiting for Glinda, Magna forcefully embodied her, though his appearance didn't change, and opened a hole in the aura bubble. Shakily stumbling out of the bubble, Magna barely made it a few steps before being slammed onto the ground as a small pile of bodies jumped him. "So much pain," cried out Magna in a muffled tone. Ozpin softly chuckled at the pile of girls atop Magna and said, "Now that the last student has arrived after his amazing display, could everyone please make their way to the amphitheater?" Every other team nodded and slowly made their way towards the theater. Sighing from under the pile of girls, Magna tried to free himself but failed. He could barely put any strength into his arms and his aura wasn't able to augment his strength. Magna frowned to himself as he mused, "Well, this is worse than I thought. Why is it like this now when it's never been this bad before?" Suddenly, Magna and the girls were slowly lifted into the air by a purple aura as Glinda hastily walked past them. "Come along, children." Without giving them the chance to argue back, Glinda forcefully pulled along the group as she quickly walked towards the amphitheater. "Russell Thrush, Carden Winchester, Dove Bronzewing and Sky Lark. The four of you managed to retrieve the Black Bishop pieces and from this day forward, you will work together as Team CRDL, Cardinal. Led by, Carden Winchester." The second and third year students that came to watch the initiation, clapped for the newly formed team. Magna, on the other hand, merely watched them walk off stage as he internally sighed, "They are gonna be annoying to deal with." As John and his team slowly walked on stage, Ozpin's voice echoed through the hall as he said, "John Ark, Lyren, Pyrrha Nikos and Nora Valkyrie. The four of you retrieved the White Rook pieces and you will work together as Team JNPR, Juniper. Led by, John Ark." The crowd, once more, broke out into applause. John, unlike his nervous counterpart from the anime, saluted Ozpin, who returned the gesture with a smile. Pyrrha congratulated John just like in the anime and patted him on the back. However, John didn't end up tumbling to the floor like his counterpart as he barely moved. As they shuffled off the stage, RWBY, Jan, Weiss and Blake quietly walked on stage. RWBY looked like she was having a panic attack, her eyes frantically searching through the crowd. Sighing to himself, Magna embodied Amber as he created a small shadow ball and flung it towards RWBY. He controlled the small shadow orb and managed to latch it just under her ear. Covering his mouth with his hand, Magna connected the shadow orb with the shadows of his hand as he whispered, "Calm down RWBY, you're doing fine. You got this." RWBY Visible jumped on stage, her eyes widening for a second before turning towards Magna, who currently stood out like a sore thumb with his white hair, a color unique to the Schnee family. Magna nodded at her and smiled, causing the young Reaper to smile as she took a deep breath before turning towards Ozpin. Ozpin merely raised an eyebrow since he saw from start to finish what had happened. As an educator, Ozpin felt he should berate Magna for using his semblance in the middle of an assembly. But as a person, Ozpin really couldn't fault him for his actions. And as a huntsman, Ozpin felt like thanking the young man for using his semblance to calm down a young girl who appeared to be struggling with being in front of a large crowd. Plus, Ozpin really couldn't fault Magna for his use of his semblance during an assembly since he too uses his semblance from time to time. With a light cough, Ozpin smiled and said, "Blake Belladonna, Ruby Rose, Weiss Schnee and Yang Xiaolong. The four of you retrieved the White Knight pieces and from this day forward, you will work together as Team RWBY, RWBY. Led by, Ruby Rose." Under the applause of the crowd, Yang happily squeezed her sister, congratulating her while spinning her around. Blake smiled at RWBY and offered her congratulations as well. Weiss, however, didn't seem happy. With her arms crossed and her leg tapping against the stage, Weiss glared at RWBY while the young Reaper stood completely unaware. As Team RWBY shuffled off stage, Magna slowly hobbled onto the stage, his arm hanging around Emerald while Argo and Luna followed alongside them. Ozpin's eyes visibly brightened as he spoke, and finally, Argo Hattie, Emerald Sustri, Luna SKLL and Magna Opus. Not only did you four retrieve the white pawn pieces but Magna Opus managed to wipe out a horde of Grimm and kill an ancient Grimm all on his own. A holographic screen suddenly appeared above the stage and played the scenes of Magna decimating the horde of Grimm. The crowd stood in awe as they witnessed the sheer power Magna unleashed. Heck, Team RWBY, Team JNPR and the female members of Magna's team were the most surprised since they couldn't see a thing during the fight due to the intense heat Magna released. Pressing his scroll, Ozpin continued, "From this day onwards, the four of you will be known as Team Mael, Maelstrom. Led by, Magna Opus." After the applause of the crowd dimmed down and Magna slowly started his descent off the stage, his spare scroll beeped. He shakily pulled his scroll out from his pocket and stared at it in shock. He had received a message from Ozpin that said, "Magna, I know you may be tired but I require the presence of you and your team. Once the assembly is over, please head straight to my office. Glinda will be waiting outside for you." The problem was, no one should have the number for his new scroll but his family and friends. And he knows that they wouldn't give his phone number out willy-nilly. Heck, Crow even swore on his drinking addiction that he wouldn't ever hand out Magna's number. The question is, how did he get this number? Mulled Magna as he eyed Ozpin warily. As all the students slowly flooded out of the hall, Glinda stepped in front of Magna and the girls as she gently nudged her glasses and said, "Follow me." Seeing no reason to get detention this early in the school year, Magna pulled himself up and followed Glinda from behind. Suddenly, Emerald elbowed Magna in the ribs, earning her a wince and a glare as she whispered, "What's happening, Magna? Why are we follow the lady with a stick up her ass?" Glinda's step faltered as she snapped her head towards the Mintet, causing Emerald to pale as Glinda glared at her and growled, "That is no way to talk about your teacher. 3 days detention." "Wah. But that's not fair," yelled Emerald. Luna and Argo tried to get the Mintet to calm down but failed as Emerald looked just about ready to throw down with Glinda. Magna quickly butted in as he asked, though she didn't word it the best, she asked the question on all of our minds. "Why does Ozpin want to see us?" Glinda eyed the group for a second before continuing forward as she said, "From what I can gather, this matter is more than like related to what happened in the Emerald Forest. My guess is that the council wants to talk to you." Luna and Argo tilted their heads in a cute manner as they said in sync, "The council? What's that?" "Not what? Who?" said Glinda. "The council is a collective of the richest men and women of Vale. Most of Vale fall under their jurisdiction." Before Luna could ask for more info, Glinda stopped in front of a huge tower and said, "We're here. Directly in front of the door is the elevator and the top floor is the headmaster's office. If the Council of Vale really do wish to meet, it would be in your best interest to stay on your best behavior." With a simply word from them, Ozpin would have no choice but to expel you from Beacon, no matter how talented you are. With those final words, Glinda turned around and walked off into the distance. Luna and Argo's ears pressed against their heads, showing their nervousness while Emerald started fiddling with her collar. Magna, on the other hand, wasn't that worried. With the power he showed, he felt that the council would have to be dumber than a brick to expel him since he could always just join Atlas. Ironwood still hasn't given up on inviting Magna to Atlas and his expulsion from Vale would be just the thing he needs to rope him in. Anyway, as the elevator slowly started its climb, Magna couldn't help but groan, who the hell chose the elevator music? The music was literally torture. Imagine a single tone, chiming in a rhythmic pattern that was designed to make even the most hyperactive student fall asleep. Emerald, in a bout of annoyance, punched the level panel and selected the next floor. The group groaned, thinking that the trip was just going to get longer when the music abruptly shut off halfway up to the next floor. Suddenly, Luna, Argo, Emerald and Magna grinned. Ozpin sat at his desk, his figure completely calm as a soft ticking rang throughout the room. "Ozpin. Where are your students? They were supposed to be here 10 minutes ago." Ozpin turned towards the hollow screen and smiled, "Councilman, please be patient. Glinda informed me that the students are in the elevator as we speak." "You said that 10 minutes ago. What I want to know is what the hell is taking them so long." Just as the councilman finished yelling, a soft ding rang out as the elevator doors swung open. Magna walked out from the elevator, laughing up a storm as he grinned, and then Yang said, "Please don't tell my dad that I was here. He'd sell Bumblebee if he found out it was me." Argo and Luna stumbled into the room, their faces red from laughter as Argo teared up, "How the hell did she get away with that? I always thought it was one of the graduating students that decided to go all out in their graduation prank." Magna said nothing as he slowly turned towards Emerald. As his grin grew wider and wider, Argo's eyes locked onto Emerald in shock as she stuttered, "Why you didn't?" A Cheshire-like grin found its way onto Emerald's face as she said, "I didn't do anything, Argo. On a totally unrelated note, does my new scroll look good? It's the latest model." Luna's eyes widened as she jumped at Emerald while screaming, "That's the new model. I thought you bought one of the older models." Luna. Calm down. You're gonna break my new scroll. Come on, Em. I just want to take a look at it." "No. You always get like this when we get something new. And then something gets broken. No it doesn't. Yes it does. Magna was about to stop them when a loud cough caught his attention. The two girls who were a minute away from fighting each other froze as they robotically turned towards the source of the cough. Ozpin gave them all a funny look as he turned to Magna and said, "Would you kindly explain why it took you so long to get here?" "Well," said Magna, "someone pressed all the buttons on the elevator." Argo raised her hand and smiled, "It was me. I did it," chirped Luna as she stuck up both her hands. Emerald rolled her eyes at Luna, completely forgetting their little spat as she grinned, "Yeah, it was fun messing with the buttons." Seeing Ozpin's exasperated look, Magna laughed as he said, "I pressed all the top floors." The room went silent for a good minute before the councilmen blew up. One after the other, the councilmen blamed and berated Magna and his team for their childish actions. And like any other child, Magna pretended to listen to them while their words went in one ear, and out the other. After they finished, most of the councilmen were panting and wheezing. Emerald eyed them for a few minutes before leaning towards Magna. "They seem really out of shape for people that govern a kingdom," whispered Emerald. "I heard that," roared one of the councilmen. Magna turned towards the one that yelled, intrigued on how he could hear Emerald when she was whispering in his ear. Then, he noticed the huge ears that the councilman had. "Is he a faunus?" Magna asked. The man erupted in anger as he practically spat over the recording device, "I am no animal, brat. My semblance gives me superhearing. That's why I have large ears." Suddenly, the atmosphere in the room changed. Sparks jumped off of Magna's body, trying to ignite yet repeatedly failing, as he glared at the councilman with big ears. As a vein pulsed on his forehead, he eyed the man and demanded, "Apologize. Now." Before the two could clash, Ozpin slammed his hands on his desk and yelled, "Enough. Councilman. Please just tell Team MEL what it is you called them here for." The big-eared councilman glared at Magna and coughed, "The council and I, after reviewing your initiation video, have decided to deploy you to the field. You will be dash." "No way." The room froze once more as Magna simply looked on with his arms crossed in front of his chest. Argo and Luna stood next to him while tracking Ozpin. Emerald, on the other hand, was next to a window. She had her hand pressed against the glass while channeling her aura through said arm. All it would take is a light push and the glass would shatter, creating a rather large emergency exit. A councilwoman spoke this time, gold and silver jewelry clinking together every time she moved. "You can't refuse. We are the council. Our word is law." Argo and Luna growled, their fur bristling at the woman's comment. But Magna held up an arm, stopping them from speaking as he said, "I can refuse your order, actually. After getting metaphorically fucked by the law, courtesy of a drunk old crow, I studied up on Remnant's laws." Magna tapped his storage bracelet, pulling out a black, leather-cover book. The book itself was about as thick as an arm as he licked his fingers before rapidly flicking through the pages. "Ah, here we are. Chapter 69, Joint Laws of Remnant. Under no circumstances are the council, no matter the race or gender, to interfere with students attending any form of combat academy. This includes, but is not limited to, promotions, demotions, purchasing services and hiring said student as a personal guard. Failing to follow this law is grounds for immediate expulsion from the council. Signed by the second kings of Vale, Vacuo, Mistral and Atlas. Amended by the third king of Vale and the fourth kings of Vacuo, Mistral and Atlas." Once Magna finished speaking, Ozpin silently took his mug and took a long sip, just to spit it everywhere as he practically ran over and grabbed the book Magna just read from. Scanning the book once, then twice, then thrice, Ozpin turned to the council and muttered, "It's real. I'm sorry councilman, but, due to it being against the law, I can't allow you to promote Team MEL." Argo and Luna smiled at Magna while Emerald, who had moved away from the window when he finished speaking, gently rested against his back with a small smirk on her face. However, Ozpin said, causing Magna to frown, "There is no law saying that the headmaster can't promote a student." The girls looked towards Magna, who bitterly smiled back as he said, "He's right." Ozpin gently gave Magna his book and made his way to his desk. Once he sat down, he stared into Magna's eyes as he said, "Magna, I hereby promote Team MEL to temporary second year." Before anyone could ask what position that was, Ozpin continued, "As a temporary second year, you will be given the responsibilities and assignments of second year while still retaining the responsibilities of first years. Usually, the second year teams do their assignments without teacher supervision, but as temporary second years, I will be assigning Glinda as your mentor and supervisor." Ozpin turned towards the holoscreen and smiled, "Councilman, I hope you are satisfied with my decision." Many of the councilmen merely frowned before disconnecting. A few, however, glared at Magna and the girls before leaving. Once the calls ended, Magna turned towards Ozpin and growled, "What the hell? If you had just kept your mouth shut, we would have been just another team of first years." Ozpin glanced towards Magna, a frown marring his face as he calmly replied, "Be quiet." An invisible pressure leaked from Ozpin, putting Magna and the girls on alert as they warily eyed Beacon's headmaster. Magna, on the other hand, merely watched Ozpin with narrowed eyes. "Magna, do you remember what I said in my initiation speech?" "No." "Well, allow me to elaborate. You and your team are capable. Far more capable than any first-year team. When I look at you, I see a team of veteran huntsmen and huntresses. However," clenching his fist, Ozpin continued, "instead of pushing yourselves, you settle for mediocre. You all have the skills to put active huntsmen and huntresses to shame, but you'd rather let your talents be squandered away. Why? Because your friends are first years?" Argo, Luna and Emerald flinched. "Because you want an easy life?" Magna flinched. "That is nothing but a selfish wish. As huntsmen and huntresses in training, I expect you to be able to make the hard sacrifices. Remember, we are the only thing that stands between us and the forces of Grimm." Seeing that they were looking anywhere but at him, Ozpin sighed, "Look, I don't mean to be, as you young people say, that guy, but someone needed to say this. You all are here to be the next guardians of Remnant. It's time you took that responsibility seriously. What about Team CRDL? JNPR? RWBY? Will you or one of the other teachers be giving them this talk?" Ozpin nodded at Magna's question as he said, "Yes. Either myself or another member of the faculty will have this exact discussion with them. Though, they will be receiving it when the time is right." Emerald frowned as she asked, "Then why did we get ours now?" Ozpin smiled and said, "Because it's time. Your team is more than ready, so now, you must accept your responsibilities. Team MEL, you are dismissed." Magna and the others walked into the elevator and quietly made their way down without taking any stops. Once they arrived at ground level, Team MEL walked to their dorm in complete silence, and once they reached their room, they ignored all the luggage in the room and collapsed onto the beds, falling to sleep the instant they hit the pillow. Chapter 102. Slowly opening his eyes, Magna groaned as he took in the appearance of their dorm for the first time. And honestly, he already knew what to expect. The room itself was fine, large enough to fit 4 beds and all their luggage, but too small to have its own kitchen. Luckily, each room came with its own bathroom, so Magna didn't need to stumble around the hallway, trying to find the male changing room. Magna yawned while sluggishly pulling himself out of bed. "Man, I'm tired. I wonder what time it is. Class doesn't start till 9, so." With a small tap of his wrist, Magna pulled out his scroll and saw that he had 3 hours left before classes start. Might as well have a shower after a quick workout, mused Magna. After rummaging through his luggage, Magna finally got dressed and headed out the door. He quietly walked through the hallway and paused when he got to the entrance. "Pyrrha." The red-headed Spartan jumped and turned around as she gasped, "Please don't do that. You gave me a fright." Magna waved his arms and gave her a pacifying smile as he said, sorry. I just didn't know if anyone would be up at this time." Pyrrha brushed her hair out of her face and smiled, "Well, I usually work out at this time. I like the brisk morning air and it's nice and peaceful at this time. What about you?" Scratching his head, Magna gave her an awkward chuckle and said, "Oh, I just woke up early today. I usually work out at 8. But that's not really gonna fly anymore, considering class starts at 9. Hey, Pyrrha?" "Yes, Magna," replied Pyrrha as she started doing some stretches. "Do you mind if I join you in the mornings?" asked Magna while stretching. Pyrrha paused for a second before breaking out into a beautiful smile, "Please do." "Well," said Magna, "please take care of me from now on." "Yes." After an hour, Magna and Pyrrha walked along the hallway while laughing. Pyrrha was telling Magna about her time at Sanctum. Since Pyrrha was dubbed unbeatable, she mostly sat on the sidelines and watched other students spar. And she had tons of stories. "There's no way, how can you be so bad at using your own weapon? There's just no way," said Magna, his voice shaking from trying to hold back his laughter. Pyrrha, however, didn't show such restraint as she let loose a chime-like laughter, but he ended up having to go to the hospital since his aura couldn't heal all the damage he did to his face. And that wasn't even the worst thing that happened to him. While the pair were laughing, Magna looked towards his dorm and smiled, "Well, I'll see you in class, Pyrrha. Remind John that they start at 9, okay?" Nodding, Pyrrha walked to the door next to his dorm and swiped her scroll across the scanner. The door creaked open as Pyrrha grinned, "See you later, neighbor." Magna chuckled as he opened his door. Even though he had been gone for just over an hour, the girls were still sleeping in bed. Shaking his head, Magna took a deep breath and channeled his aura into his arms then, without a shred of hesitation, Magna clapped his hands together and released a booming shockwave. The twins practically leapt out of bed as they let loose a torrent of fire and ice in shock. Emerald, on the other hand, pulled her pistols out from under her pillow and unloaded an entire clip at the source of the sound. Magna laughed at the chaos as he wiped the bullet marks off his shirt and grinned, "Get ready, girls. Today is the first day of classes and I refuse to be late." The three girls glared at Magna with such an intensity that he started regretting his little wake-up alarm. Before any of them could get their hands in him, he retreated into the bathroom as he yelled, "I call first shower." Emerald stormed out of her bed and started banging against the door, "HEY. Isn't this the part where you act like a gentleman and let the ladies use the shower first?" Magna, who was already showering, scrubbed his hair and yelled back, "I would have let you girls go first if I wanted to have a cold shower. You guys always used up the hot water at home." The sound of someone beating on the door grew louder as Emerald practically growled. Hearing how angry she was, Magna gulped. Hopefully, she wouldn't be as angry as she sounded once he got out of the shower. Why did I test fate? Currently, Magna was drying Emerald's hair while giving her a massage. Every now and then, he winced from the pain coming from his stomach. Once he got out of the shower, Emerald quite literally dropped him. She was waiting right outside the door and punched him in the gut. Twice. The first one was for the wake-up call. The second one was for running away. Heck, Argo and Luna ended up hitting him as well since they really didn't like how they were woken up. Luckily for him, Argo and Luna didn't hit him as hard as Emerald did. Though they did threaten to blast him with their semblance if he did it again. Anyway, Magna quickly checked the time and saw that it was 8. That means they had just under an hour before class started. Clapping his hands, Magna stood before his team and said, "All right Team MEL, first order of business. Our room. Even though we'll fix the place up after we finish our classes, we need to sort out where to put our beds. Ideas?" Luna Gentle raised her hand and said, "What if we put them all on one side of the room? That way, we'd have an entire side of the room left for drawers and desks." Emerald shook her head, "That wouldn't work. The room as it is now barely has enough space for our beds while they're spread out. If we put them to one side, we'd have even less space." "What if we put the beds in each corner of the room?" said Argo. Magna nodded, "That could work. Though the room will still be a little cramped, it will be dash." Suddenly, a loud scream cut Magna off as a familiar voice echoed from the room across from Team JNPR. "Bunk beds." Team MEL paused. Emerald slowly nodded as she said, "That's actually not a bad idea. We'd have even more space in our room. The only problem would be how. Do we modify the school's beds or do we order some bunk beds?" "Actually," said Magna, "I'm pretty sure I could modify our beds. My cooldown period ends at lunch. All we need is permission from from Professor Goodwitch." Argo raised an eyebrow at Magna, "Professor Goodwitch? Why do we need her permission and not from Professor Ozpin?" Magna shrugged, "I just have a feeling that Professor Goodwitch is the one to see about things like this." "Anyway," grinned Magna, "let's be off. Class starts in half an hour. Luna, what's our first class?" Magna knew that it would be Grim Studies with Professor Port, but he wanted to check if his interference changed anything else. Luckily, his worries were unfounded as Luna said, "We have Grim Studies with Professor Port. Isn't he the one that Tyrion said liked to toot his own horn?" said Argo, finishing her sister's sentence. Emerald rolled her eyes as she opened the door, "Great. Our professor is a braggart." "Well," said Magna, "let's just hope for the best." Looking at the sign above the door that said, Grim Studies, Magna Gentle opened the door and bowed as he grinned, "Ladies." Emerald rolled her eyes before strutting towards the seat closest to the door. Argo playfully curtsied before following after Emerald. Luna, on the other hand, ignored Magna's little joke and grabbed his hand, dragging him to their seat while excitedly looking around. In the middle of the room was a rather portly man. Though, the thing that stole Magna's attention was the man's robust facial hair. While stroking his mustache, the man focused on Magna and his team and said, "Aha. Team MEL, it's a pleasure to see you all arriving early for class. My name is Peter Port, but please address me as Professor Port." As Magna and his team nodded towards Professor Port, the door quickly swung open, banging against the wall while revealing the panting forms of Team RWBY and JNPR. "Team RWBY and JNPR, how nice of you to join us. But I ask that you all be gentle when opening the classroom doors. They aren't broken and I'd like to keep them that way." said Port as he reprimanded the two teams. Sorry Professor. We dash dot. Professor Port raised his hand, calming Team RWBY's panicking leader as he said, It's fine, Miss Rose. Please take a seat since we still have a few minutes till class starts. Once Ruby, John and their teams were seated, Professor Port checked the time before joyfully exclaiming, Monsters. Demons. Prowlers of the night. Grim have been given many names. But I like to call them prey. Magna and his team internally cringed. Letting his eyes wandering around the room, he saw that most of the room were cringing as well. What a bad joke, mused Magna. Though, when his eyes landed on Carden and his team, Magna almost broke into laughter when he saw that the entire team looked clueless. Port, seeing that his little joke crashed, coughed once more before continuing with his speech. And you shall too, upon graduating from this prestigious academy. Now, as most of you know, Vale, as well as the other three kingdoms, are safe havens in an otherwise treacherous world. Our planet is absolutely teeming with creatures that want to do nothing more than tear us to pieces. Luckily, that is where we come in. The portly professor straightened his back and pounced his fist against his chest, his voice laden with pride, Huntsman. Suddenly, he focused towards Yang and winked, Huntresses. Yang recoiled backwards and shivered. Emerald, not taking a liking to what Professor Port did, glared at the man and flared her aura. Port froze for a second before turning pale as he hastily reached for mustache. After spending a minute or two confirming that his mustache was still there, Port continued. Yang mouthed a quick thank you to Emerald, who merely grinned. Magna obviously knew what she did, but instead of reprimanding her, he tossed her a note that said, Nice. Where was I? Oh yes, cough individuals who have sworn to protect those who cannot protect themselves. From what you may ask. Why, the very world. Magna ignored the person in the background who got up and screamed. Instead, he was focusing on the portly professor who seemed to be dragging out his speech. He noticed how Port's body, despite him walking back and forth in front of the students, never once covered up the display behind. Now, you may be asking yourself, what's on the display that caught Magna's attention? Well, it was a diagram of Grim biology. On each of the 5 panels were a picture of a different Grim and notes. The notes talked about weaknesses, habits and body structure. Like, for example, when a Borbotusk charges or rolls at its prey, it moves towards the last known location of its prey while using sound to pinpoint its location. Heck, Magna didn't even know that. Suddenly, Magna was brought out of his enlightenment on Grim biology by Weiss screaming, ITSIR. Seeing this as a chance to test something he just learned, since he knew he'd be fighting a Borbotusk, Magna put his hand up as well. Professor Port showed 2 different reactions. Towards Weiss, he merely sighed. But towards Magna, his mustache-covered lips arched upwards as he said, Miss Schnee and Mr. Opus, please go change into combat gear. Be quick about it. Weiss nodded before taking off to the changing rooms while Magna merely walking towards the stage. Port's eyebrow raised upward as he said, Why are you not going to get changed? Magna smiled and replied, We won't always be prepared for combat. And an army of Grim aren't just gonna wait for you to get into a suit of armor. Suddenly, Port let loose a bellowing laugh as he roughly patted Magna on the back, How right you are, my boy. True words, spoken by a true huntsman. After a few minutes, Weiss ran into the classroom, fully equipped with her battle dress and weapon. Seeing that Magna was still in his uniform, Weiss tilted her head and said, Why haven't you changed, Magna? Meh, shrugged Magna, I won't always have time to get ready, Weiss. Might as well start practicing. Port quickly cut into their conversation and said, All right students, which one of you would like to go first? Sapphire blue eyes met icy blue eyes, another side effect of fully embracing a cluster, as Magna smirked and bowed, ladies first. Weiss snorted, though she quickly tried to hide it, as she walked forward. Alrighty then. Exclaimed Port, Miss Schnee, please wait here. Mr. Opus, please follow me. Port quickly walked to the side of the classroom, stealthily taking down the panels as he went. It actually surprised Magna how everyone seemed to just ignore him as he took down the panels. Heck, even his own team ignored Port in favor of watching Weiss prepare herself. Port, seeing that Magna was watching him, grinned as he gestured towards Magna to keep quiet. Magna merely shrugged as the portly man exclaimed, Now Miss Schnee, I hope you're prepared for this. Port reached over to a table and grabbed what seemed to be an axe shotgun. With his weapon in hand, he turned toward the cage next to him and swung downwards, releasing the Grim inside. The moment the cage door hit the ground, a Borbotusk charged towards Weiss, screeching and squealing. Weiss winced as she stepped out of the way. However, instead of dodging the charging Grim, the Borbotusk swung its head at the last second and slammed against Weiss's stomach. Due to the unexpected attack, Weiss was sent tumbling across the ground. Her weapon, Merllo, flew a few meters away from her while Port exclaimed, "Weren't expecting that, were you?" A frustrated growl came from Weiss as she glared at the Borbotusk. In response, the boar-like Grim snapped towards Weiss and jumped, curling itself into ball as it took off rolling. This time, Weiss made sure to dodge, pirouetting around the Grim. As she gracefully landed next to her weapon, RWBY suddenly slammed her hands against the desk and screamed, "Aim for the stomach. It doesn't have any armor there." Magna mentally winced as he expected Weiss to blow up at her. Instead, Weiss nodded towards RWBY and smiled as she said, "Thank you." With her weapon in hand, Weiss placed her hand against the hilt of her rapier and conjured two glyphs, one directly underneath her and the other a few feet to the right. The Borbotusk charged her once more, opting to run instead roll. Just as the Grim arrived in front of her, she flicked her hand to the right. In an instant, Weiss swiftly drifted over to the glyph to her right, which activated upon her arrival and sent her flying back towards the Borbotusk. HIA. Releasing a short war cry, Weiss used her momentum to kick the Borbotusk, sending it crashing into the wall. Then, without wasting a beat, a white glyph appeared beneath her, allowing her to chase after the Borbotusk. As Weiss stabbed her rapier into the Borbotusk's stomach, Professor Port clapped as he bellowed, "Well done. You made excellent use of your semblance, Miss Schnee. And nice assist, Miss Rose." RWBY flashed Weiss a wide smile and gave her a thumbs up. Weiss, even though she quickly huffed at her and turned away, returned RWBY's gesture with a small smile. "Now," said Port, "Miss Schnee, please make your way back to your seat. It is now Mr. Opus's turn to face the gauntlet." Weiss quickly nodded and power-packed over to her team while Magna slowly walked to the front of the class. "Are you ready?" asked Port. Magna nodded as Port slashed at another locked cage. Just like with Weiss, a Borbotusk charged out of the cage and headed straight towards Magna. Instead of dodging around the charging Grim, Magna ran directly at the Borbotusk and jumped over it. While in the air, Magna pulled an ice dust crystal out from his storage bracelet and threw it to the side. Once the dust crystal hit the ground, ice coated the floor and the charging Borbotusk swerved towards where the ice dust crystal hit the floor. Magna and the class watched in stunned silence as the Borbotusk ran onto the ice and slipped, smashing face-first into the wall at full speed. RWBY, Young, Argo, Luna and John burst into laughter. Ren and Pyrrha were trying their hardest to stop Nora from opening her mouth as Emerald watched the chaos unfold with a small smirk. Anyway, the Grim struggled to pull itself from the wall, squealing and screeching as it stomped about. Seeing it struggle, Magna almost felt sorry for it. Then, he remembered that it was a creature formed from darkness that senses negative emotions and its only goal is the destructive of mankind. As Magna arrived next to it, he raised his fist and channeled his aura, causing his fist to radiate heat. Releasing a soft grunt, Magna drove his fist through the Borbotusk's armor, instantly turning the creature of darkness into dust. Professor Port stood in shock for a few seconds as his mouth opened and closed. Before he could form the sentence, the bell rang and the students quickly funneled out. Once his classroom was quiet and empty, Port straightened up and coughed as he muttered to himself, "Yes, well, good job, Mr. Opus." Now that it was lunchtime, Magna split up from the group since he needed to discuss with Miss Goodwitch about his dorm room. It definitely wasn't because he wanted to make himself some lunch after talking with her since the cafeteria food wasn't up to his standard. Ahem. After Magna finished knocking on the door to the teacher's lounge, a tall man with wild green hair and glasses quickly flung the door open and stood before him. The man seemed to scan Magna over, speedily zipping around as he quickly blurted out, "Yes? What might you need, young man?" Magna blinked at the man and slowly said, "Is Miss Goodwitch inside? I need to discuss something with her." "Ah. Yes. She is, indeed, inside. I'll be just a moment." The man patted his chest and disappeared in blur, shocking Magna since he couldn't feel his aura. That meant that the man was naturally that fast. A few seconds after the man's disappearance, Glinda walked out and sighed, "Oblek said you wanted to discuss something with me." Magna nodded and explained that he would like to modify the beds in his dorm room. Glinda nodded and said, "That's fine. Honestly, I'm thankful that you came to talk to me about this before you just up and modified the beds. Most students do what they want and think that everything will be okay. But it's not okay," yelled Glinda, her eyes hardening. "Making modifications is both hard and highly irresponsible. What's worse is the fact that any injuries caused by the modifications become my responsibility." As Glinda panted while glaring at nowhere in particular, Magna would later learn that she was in fact glaring towards Ozpin's tower. Magna cautiously said, "Are you okay, Miss Goodwitch?" Glinda quickly took a deep breath and composed herself as she replied, "I'm fine, Mr. Opus. It's just I'm a little bit stressed out." Magna fell silent. After a few seconds, he gently cleared his throat and said, Miss Goodwitch, which do you prefer, tea or coffee? What? Replied Glinda, confusion replacing her previous expression. Tea or coffee, Miss Goodwitch? Which do you prefer? I prefer tea. Why? Magna nodded as he pulled out small, black pot and a shard of water dust, channeling his aura into the shard. Water gushed out from the small dust crystal and filled the pot halfway. Then, he placed his hand on the bottom of the pot and used his semblance to heat it. Once steam hissed out from the top, Magna pulled out a bag of tea leaves and cup. Glinda eyed Magna in shock as she said, How did you pull that pot out of nowhere? Semblance, was Magna's reply. After Magna put the finishing touches on the pot of tea, he quietly poured it into the cup and handed it to Glinda. Thank you, muttered Glinda as she took the cup. She looked at it for a few seconds before bringing it to her lips. As she slowly sipped her tea, her eyes widened as a wave of warmth flowed through her body. Glinda's face relaxed while her cheeks became lightly flushed. How is this tea so good? Goodness. Thank you, Magna. I really needed this. Seeing Glinda's happy smile, Magna couldn't help himself as he became enchanted by her. Luckily, he did nothing stupid as he quickly said goodbye and walked away. Though, if he had have stayed for a few more seconds, he would have heard a plethora of screams as Glinda entered the teacher's lounge. The most predominant of them being a voice that sounded oddly like Ozpin's. Chapter 103. The cafeteria, the single spot on campus that perfectly showcased orderly chaos. First years sat with their teams, scarcely communicating with other first years. Team MEL, RWBY, and JNPR, however, were the exact opposite. They all sat together on one of the larger tables in the cafeteria. Now, this scene would look like friends having lunch together, if it wasn't for the fact that everyone was currently staring at Magna while drooling. Feeling the eyes on him, Magna sighed as he ate the last bit of his lunch. I already told you guys, I didn't have enough time to make more food. We know, cried Luna, but it's the fact that you didn't even let us have a bite. You can't just eat your god-tier cooking in front of us. It's torture. Before Magna could say that she was exaggerating, everyone sitting at the table nodded as Ren added, I consider myself a rather learned chef, but I've never seen or smelt something so appetizing. With the bell ringing aloud, Magna quickly stood up and yawned, there's the bell, guys. Time for class. Emerald, what class do we have next? Emerald sighed as she eyed Magna's empty plate, we have history next with someone named Oblek. The guide has his title written down as Professor, but it looks like someone scribbled over it with pen and wrote the word Doctor in its place. Weird, said John as he pulled out his guide and flipped through the pages, mine says the exact same thing. RWBY. The young Reaper nodded as she showed the group her guidebook. It looked just like Magna's and John's, except the ink on hers was black while theirs was blue. The group fell silent while Magna just sighed, let's just ignore it and go to class. Right. Dr. Oblek's class was different when compared to Professor Port. Unlike Port, who tested his students, Oblek merely introduced himself and his class. Oblek was a historian with a researcher's drive. He confessed to spending hours on end, reading books in an almost insatiable search for knowledge. And when he learned something new or if something caught his interest, Oblek headed out in person to study it, understand it. However, Oblek also told the class that even though he loved learning, he was a huntsman first and foremost. Most of the class seemed confused by this, but Magna wasn't one of them. He knew that if Oblek had to choose between learning about a new species of fauna or saving a village from a grim invasion, Oblek wouldn't hesitate to stomping the plant into the ground to save the village. Anyway, after the bell rung and the students flooded towards the cafeteria, Magna felt a small shift in his aura as he smiled, great. Now I can switch clusters. Eating ice dust every day was bloody expensive. Magna lagged behind the others as he mentally searched for a cluster to embody. When he finally decided on a cluster, he suddenly paused as he felt something collide with him. Looking up, Magna spotted the leader of Team CRDL, lying on the ground while glaring at him. Magna quickly realized what happened as he reached his hand forward, sorry about that Carden, I was a little distracted. Now, Magna knew just what kind of person Carden was, but that wasn't going to stop him from at least being nice. However, instead of grabbing Magna's hand, Carden sneered and slapped his hand away as he growled, screw off. Magna was taken back for a second before narrowing his eyes at Carden's retreating back. Shaking his head, he decided to just ignore what happened and go have lunch. After entering the cafeteria, Magna opted to just eat some fruit since they had Glinda's class after lunch. With a small platter of fruit, Magna hummed as he made his way towards Argo and the others. Luna, seeing him walking towards their table, smiled and waved her hands at him, Magna. What took you so long? Laying his tray down, Magna chucked a couple grapes into his mouth, savoring how fresh they were as he replied, I got distracted and bumped into someone. The leader of Team CRDL. The moment he said, Team CRDL, Argo and Blake scowled while Luna's smile dropped from her face before coming back. Even though it was only for a second, Magna still caught it and frowned. What's wrong, Luna? Before Luna could reply, Argo leaned towards him and angrily whispered, a few minutes ago, those assholes called Luna and I, a pair of mangy mutts. Carden even deliberately stepped on Luna's tail as he walked by. Now Magna regretted trying to be nice to him. While his thoughts slowly started to lean into dangerous territory, a brilliant thought popped into his mind. He barely held himself back from madly cackling as he whispered his plan into Argo's ear. Once he was done, Argo couldn't hide the wide smirk on her face as she shared the plan with the rest of their table. Needless to say, the entire table was now very much looking forward to Glinda's class. Quiet down, students. With Glinda's strict voice echoing in the classroom, everyone quickly shut their mouth and looked forward. Good, said Glinda, my name is Glinda Goodwitch. You will either refer to me as Professor Goodwitch or Miss Goodwitch. Seeing everyone nod towards her, Glinda continued, in my class, you will be sparring amongst each other. One-on-one, pairs, team battles. Sometimes, you will even have to spar with me. Everyone cheered, with Argo and Yang looking ready to jump into the arena. Quiet! Yelled Glinda, glaring at students. Pushing her glasses back into place, Glinda tapped her pad. Behind her, a picture of Yang, Blake, Ren and Nora appeared on a hovering, holographic cube. Students, go get changed into your combat gear. When you all get back, Yang and Blake of Team RWBY will spar against Ren and Nora of Team JNPR. It wasn't long before everyone made their way back to class. Magna, now sporting a black buttonless Kakurin with the sleeves rolled, a sea blue shirt and black jeans, was the first to make it back to class. Looking over his combat clothes, Magna felt proud since he made them himself, without using a cluster to help him. You see, since his clusters allowed him to basically do anything, he decided to get a couple hobbies. He learned how to make clothes from scratch, spending months learning and experimenting. Due to this, Magna had a storage bracelet filled with different types of dust-infused outfits, all of them being perfect replicas of the clothes worn by his clusters. Currently, he was wearing the clothes worn by his current cluster. The clothes themselves were infused with water dust, making them waterproof and fire-resistant. Infusing dust into thread was a real pain to learn, Magna thought to himself with a sigh. Anyway, the classroom quickly filled with armored students. Suddenly, Magna's eyebrow raised in surprise as he stared at Pyrrha. She was wearing the exact same armor she wore in the show, except she now had some new additions. Around her waist hung a small, transparent bottle with what appeared to be a metal cork. From what Magna could see, the bottle's contents was black and grainy. Fighters. Are you ready? Magna was quickly brought out of his thoughts as he saw Yang and Blake stand face to face with Ren and Nora in the arena. Seeing both sides nod, Glinda adjusted her glasses and said, this battle will continue until your aura reaches the red, you knock out your opponent or I say to stop. If you continue fighting after any of those conditions are met, I will discipline you. Both sides shivered from the glare they were receiving and nodded. Glinda glared at them one last time before signaling them to start. In an instant, Yang burst forward with her fist chambered back and locked onto Ren. Nora wildly swung her hammer towards the incoming blonde while Ren leapt backwards, unloading an entire clip at Yang. Clicking her tongue, Yang's arms lightly shifted around as she deftly deflected Nora's swing. Nora! Yelled Ren. He saw that Nora's wide swing left her open and tried to move towards her. However, a sudden blade to the face ended up stopping him in place. Blake, with her sword placed back into its sheath, looked at Ren with an empty stare. Ren's emotions quickly calmed down when he felt the threat coming off of the person in front of him. Magna watched in awe as he finally saw a new side of Yang. Her attacks were precise and solid. She literally lead Nora around by the nose, deflecting Nora in ways that gave her an opening. Blake, on the other hand, was like a ghost. She practically abused her semblance, creating clone after clone. Unknown to Magna, ever since Blake saw his display of power that day back in Atlas, she has trained herself from the ground up, pushing herself to try and reach that level of strength. Anyway, after a few minutes, Yang finally started showing signs of frustration as her eyes turned red. Narrowly dodging another swing, Yang's lightly shot forward in a confusing manner. With her arm cocked back, Yang threw out a powerful uppercut as she roared, "Cry Ken." Bomb! Nora soared through the area, her aura dimming before shattering into motes of light. Nora! Ren, in a surprising show of strength and speed, slammed his palm against Blake's stomach, creating a shockwave that sent her spiraling backwards. However, he wasn't done as he sped forward, catching Nora before she hit the ground. Worry clear on his face, Ren quickly took her over to Glinda and laid her down. However, before he could turn around to continue the fight, Glinda yelled, "Eliminated due to low aura reserves, lie Ren." Ren quickly turned towards the floating aura meter and saw that his aura was just under 8. Sighing, Ren turned towards Yang and Blake. Giving the pair a martial artist's salute, Ren bowed slightly and said, "Thank you for the wonderful match." Yang smiled and waved him off while Blake winced, her hands clutching her stomach. Seeing both sides walk off the arena, Glinda tapped her tap as a picture of John and Emerald appeared. Emerald smirked before strutting onto the stage. John, on the other hand, gulped as he muttered, "I can do this, I can do this." Once both sides got into position, Glinda quickly started the match. Emerald flipped backwards, her hands tearing her weapons, Thief's Respite, out from their sheath. Thief's Respite was a pair of sickles that mech-shifted into a pair of fast-firing revolvers. The range form of Emerald's weapon was heavily modified, to the point that one shot was all it took to take down the average Grimm. However, her weapon had one more surprise, and that was clink-clatter. The fact that her sickles could become Kuzurigama. Whipping her arms back and forth, Emerald grinned as her sickles launched towards John over and over again. John wasn't just standing still though. With his shield in front of him and his sword pointed towards the ground behind him, he deflected every attack while slowly advancing. Retracting her sickles back, Emerald whistled and smiled, "Damn Ark, you've gotten better. I remember slapping you silly with that one." A nervous laugh escaped John's lips as he replied, "Well, I can't always suck, Emerald." "We'll see," smirked Emerald. Flipping her weapons around in her hands, the blade hit itself as the shape of the revolver became more prominent. Suddenly, John's charge buckled as 3 rounds found themselves striking his leg. However, when Emerald peered over to the aura meter above, she threw her arms up in exasperation, "Oh come on." His aura was only depleted by 6. And her revolvers usually decimated a person's aura shield. With newfound knowledge of John's aura capacity, Emerald wanted to adopt a hit-and-run tactic. But the moment she moved to make some distance, John was already in front of her as he bashed his shield into her face. She skidded across the ground for a meter before coming to a stop. The other students fell silent as Emerald slowly turned towards John and glared at him, "Ow." For the next 5 minutes, Emerald kept him in an illusion. Magna didn't know what the illusion was, but from how pale John was and how he kept screaming, "Keep away from my ass," he could infer what it was she was showing him. The only reason she stopped tormenting John was due to Glinda, who forced both Emerald and John out of the arena while glaring holes through Emerald. Once she had calmed down, she swiped her pad a few times as a picture of Magna and Carden appeared. Carden sneered as he turned to his team and said, "Easy win, boys." This, in turn, caused everyone in the classroom minus his team to stare at him. They had seen what Magna was capable of, and were wondering how ignorant Carden and his team had to be. However, no one moved to inform him. It's only been a day, but somehow, he and his band of schmucks had managed to earn the ire of every first year. Magna, on the other hand, couldn't stop grinning. As he walked past his team, Argo leaned over, giving him a nice view to look at, as she whispered, "Destroy him." Pausing, Magna quietly whispered back, "Physical, mentally or emotionally?" "Yes," smirked Argo. Shaking his head and continuing forward, Magna came face to face with Carden, trying to read his stance or lack thereof. Carden literally stood straight with his weapon, a handmade heavy mace with titanium flanges called the Executioner. The mace itself was hollow, with the titanium flanges creating the mace's shape. Atop the shaft was a single fire dust crystal. Well, that's what RWBY said as she gushed about Carden's weapon. Stomping his foot hard enough to kick up a cloud of dirt, Carden smirked and said, "Why don't you save us all the time and give up? You're not gonna be winning this." "Nah, I'll take my chances," said Magna, rolling his eyes as he got into a basic stance because honestly, Carden wasn't worth the effort of using his combat stance. Seeing Magna ignore him, Carden growled and waved his weapon. In response, Magna merely raised his hand. Then, in a slow and taunting manner, he waved his fingers towards himself as if to say, "Come at me." The moment the match started, Carden charged at Magna like a bull while Magna remained where he was standing. "You got him, Carden," roared Russell. "Show him who's boss," chimed in Sky. "Look at him. He's scared stiff. Finish him," shouted Dove. Magna didn't even know it was possible, but Carden's smirk got even bigger as he activated his semblance, super strength. Yet right when his mace was about to hit his opponent, Magna's body shuffled to the side, narrowly dodging the attack. Bam! Due to the power behind Carden's swing, his mace became stuck in the ground. Panic started to set in when Magna appeared before him. Slowly bringing his hand in front of Carden's face, Magna grinned and yelled, "Headshot." All Carden saw was white as some sort of white substance gushed out from Magna's hand. With the force of high-pressure firefighter hose, Carden screamed as he launched across the arena. Coming to a stop, Carden gagged and coughed up a small pile of the mysterious white substance. Reeling from the odd smell and viscous, glue-like texture, Carden turned green and gagged, "Is this what I think it is?" The students fell silent, with the exception of Argo and Emerald who were laughing up a storm. Suddenly, Magna felt himself being enveloped in a constrictive aura as Glinda's voice, laced in anger, echoed from behind him. "Magna! That better not be what I think it is. I will not clean up after your mess." Magna rolled his eyes and smirked, "Calm down, Professor, it's just gel." Flicking off the excess gel on his fingers, Magna quickly pulled out his Scythe from his storage bracelet, twirling it around before slamming ice dust into a slot on the shaft. Lines ran through the scythe, giving it a dim light blue glow. Wisps of frost gathered on the blade as Magna slowly ran his hand over it while coating it in gel. The gel froze the moment it touched the blade, extending it to almost twice its normal size. Magna, who was admiring his work, grinned before turning back towards Carden. The leader of Team CRDL gulped. Magna vanished, appearing in front of Carden. Striking downwards, Magna roared as his swing collided with Carden's mace, kicking up a small gust of cold wind. Frozen droplets of sweat dripped down Carden's head as he moved to fling Magna away. However, Magna's attack wasn't quite done as he shot gel into his face from his finger. Quack! Blinded and trying to get the taste out of his mouth, all Carden could do was take a pair of boots to the chest. As he flew through the air, Magna aimed his hand at the ground and covered his landed spot in gel. Carden slid and rolled, yelling as more and more gel went into his mouth. While Carden slid, Magna stabbed his extended ice blade into the ground and channeled his aura into his scythe. The gel quickly froze, catching Carden in a cocoon of ice. Magna, seeing his opponent trapped, snapped the ice blade before recasting another. Magna sprinted forward, using the ice to gain speed before jumping. He spun in the air, shooting shot after shot to speed up his spin before slamming the blunt end down on Carden. Bam! Trapped in ice, Carden could only watch as Magna's scythe smashed his face into the ground, creating a cloud of dust. Once the dust settled, Magna walked out with his hands behind his back, smirking. The students watching in the background were shocked and in awe. Glinda, finally snapping out of her shock, looked over at the aura meter and said, "Eliminated due to knockout and total aura depletion, Carden Winchester." Many of the students quickly looked over at the aura meter and became wide-eyed when they saw that Carden's aura was at 0. The room was silent only for a second before cheers broke out. Mostly, it was, "How did he do that? Was that his semblance?" The only ones who weren't cheering were his teammates, Team RWBY and the JP of Team JNPR. Emerald was smirking at him as she whispered to Argo, "He's done better." "Oh yeah, but it was really funny to watch," replied Argo. Luna was just watching him with a gentle smile. Team RWBY were conversing amongst themselves while John and Pyrrha cheered the hardest. Luckily for Magna, the bell rang right before he could get mobbed by the students who were looking for answers. Without waiting for Glinda to release the class, Magna embodied RWBY and left the classroom in a flurry of petals. Chapter 104. Ugh. Finally done. Groaned Argo. After dust studies with Professor Peach, which was their final class, Team MEL were faced with a difficult task. Decorating and modifying. It took them all 2 hours to decorate the room, with the girls taking up 90 of the room with their personal items. In left corner of the room, closest to the door, were Argo's and Luna's things. Their combined things consisted of a wooden desk covered in books, art supplies and various medical tools. There was also a large crate next to the desk, filled to the brim with medical supplies. The other corner housed an intricate indoor garden. The centerpiece was a metal rack with 10 pots of mint while on the sides were 2 raised planters that were covered in strawberries. This garden belonged to Emerald and it was her pride and joy. She actually begged Magna to help her bring it to Beacon. Hell, she even uses dust to keep the plants healthy and checks them every second day. Magna's things, which weren't actually a lot, were placed just under the window between the area they designated as the bed space. A multitude of photos, all showing Magna with his family and friends, were placed on a black, wooden draw. Next to them were a couple of cookbooks with tabs sticking out of the pages and a basket filled with various different threads and needles. Now, onto the beds themselves. Those took Magna an hour to make since he modified them using the cluster containing the memory, skills and abilities of Hashirama Senju. Wood style was overpowered and coming from Magna, that really meant something. You see, Hashirama's wood style had the ability to suppress and absorb chakra. And since Magna's cluster changes whatever energy the skill uses to either aura or stamina, his wood style suppresses and absorbs aura. Luckily, he could choose whether to absorb aura or not. Another plus was the fact that wood style was easily moldable, changing itself through the user's imagination. However, this was also a minus since it took Magna an hour to create the perfect bunk bed. It was actually a bit difficult since he sometimes made the bed too long or too short. Anyway, Magna was resting on his bed, ignoring the sound of Nora's screams that came through the wall. "Mama's hungry. Nora. It's almost time to go to bed. Calm down. Run. She's grabbing her hammer. Bam. Sorry Nora." Magna chuckled before sitting up on his bed. Emerald was in the middle of trimming her mint plants, putting a leaf or two into her mouth with a wide smile. Argo was at the desk, sketching a drawing of their team fighting against a horde of Grimm. Luna, who was sitting on Argo's bottom bunk bed left of the window, was rolling around on the bed. Shaking his head with a smile, Magna stood up and stretched as he said, "I'm gonna be out for a bit. Be back in an hour." "See ya," replied the girls. After walking to a secluded area, Magna's hands blurred as he called out, "Wood style, wooden hut jutsu." Slamming his hand on the ground, a small hut quickly sprung out from the dirt. The hut was a small, single-room building with one door and no windows. It was also giving the ability to suppress aura. Nodding, Magna quickly walked inside before locking the door using wood style. Seeing that the inside was pitch black, he rummaged through his storage bracelet before pulling out 4 flashlights. Magna whistled a cheerful ditty as he turned on the flashlights and put one in every corner of the room. Now, with the place lit up, Magna switched over to Naruto's cluster and sat down in the middle of the room. Taking a deep breath, Magna slowly closed his eyes and waited. Once he felt a pull, he opened his eyes and was now face to face with a large, grin maw. "Hey brat. Are you ready for your monthly beating?" roared Kurama. Magna, in response, raised his clenched fist at Kurama. Then, he slowly pretended to crank something next to his fist as his middle finger slowly popped up. Faking a surprised look, Magna said, "Would you look at that? What a surprise." Kurama's brow twitched as he slowly stood up, cracking his bones, as he smirked, "I'm going to enjoy this." Now you might be wondering, what reason could there be for Magna and Kurama to fight each other? The answer. Bijou cloak. Since Kurama wasn't going to give Magna his chakra without a fight, the two of them have been fighting each other every month, just after Magna's cluster cooldown finishes. And so far, Magna hasn't won a single battle. The reason he hasn't won is because of who this Kurama was. The Kurama he has to fight is always at his peak. And to make matters worse, he doesn't have Kushina's help. Magna's only tools were his weapon, his aura, Naruto's abilities and his secondary semblance. Sadly, that wasn't enough. However, there's no doubt that Magna was getting closer and closer to beating Kurama since he has managed to grab Kurama's chakra in the last 6 fights. Anyway, Magna quickly embodied RWBY and ran towards Kurama. The 9-tailed fox merely grinned as he launched himself upwards, spinning a few times before slamming his tails down at Magna. Shit. Magna stopped and infused his aura into his legs before jumping upwards. Just as Magna was about to get intimately acquainted with Kurama's tail, he burst into rose petals and curved around it. "Get off me!" roared Kurama. No. Ignoring Kurama's angry roar, Magna scaled the furry trail. Once he made it to Kurama's back, Magna jumped and pulled out his scythe. However, Kurama wasn't just going to let Magna attack him and spun, creating a vortex of chakra. Magna flew across his mindscape, twirling in the air while screaming. He crossed his fingers and yelled, "Shadow Clone Jutsu." A small army of clones appeared. "Forward march," roared one of the clones as he and the others ran forward and caught Magna, breaking his momentum. "Thanks guys." "No problem, boss." The clones disappeared in a cloud of smoke as Magna shot forward. Kurama smirked and inhaled a deep breath, hurling forward a barrage of mini-tailed beast bombs. Instead of panicking, Magna's body spilt apart in a flurry of petals. 3 blurs dipped around, over and under the tailed beast bombs. 2 of the 3 blurs arrived in front of Kurama, revealing 2 shadow clones. Both quickly aimed at Kurama and fired shot after shot, covering the towering beast in ice and stone. "JH. Do you know how long it'll take to get this out of my fur?" Enraged, Kurama swiped at the clones with his claw, tearing them apart with ease. The third blur, seeing that Kurama was focused on the others, sped towards the Kyuubi's back. As his petal body reformed into his human form, Magna burst forward and roared, "Odama Rasengan." Kurama roared, his larger frame reeling backwards. However, that was all that happened. Once he regained his footing, Kurama grinned, "You need to do better than that." Magna rolled his eyes. With a flick of his wrist, his weapon Crescent Moon shifted into its railgun form as he loaded a shard of gravity dust into the chamber. A shiver went through Kurama's body as he leapt back, his eyes wide opened as he noticed a blackish-purple glow. As Kurama turned to flee, Magna smirked and fired, launching a pulsating purple orb. KUAH. The orb slammed into Kurama's back and became stationary, suddenly creating an extremely powerful attraction force. All 9 of his tails were pulled into the orb while his head was slowly being pulled backwards. Kurama roared in pain as his chakra leaked from his body. Magna's eyes lit up as he ran forward, chance. Summoning his aura, Magna reached out and grabbed Kurama's chakra tails and pulled. Veins pulsed on his forehead as he roared, "Fucking move." The orb suddenly flickered as Kurama kicked out and booted Magna away. Luckily, Magna was still holding on to Kurama's chakra. Feeling the attraction force weakening, Kurama forced the ambient chakra back into his body and roared. The gravity dust shot shattered as the chakra in Magna's hand tried to escape, slowly dragging him towards the enraged tailed beast. "You won't beat me today, brat." Grinned Kurama, "I've got the upper hand." With his feet buried into the ground as he resisted with all his might, Magna smirked and yelled, "OH really?" Magna's aura surged to his feet, rooting him in place as he yelled, a bright glint in his eyes, "Now." A literally horde of clones leapt out from Kurama's own shadow, a ball of violently rotating aura in their hands as they roared in unison. Rasengan ambush. Kurama's body lifted off the ground and flew through the air, his chakra separating from his body as he visibly withered. However, the barrage didn't stop. Instead, the clones pushed forward in an even fiercer manner. Watching Kurama being manhandled by his clones, Magna quickly focused on the task at hand. Even though he managed to get the chakra out of Kurama's body, he now needed to absorb the chakra. And that was hardest part. The chakra itself was semi-autonomous, and would respond to any attempts to absorb it with violence. Gritting his teeth, quickly summoned another clone. Once it appeared, the clone nodded towards Magna as its hair and eyes turned white and blue respectively. The clone moved in a dancer-like fashion, summoning glyph after glyph, slowly covering the chakra construct in black snowflakes. Spinning in place, the clone kneeled down in place as a white glyph appeared beneath him, freezing the roaring beast in place. Both Magna and his clone groaned in strain as they slowly dragged the unwilling beast towards them. At the same time, the last of the clones had finished their attack and Kurama was slowly gathering his bearings. He shook his head and frowned, "Damn brat, I hate that bloody clone technique." As he turned back towards Magna, his eyes widened as he roared and leapt forward. Seeing the incoming tailed beast, a crazy light glimmered in Magna's eyes as he grinned, "All or nothing." The clone's eyes mimicked Magna's as he stood up and waved his hand. The black glyphs holding Kurama's chakra in place turned white. Suddenly, the rioting chakra felt a repulsing force so strong that its body turned into a blur. The original Kurama could only helplessly stand there and watch as his chakra slammed into Magna's body with enough force to send him out of his mindscape. Back in reality, Magna awoke with a scream as his body ignited. The aura wafting off him seemed to affect the wood-style building he was in as branches slowly started to sprout from the walls. Magna couldn't hold back anymore and roared, aura pulsing off him in waves as the wooden hut exploded. Once his roar died down, Magna panted while observing the changes in his body and appearance. He felt energy literally bursting out from every cell of his body, covering him in a dense, armor-like aura construct. The aura construct flickered like fire, its yellowish-orange glow giving off a sense of warmth and comfort. Shaking, Magna threw his arms high into the air and leapt to the ground, screaming, "Yes! I finally beat that lazy-ass fox." Without him noticing, Magna's body turned into a stream of light as he raced around the forest in happiness. The ground was set ablaze, trailing behind him as Magna unconsciously started laughing. He continued to run faster and faster, his laughter becoming hysterical as his light orange aura coat slowly shifted into a dark ominous red. "Brat! Snap out of it!" Magna jumped at the roaring voice in his head, coming to a grinding halt. He skid across the ground for a few meters before dropping to his knees, laughter still escaping for his panting mouth. "Kurama, what's happening to me?" "Ha ha ha!" panted Magna, his aura flickering between orange and red. "There's an imbalance in my chakra and it's causing you to go out of control. You're using too much yang chakra." Magna winced as he said, "But I only know how to use yang chakra." Kurama sighed as he briefly told Magna to hold on. Suddenly, Magna felt an ice-cold chill spread throughout his entire body as the light orange and dark red disappeared, leaving a dark orange in its place. Magna gave himself quick scan and grinned. Now I look like Minato did when he used the Kyuubi form. This form made him feel calm. The urge to laugh was replaced with a cold, collected calm. Slowly standing up, Magna gently brushed the dirt off himself and asked, "What did you do to me, Kurama?" Kurama snorted, "I pumped my Yin chakra into your system. You're at about 60 Yin and 40 Yang, which is way better than the 90-10 split you had going." While idly observing his body, a growl came from the nearby bushes, catching Magna's attention. He glanced towards the source of the sound and saw 10 Beowulfs, crouched down and waiting to pounce. Suddenly, the world began to slow down in Magna's view, slowing down to the point that he thought everything froze in place. "Interesting," Magna muttered as he slowly walked towards the closest Beowulf. Stretching his hand outward, a slightly bigger than usually Rasengan formed with 3 slightly smaller Rasengans orbiting the first. Reeling back his arm, Magna rammed the Rasengan right into the Beowulf's chest cavity before slowly walking away as he said, "Planetary Rasengan." The world quickly became to move once again as the Beowulf that Magna struck exploded, sending a vortex of energy and wind behind it. The other Beowulfs didn't even get the chance to blink as the vortex completely wiped them out, as well as some of the forest. Magna yawned, his senses picking up 4 people quickly zeroing in on his position. Ozpin, Glinda, Port and Noblek. "Well, I've had enough fun for one night. Time to leave." Magna quickly turned into a dark orange blur as he sped towards Beacon. What he didn't know, however, was that a certain headmaster and his deputy managed to catch a glimpse of his aura-clad figure before he disappeared. Magna quietly walked through the door to his dorm room, the Chakra cloak disappearing into wisps of light. Argo and Emerald were still awake, chatting together in a low voice. Luna, on the other hand, was asleep on Magna's bed while in her pajamas. He could also see a book tightly held in her arms. "Hey," whispered Magna, "why is Luna asleep on my bed?" "She was looking at our photo album and fell asleep. I just don't know when she got on your bed since she was reading it on her bed," said Argo. Magna thanked her before walking over to Luna. Picking her up off his bed, Magna walked towards and up the wall while holding her. Luna's bed was directly above Argo's, so Magna walked across the roof to her bed. Once above her bed, Magna flipped down. He opened the quilt and gently laid her inside while taking the photo album. Glance at Luna's sleeping face, Magna softly ruffled her hair and smiled. "Girls," said Magna, flipping back to the ground without making a single sound, "bedtime. We have classes tomorrow." Argo gave him a mock salute before tiptoeing into the bathroom with her pajamas. Emerald merely yawned as her clothes transformed into her pajamas. Magna raised an eyebrow at her and said, "Were you wearing your pajamas the whole time?" "Yeah. I've been wearing them ever since you left to go do whatever it is you did." "By the way, what did you do?" Emerald said as she climbed up to her bed. Magna quickly changed his clothes, ignoring Emerald's gaze as he said, "I was working on my semblance. Made some progress, which is good, but..." Emerald popped her head out from her bunk, not even trying to hide the heated look in her eyes as she said, "The progress you made sets back your control over your semblance, right? That always happens when you make progress. It's like the saying goes. 2 steps forward. And 1 step back," sighed Magna, "I know. But this is how my semblance grows. The more abilities I have, the stronger I get. Not to mention the boost in aura I get for every cluster," mused Magna. And boost his aura it did. He had about 9.5 people's worth of aura, and his aura regeneration was far quicker than a normal huntsman's. Heck, Magna outclassed most first years and some second years when it came to aura reserves. The only person with more aura than him was John. The world was both fair and unfair. A few years ago, Magna discovered that a person's aura reserves grew until they reached a certain point. However, his didn't. His reserves only grew with the amount of clusters he had, which was why he constantly switched clusters every month. If his aura reserves didn't grow, his aura wouldn't be able to keep up with his usage during battle. Let's take Steven Universe's powers as an example. If he had less aura than he did when Cinder and her group attacked Amber, his bubble shield wouldn't have lasted nearly as long as it did. Speaking of changing clusters, Magna hopped into his sheets and decided to switch his cluster. Closing his eyes, Magna found himself standing in front of a familiar sea of stars. Over the years, Magna became more and more familiar with the sea of stars and how it worked. Without moving, Magna held out his hand as a star shoot towards him and landed in his palm. He didn't know what this cluster carried or whose life he'd be able to view, but he didn't care. He just hoped that it wasn't the memories of someone evil. The memories of some of his more negative clusters were rather hard to swallow. Hell, some were downright revolting. Anyway, Magna crushed the cluster as memories flooded his mind. He could feel it. The memories of how he was strapped to a medical table. The pain of how he was torn apart, only to be put back together. Only, there was always a piece missing. Magna exited the sea of stars and opened his eyes, panting a little from the influx of memories and feelings. He slowly reached his arm towards his head and grabbed at the new appendage. A small horn. Magna rummaged around on his bed for a second before taking out his scroll. He activated the camera option and took a couple photos of his face. Scanning the photo with a smile, Magna tapped the small, brown horn and said, "I actually kinda like it." Magna willed the new power inside him to activate as the small horn on his head grew. It grew until it reached a few centimeters, a white and yellow glow glimmering around the appendage. Sweet. Happy with his new cluster, Magna pulled the sheets up and moved to go to bed when... Bam! Eh! The now longer horn smacked into the wall, sending a wave of painful vibrations down the horn and through his skull. Chapter 105. Humming a soft melody, Magna slowly ate breakfast while relishing the taste. He had just finished showering after his morning workout. It was actually almost 8 o'clock since he decided to test out his new powers. Rewind. A quirk belonging to a girl named Eri. It allowed the user to rewind the state of a living target, making them physically younger. It also needed to accumulate power before it could be used, though that was fixed due to aura. Magna found that his aura could be used to expedite the charging process. He tested his power on animals, trying his best to control it. And he found that it was possible to control it to a point. The longer he used rewind, the stronger it grew. From seconds, to minutes, to years. Once it got to a certain point, it became unruly and basically rewinded the target into non-existence. Luckily, he tested it on animals and insects, or else he might have accidentally erased someone. Anyway, it was 8 in the morning and classes start in about an hour. Luna was surprisingly up and about while her sister was sleeping in. Magna watched in amusement as the white-haired wolf girl clumsily helped Emerald with her garden. Emerald, on the other hand, was chewing away at a mint leaf as she cleaned up overgrowth. "Hey," Emerald said, not caring about her volume, "can you cook breakfast for the rest of us, Magna?" Placing the last bit of his omelette into his mouth, Magna rolled his eyes and nodded. Swallowing, Magna turned towards Luna and said, "You mind waking up your sister? She'll get pouty if we eat without her." Luna's tail rapidly started whirling about as she nodded and said, "Leave it to me." "Great!" smiled Magna, "just make sure you do it." Before Magna could finish, she ran at Argo's sleeping form and jumped onto her stomach. Ack! Seeing Argo cough while looking around in confusion, Magna lightly face-palmed as he muttered, "Gently." Magna quickly left the room since he knew what was about to happen. Right as he shut the door, the sound of fighting could be heard from inside the room, followed by Argo's angry yelling, Luna's half-laughing and half-crying voice, and Emerald's groans. After a few minutes, Magna returned to the room with 3 steaming plates in hand. Emerald looked tired as she blankly looked at the mess before her. Argo's bed was a mess, sheets and blankets sprawled all over the place. The 2 wolf girls responsible for the mess were rolling around on the bed while locked in combat. Argo was fighting dirty as she continuously jabbed her fingers into Luna's ribs while periodically yelling, "Taser." Luna, on the other hand, was pinching her sister wherever her hands could reach as she glared at Argo with teary eyes, no doubt due to the effect of Argo's attack. Magna quickly placed the food on a desk and pulled the pair away from each other. Before either girl could speak, Magna raised both his hands high into the air and roared, "Fists of love." He quickly brought down both his fists atop their heads as a loud bang echoed through the room. Both girls screamed in pain, collapsing to the ground while grabbing their heads in pain. "Ow ow ow ow. Why me?" Magna light dusted off his hands and glared at them as he said, "Now that you two are no longer fighting like children, breakfast is ready. Eat it quickly because we have about 45 minutes before our first class." They both gave Magna an aggrieved look before walked over to the desk where the food was. Emerald was already eating with relish, casually watching the show before her. Luna grabbed her a plate and paused for a second. She looked over at Argo and shuffled over to her as she said, I am sorry sis. I shouldn't have woken you up like that." Argo's eyes became gentle as she softly placed her hand on Luna's ribcage and said, "I'm sorry as well. Does it hurt?" Luna winced as she nodded, tears appearing in her eyes. Seeing that, Argo's eyes also started to tear up. Magna saw that Luna was feeling sore, so he walked over and smiled, "I'll heal you, Luna." Emerald raised an eyebrow as she said, "So, is it a healing power this month? Please don't tell me that we're doing all-out training again." I don't think Beacon will allow it. Anyone could see that Emerald was terrified by the idea of all-out training, since it meant that they were fighting with the intent of causing near-fatal harm. She physically shivered as she remembered all the times she broke a bone or got torn up. Magna also shivered. The training was effective, no one could refute that point. But it was just too brutal and he wasn't a masochist. Don't worry, we won't be doing an all-out training session. And, the power I have this month is more than just a healing power. Magna grabbed Luna's shoulder as the small horn atop his head started to glow. Luna exclaimed as the pain faded in an instant. Taking back his hand, Magna smugly smiled as he explained about his new power. After he finished explaining, Emerald was the first to react. That's so bullshit. Doesn't that mean you have unlimited aura as long as you rewind yourself every few seconds after using your aura? Screamed Emerald. Magna stalled for a bit before saying, I don't think that's how it works. I can only rewind the physical state of a person. An aura is the power of a person's soul. Plus, I'm not even sure that rewind can affect me. He searched through Ares' memories, consciously ignoring the painful memories in search of clues. And after reviewing what was available, he came to the conclusion that he couldn't affect himself. Fueled by curiosity, Magna touched himself and tried to use rewind. Key word, tried. His horn didn't even glow, nor did his aura move to activate the ability. Good thing I found out now, and not when I'm fighting Grim or sparring. Mused Magna. Though this brings another question to mind. Does rewind work on Grim? He couldn't test it since there are no Grim within a certain radius of the school. He either needs to wait for the forever fall school trip or he has to ask Professor Port. These are questions for future me to worry about. Magna shook his head and looked over at the clock, 30 minutes till class. You girls done eating? We've been finished for a few minutes now. You've just been so deep in thought that you didn't notice. Replied Emerald, who was patting her stomach in bliss. Yup. Cheered Luna, and Argo's in the shower. She said that we can go on ahead. Magna nodded, okay then, I'll leave now then since I need to talk to Professor Port. Receiving a quick goodbye from the two girls, Magna hastily left their dorm room and started jogging to class. As he got to the courtyard, he came across Pyrrha, who seemed to be relaxing in morning sun. Magna slowly jogged over and said, aren't you cold? Pyrrha jumped a little, a cute yelp escaping her lips as her aura flared up. The next moment, Magna felt something pull his wrist as he flew towards Pyrrha. Ah! Magna slammed face first into Pyrrha, pushing her down. He shook his head, trying to shake off the pain as Pyrrha shyly squeaked. I am sorry you surprised me and I dash. Holding up his hand, Magna flashed a small smile and said, it's fine, Pyrrha. The pair fell silent for a few moments. Once they could finally think straight, Magna glanced over at Pyrrha and said, hey, I still owe you that meal. You want to go out after school? Pyrrha's face instantly matched the shade of her hair as her mouth curved into a happy smile. Sure thing, Magna. I'd love to go out with you. Magna chuckled, great. I know this awesome little noodle shack. I freaking love eating there when I can. The Spartan warrior nodded happily as she said that she'd swing by his dorm around 5 before running off. Magna whistled at her speed. He didn't really get to see Pyrrha fight during initiation but he could see that her agility definitely leveled up. She basically disappeared from his view, leaving a small gust of wind on her trail. He also noticed that her aura was controlled and it barely wavered as she ran. From what I can see, she's definitely gotten stronger. Heck, I couldn't even stop myself from being affected by her semblance. And that was just accident. Mused Magna. Unconsciously, Magna started to smile as he muttered, man, now I'm really looking forward to sparring with her. Magna finally arrived at Professor Port's class. The portly man was currently writing away on the blackboard while listening to classical music. Hearing the door open, Port turned towards Magna and exclaimed in surprise, ah, Mr. Opus, it's a surprise to see you so early in the morning but it's a surprise I welcome fully. Please take a seat wherever you wish. Morning Professor, said Magna, I actually have a favor to ask. Port paused, turning towards Magna with one eyebrow raised even though his eyes were still closed. A favor? Well, I need to know what it is first before I make any promises. Well, Magna quickly explained that he wished to test his semblance on a Grim, since he didn't know if it would work. Port smiled when he heard Magna's request as he released a deep, jolly chuckle, splendid. Most students never come to me for this kind of thing yet it is also another part of my job. Magna tilted his head in confusion, it is? Yes, my boy. It is. Part of my job as the teacher of Grim studies is to allow students to fight against Grim in a controlled environment. However, no one comes to me for this, so I have to make it happen. Bellowed Port, his mustache practically twitching in joy. Listening to Port's words, Magna couldn't help but remember when he and Weiss fought Grimm on the first day of classes. Shaking his head, Magna looked over at Port and said, "So it's all right?" "My boy," smiled Port, "it would be my pleasure." Port walked over to the wall and picked up his weapon before walking towards the center of the classroom. As Magna watched him in mild confusion, Port suddenly snapped his finger as a hole opened in the ground. Beasts of all sizes and shapes could be seen in the hole, every single one of them unconscious on the ground in what seemed to be peaceful slumber. What the? Magna's yell attracted Port's attention as he chuckled, "No need to be too shocked, my boy. This is my semblance, trophy case. It allows me to keep any prey that catches my eye as a living trophy. But it doesn't work on beings with a certain amount of intelligence." Magna nodded as Port looked around before pulling out a sleeping Borbotusk. "Ah, Edgar, you silly thing. You'll do nicely," muttered Port. The portly professor threw the sleeping Grimm towards Magna and smiled, "There you go, young man. Test away." Nodding, Magna moved towards the slowly waking Grimm and placed his hand on its bone mask. His horns started to glow, extending until it was 8 centimeters long. Both Magna and Port watched in curiosity as the Grimm's form started to shudder. It fully woke up, whimpering as it tried to move, only to end up stumbling around. Magna, seeing that he was able to affect Grimm, pushed Rewind even further as his horn grew to 15 centimeters, gritting his teeth in an effort to remain in control. Magna watched as the Grimm completely collapsed, its body rippling like water. Suddenly, the door to the classroom flew open as Glinda stomped onto the room. "Magna Opus, Headmaster Ozpin wishes to dash." Before she could finish, Magna's horn extended to 33 centimeters as Rewind went out of control. The Borbotusk couldn't even whimper as its body turned into two different things. A puddle of black water and a floating, purple orb. The puddle simply fell to the ground while the orb merely floated for a few seconds before dissipating. However, Magna only focused on the two objects for a second before quickly making some distance between him and the two teachers. "Wait!" Magna yelled as the two teachers walked towards him, "I need a minute to get my semblance back under control." Glinda rolled her eyes and moved to step forward when Professor Port blocked her. "Glinda, I know that you're a very busy person and that Ozpin wishes to speak with Mr. Opus, but I suggest listening to the boy. Whatever he did, it turned a Grimm into a puddle. I don't wish to see that happen to you." After Port finished speaking, Glinda narrowed her eyes before sighing, "Very well. However, I need details about what just happened." Both Glinda and Port looked over to Magna. He showed a wry smile towards the pair and sighed. He slowly recounted what happened, how he wanted to test his latest ability on a Grimm and how it went berserk due to Glinda breaking his concentration. Throughout the explanation, Glinda showed no outward reaction as she seemed to internalize something. After a couple minutes, Magna let out a sigh of relief as Rewind finally went back into its dormant state, his horning shrinking down to size. Seeing that Magna's power had calmed down, Glinda quickly moved forward and grabbed him as she said, "The headmaster would like to see you about an incident that occurred last night." "An incident from last night?" muttered Port while Magna stiffened in Glinda's grasp. "Is Mr. Opus linked to that aura burst that occurred yesterday night?" Glinda nodded, dragging Magna out the door as she said, "Please inform Oblek that Magna may be late to his class." Before Port could reply, Glinda walked out of the classroom. Sighing, Port pulled out his scroll and messaged Oblek. The sound of ticking rang throughout the room as Ozpin stared at Magna with a small smile. "Mr. Opus," said Ozpin, "I would like to know what you were doing last night." Magna raised an eyebrow and asked, "Am I in trouble?" Ozpin quickly waved his hands and chuckled, No, you're not in trouble. I'm just curious about what happened. A burst of aura like last night's is unusual and I just wish to understand what caused it." Magna internally scoffed. He admits that Ozpin was probably telling the truth about being curious, but he probably wasn't telling the whole truth. Magna knew that the aura he released last night while in Ninetales chakra mode was extremely potent. Bits of ambient aura still existed in the area, affecting flora, fauna, and Grimm alike. He could actually feel it from Ozpin's office, which shows just how powerful the chakra mode was, considering they were nowhere near the afflicted area. "Well, I was just messing around with my semblance. You know how it is, training and developing moves, all that jazz." Ozpin frowned for a second before smiling once again as he said, "And how was your progress? Did you create a new semblance?" Magna paused before slowly nodding, "I did." Tapping his horn, Magna grinned as he said, "I created a semblance which allows me to rewind a living thing's state of being." Glinda, who was silently standing behind Ozpin, looked over at Magna in shock as she stuttered, "Then that would mean, dash." That I could give an amputee their limb back. That I could undo a person's injuries. Technically, I could turn an old man into a young boy. Magna watched as his words registered in the headmaster's mind. Ozpin's breathing became erratic, his hands shaking as he glared at Magna. Would you mind demonstrating your ability? Sure. But I'm not gonna turn anyone into a kid. Replied Magna. Before Ozpin could ask why, Magna cut him off as he said it was dangerous. He didn't explain how it was dangerous, but the warning look he gave Ozpin was enough to deter him from asking. Waving Glinda over, Ozpin said, Glinda, if I recall correctly, you underwent an operation when you were 22, correct? The stern teacher's body shook slightly as she took a deep breath. My team was killed during a mission while I managed to escape. However, a manticore pierced my stomach with its stinger, leaving me unable to have children. Both Magna and Ozpin winced at the sheer pain in her voice as she spoke. Ozpin quickly jumped up from his chair as he said, I am so sorry, Glinda. I didn't know. Taking a few deep breaths, Glinda wiped the tears from her eyes and replied, I'm not blaming you, sir. No one knows what my operation was for. I've never told anyone. Why wouldn't I? Don't ask. Please, Ozpin. Pleaded Glinda. Ozpin stood in shock, speechless. When he finally recovered, he fell back into his chair and said, Glinda, I'm authorizing a month-long vacation for you. Stated Glinda. Ozpin quickly cut her off and said, Glinda, you've been working here for years and you haven't taken a single day off. Go and enjoy yourself, you deserve it for all you've done. But the school will be fine. Said Ozpin, cutting her off, I may seem a bit unreliable when it comes to looking after the school, but you have my word that the school will still be standing when you come back. Glinda was stunned, words failing to come out of her mouth. She was both touched and concerned. Instead of agreeing with Ozpin, Glinda quickly changed the subject as she turned towards Magna. So how are you going to heal me? Do I need to lie down or prepare anything? You don't need to prepare anything since all I need to do is touch you. Though you might want to sit down. This might be a little disorienting. Said Magna. As Glinda sat down in front of him, Magna focused on the memories inside the cluster. A localized rewind was technically possible, but it took even greater control to use. He not only needed to control the area affected, but he also needed to stop his aura from increasing rewind strength. Lightly stretching, Magna asked, so how many years am I rewinding? Before Glinda could answer, Ozpin butted in and said, I believe it would be 15 years since Glinda is third dash. Bam! Magna's lips twitched upwards as he forced himself not to laugh. Ozpin was currently sprawled out on the ground with a mug-shaped bruise on his face. Sir! Do not talk about a lady's age. It is very rude. Ozpin's aura glimmered as the imprint on his face disappeared. He lightly dusted him and sighed while looking at the remains of his mug. I apologize for my lack of tact, Glinda. But was it really necessary to throw a mug at me? That was a gift from Oblek, you know. Glinda adjusted her hair, glaring at Ozpin while impatiently tapping away at the ground. Ozpin received the message loud and clear this time as he quickly motioned Magna to heal her. Reaching forward, Magna looked up at Glinda and cautiously asked, so 15 years? Yes. No. Please don't hit me. Rolling her eyes, Glinda softly said, 15 years and 2 months. Nodding, Magna gently laid his hands on Glinda's stomach, only to freeze in place as his mind went blank. Unconsciously, his hands started moving around like they had a mind of their own as he thought to himself, she's so soft. Her body was both plump and supple while retaining the springiness only found in the young and spry. Magna's teenage hormones were going crazy as he gently pushed his fingers into her stomach. Ahem. Looking upwards, Magna's heart nearly stopped when he saw Glinda glaring down at him. However, his eyes slowly drifted from her stern face to her large breasts that were blocking all of her face, minus her eyes. Her eyes narrowed even further, causing Magna to snap out of his thoughts. Pressing his hands against her stomach, Magna closed his eyes and focused on the power within himself, willing it to the surface. The horn atop his head glowed, signifying the start of his semblance. For 10 minutes, Ozpin and Glinda watched him with rapt attention. They could see how his semblance affected his body, via the horn and his glowing aura. Glinda could actually feel his semblance's effect on her. She could feel the phantom pains from her womb fade, while a warm feeling seemed to emanate from deep within her. After another 5 minutes, Magna started sweating as rewind forcefully increased in strength. Not good. Mentally screamed Magna. He tried to keep the output low, since he only had control over a certain level rewind. However, due to its nature as an accumulation quirk, it was slowly getting more and more powerful. Luckily, he was almost done with Glinda's treatment. Gritting his teeth, Magna allowed Rewind to increase its power as he said, Ozpin. In 5 minutes, I need you to grab Glinda and get her away from me. Ozpin didn't ask any questions and nodded with a serious expression on his face. He naturally noticed how Magna's semblance was slowly increasing its strength, even though Magna clearly didn't want it to. However, after 2 minutes, Magna's eyes flew open as his horn grew instantly. Pulling away, Magna jumped away from Glinda and roared, Ozpin. In an instant, Ozpin crossed the distance between himself and Glinda, grabbed her by the wrist and fled to the other side of the room. Magna was secretly in shock, considering how fast Ozpin moved. He noticed that Ozpin's aura was gently enveloping his body, so Magna guessed that the headmaster must have used his semblance. Anyway, Magna raised his hand and touched his now antler-shaped horn. It grew into a twisted form and seemed to be about 2/3 his height. Yet it felt weightless to him. He swung his head back and forth, waving the single antler around while marveling at the fact that he had an antler on his head. Excuse me, Mr. Opus. I would like you to stop swinging your horn around. While you won't break anything, your aura is creating waves in the air. Magna quickly looked up and managed to catch a glimpse of a soft wave of golden aura, following after his horn. Sweet, mused Magna. Well, said Magna, I think we're done here. Imma head on out now. Later's Ozpin, Glinda. Then, without waiting for them to reply, Magna walked into the elevator and pressed the button. Chapter 106. So let me get this straight. Currently, Magna was tidying himself up. He had just finished showering and was wearing a nice set of casual clothes. He was currently decided whether he wanted to take a jersey or a jacket. Not only did you get to skip class today. Magna softly nodded while putting on a gray jersey, yup. But you also managed to snag yourself a date with Pyrrha. Not a date, M. Argo and Luna were oddly silent as they calmly watched Magna from the top bunk. Emerald scowled and said, bullshit. It's totally a date. Lightly sighing, Magna turned towards her and said, Emerald, it's really not a date. I owe her this. We might not have known each other long, but she watched me get kidnapped and she couldn't do a thing to stop it from happening. What's worse is the fact that I didn't even try and tell her that I was fine after I escaped. Magna walked towards Emerald and grabbed her shoulder, please try and imagine yourself in her shoes. Emerald's shoulders sagged as she let loose a long sigh, fine. I guess you do owe her one for that. Just. Seeing him patiently waiting for her to finish, her eyes darted away from him as she said, never mind. Magna softly shook his head and headed to the door. Opening the door, Magna was shocked to see Pyrrha's fist hovering a few centimeters away from the door. Pyrrha? Asked Magna, how long have you been there? Oh, not very long. Replied Pyrrha, a light shade of pink dusting her cheeks, we're neighbors, remember? Magna nodded, sorry, I forgot. Anyway, let's get moving. I found this delightful little noodle place and you'll never guess who's running it. With a cheeky smile on his face, Magna quickly took Pyrrha's hand and took off towards the airship port. Watching the pair leave in a hurry, Luna's face unconsciously formed into a scowl as she growled at the two leaving figures. Or, more specifically, at Pyrrha. Argo karate chopped Luna on the head and said, down girl. You need to calm down. The scowl on Luna's face quickly disappeared but the fire in her eyes showed that she wasn't as calm as her appearance portrayed. Heck, Argo's ears were flat atop her head, something that only happened when she felt uneasy. Emerald was more direct with her emotions. An illusion of Magna slowly appeared in the room, only to be smacked into the air by a pillow as Emerald muttered, stupid dense idiot. Needless to say, a negative aura enveloped the room, causing both teams RWBY and JNR to avoid them. Alright, here's the place. With a small smile on his face, Magna let go of Pyrrha's hand and finally took a good look at her casual clothes. She was wearing a bright red shirt that said, Dream Come True, on it with a black undershirt beneath it. With her signature red sash around her waist, she was rocking a pair of black waist-high, side-lace, skinny jeans. Topping it all off was a pair of short high heels. In short, she looked really normal. Like a teenage girl should be. Honestly, Magna has seen Young and Emerald wear side-laced jeans before, and Weiss always wears high heels. However, there was something about Pyrrha that made it all different, somehow. Instead of trying to look more grown or sexy, Pyrrha appeared more normal. Shaking away his confusing thoughts, Magna scratched the side of his face gently and said, You look nice, Pyrrha. Like, really nice. A smile broke out on Pyrrha's face as she practically lit up, Thank you, Magna. You look nice as well. Magna looked down at himself and chuckled, Pyrrha, the only thing you can see is the grey hoodie I'm wearing. Well, I still think you look nice. Magna shook his head and smiled. Anyway, let's go inside. Remember, today is on me. The two of them quickly headed inside. As they approached the counter, Pyrrha couldn't help but feel like she'd been here before. As she moved to ask Magna, she spotted a certain figure behind the counter and froze. It was the old man that fed them after their fight. Stunned, she sat in her seat in a daze and unconsciously said, "Sir, do you remember me?" After regaining her focus, Pyrrha was expecting the old man to shake his head. Instead, the old man nodded with a gleam in his eyes as he pointed to the right. Following the old man's finger, Pyrrha's eyes widened as she saw a wall, filled with pictures surrounding a plaque that said, "Rumble Ramen Champions." And right underneath the plaque was a photo of Magna and Pyrrha that said, "First Ever Champions." What made Pyrrha speechless though was the fact that a picture of Nora and Ren was underneath a clearly defined label that said, "Banned." Magna snickered when he saw Nora and Ren's picture. Leaning towards Pyrrha, he whispered, "Apparently, Nora came here while high on caffeine and dash." Pyrrha quickly placed a finger on Magna's lips and wryly smiled, I think I get the picture. Let's just order some food." After ordering a few dishes, Magna and Pyrrha started talking. Pyrrha, the poor girl, talked about how she's been pushing her body over the years. Even though they hadn't known each other for very long, Magna's kidnapping scarred her. And extreme amounts of training was the only way she could push forward. She explained in a tired tone how she became even more distant with her peers due to her quickly growing strength and skill. Hell, she gave a low chuckle when she told him how she became the strongest person in Argus. Literally. In hopes of finding a challenge, Pyrrha abandoned her previous mindset of laying low and directly challenged the huntsmen and huntresses in Argus. After repeated victories against the strongest huntsmen and huntresses, Pyrrha received the moniker, Invincible Girl. So she became famous anyway, mused Magna as he started recounting what happened to him. He told her about the bandit camp and about June. Though he didn't tell her about June's magical abilities. Speaking of June, she actually changed a lot. Under Amber's training, June became a competent fighter and she unlocked her semblance. With her semblance, she could now imbue her aura into things. Now, that might sound lackluster but it really suits her. Maiden magic, unlike Magna's magic user clusters, doesn't use aura. According to Amber, she absorbs ambient spiritual energy to use magic, not aura. This means that June can add her aura into her magic to make it stronger. She actually sent Magna a video of her sending a Beowulf into the stratosphere using amplified wind magic. Anyway, Magna continued recounting his adventures. After an hour of talking and eating, Magna and Pyrrha left the ramen shop. Turning towards the owner, Pyrrha smiled and waved, "Thank you for the delicious food." The old man nodded with a small smile before refocusing on his grill. Magna rubbed his stomach and whistled in satisfaction, that old man really knows how to cook. Pyrrha brushed her hair out of her face and looked towards Magna, "So, what do you want to do now?" Right as Magna opened his mouth to answer, his scroll started beeping. Pulling it out, Magna looked at the message and fell silent. Pyrrha, seeing him focusing on his scroll, couldn't help herself as she went behind Magna and started reading the message. "Team MEL, you are to report to me tomorrow at 6 a.m. We have a mission. The details will be explained to you tomorrow. From Glinda Goodwitch." Pyrrha blinked, why do you and your team have mission tomorrow?" Magna sighed, "Due to the abilities of my team and Ozpin gave us the responsibilities of second years while still being first years." He told her that his team, while being first years, had to take actual missions. Unlike first-year missions, second-year missions happened outside of Vale. This meant that he and his team could end up in Atlas or Vacuo. Pyrrha sighed after processing everything Magna told her and said, "Guess we have to end today here. You need to prepare for your mission." "Sorry Pyrrha," sighed Magna, "I really wanted to catch up some more." Pyrrha waved him off, No, it's fine. We are huntsmen and huntresses in training. This is to be expected." Plus, Pyrrha smiled, her arms linking behind her back as she looked towards Magna, "I had a really great time, Magna. To be honest, I haven't hung out with a friend in years." Magna's heart clenched a little. He could see the loneliness and melancholy in Pyrrha's eyes when she spoke. Reaching forward, Magna grabbed her and pulled her into a tight embrace as he whispered into her ear, "I'll always try and make time for you, Pyrrha. So, if you want to hang out, I'm only a text message away." The young huntress in training trembled in his arms as she softly sobbed into his chest, her arms tightening around Magna's body. "Everyone ready?" Magna looked over all the members of his team before nodding towards Glinda. As the airship slowly lifted off the ground, Magna caught a small glimpse of red from the corner of his eye. He turned and saw Pyrrha waving at the airship with a big smile on her face. He knew she couldn't see him, but Magna grinned as he waved back. Ahem. Pulling away from the window, Magna focused on Glinda as she tapped her scroll and said, Team MAL, I'm sending the mission briefing to your scrolls. After reading through it, we will have a brief Q&A regarding the specifics. After saying her bit, Glinda sat down and strapped into her chair before seemingly falling asleep. Emerald and Argo looked at each other before pulling out their scrolls. Luna opted to just sit next to Magna and read the briefing off his scroll. Mission, Search and Destroy. Description. The first-year student's trip to Forever Fall Forest is in 2 days, and all dangerous Grimm in the outer perimeter need to be destroyed to ensure a safe yet mildly challenging learning environment. Targets. Any and all Alpha Grimm, regardless of species. Any Grimm that appear to be mutated. Biringel. Deathstalker. Geist. Griffin. King Taijutsu. Lancer. Nevermore. Side note, the Grimm have shown an increase in activity and aggression. Extreme caution is advised. After reading the briefing, Magna looked towards Luna and whispered, Did you finish reading or do you want my scroll? Luna shook her head and gave him a thumbs. Eyeing the other 2 members of his team, Magna saw that they were finished reading the brief as well. Miss Goodwitch dash. Suddenly, Glinda opened her eyes and said, Glinda. For the entire duration of the mission you will now refer to me by my name and I will do the same. Magna stalled and dumbly nodded. Shaking off his shock, Magna continued, Meet Glinda, we've finished reading the brief. Glinda nodded and scanned the faces of Team MAEL and said, Anyway, questions? Emerald raised her hand and spoke, We're not splitting up, right? Cause, considering the targets, I don't think that'd be smart. No, replied Glinda, you will not be splitting up. Though rare, these Grimm do show up in the outer perimeter of the Forever Fall. After half an hour of questions, Glinda straightened her blouse as the pilot informed them that they were right above the drop zone. As the cargo door slowly opened, Glinda turned towards Team MAEL and said, Children, please be careful. This isn't a drill, nor is it a mission in a controlled environment, one mistake here will cost you your life. Magna somberly nodded. Since he couldn't switch off of Ares' cluster yet, he used his second semblance and embodied RWBY. Since Ares' ability actives on touch, I need speed over power, mused Magna. Glinda merely raised an eyebrow before leaping off the airship. Magna grabbed Emerald's hand before disappearing in a flutter rose petals. A red and green blur raced towards the ground. As it was about to slam into the ground, the blur stopped and hovered in the air for a bit before changing back into Magna and Emerald. Letting Emerald go, the slightly disoriented Mintet shook her head before cautiously eyeing the surroundings. Glinda softly nodded, seeing this as Argo and Luna softly touched down, riding down an ice slide. Suddenly, Argo and Luna's ears perked up as Argo screamed, Scatter. Magna grabbed Glinda's hand and took off, narrowly slipping under a huge boulder. Argo and Luna eyed the forest warily as Emerald yelled, It's a Geist. The Grimm stomped towards the group. Its body was an amalgamation of stones, trees, dust and irradiated crystals. Shit. Cursed Magna, this is bad. It's mutated. Once. Magna has only faced a mutated Geist once. And he honestly prayed to never fight a mutant Geist ever again. A mutated Geist, unlike its normal counterpart, has the uncanny ability to integrate dust and use elemental powers within the crystal. In other words, boom. It can shoot fireballs. Magna let go of Glinda's hand and unfurled his scythe, dashing towards the mutant Grimm. Emerald. Argo. Run distraction. Luna. Defense and support. All 3 girls nodded and moved. Emerald and Argo circled the Grimm from a distance, laying down a barrage of bullets and flames. The Geist shook as it turned towards Emerald and hurled a ball of fire at her. However, Emerald merely smirked as a pillar of ice blocked the fireball. Suddenly, Magna dashed up the mutated Grimm's stone legs. Even as bullets passed through his petal-covered body, he charged towards the mask, hoping to end the fight before it became annoying. As he reached the mask, Magna wasted no time as he forcefully slashed towards the Grimm's true body. Watching its coming demise, the Grimm mask glowed in a dim green light as it forcefully threw its body backwards. Seeing the Grimm dodge his attack, Magna activated RWBY's semblance. Using the momentum, he flew higher into the air before coming to a stop. On the ground, Emerald managed to snare the Geist using her chain sickles and a couple nearby trees. Though it was apparent that she was struggling to hold it in place. Emerald, Glinda's calm voice spoke from behind Emerald as she tapped the Mintet on the shoulder, Allow me. Taking out her riding crop, Glinda simple waved it downwards. Suddenly, the ground surrounding the Geist caved in as the Grimm's stone body cracked. Then, a loud boom resounded from above them as a streak of red petals flew straight towards the Grim. As the figure collided with the Grim, a cloud of dust exploded outwards. Cough 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 hey. You guys alright? As the cloud of dust faded away, there stood Magna. From head to toe, he was covered in dirt and there were leaves in his hair. Patting himself off, Magna smiled and gave the gawking girls a thumbs up. Great teamwork, girls. Ignoring his stunned teammates, Magna turned back towards the Geist's body. Pulling his weapon out of the stone remains, Magna saw a Grim mask slowly breaking apart. Reaching towards it, Magna gently laid his hand on it and activated Ares' quirk. The green marks on the mask slowly receded. Suddenly, the Grim mask shook as it tried to fly away. Luckily, Magna grabbed hold of it at the last second. He grinned and said, "So you were playing dead. Too bad, I've actually fought a mutant Geist before." Reminiscing back to the first time he fought a mutated Geist, Magna could only sigh. Not only did it gain the ability to utilize dust, but it also gained the ability to fake its death. What it would do is, when it feels the threat of death, it will assimilate its mask into its body. This allowed the body to take most of the damage. Then, it would fake its death by releasing black particles that usually symbolize a Grim's death. From there, it would either fly away or assimilate itself into the ground to run away. Anyway, Magna quickly sped up Ares' quirk, causing his horn to grow longer. After half a minute, the Grim's body became unstable and turned into a puddle of black water and a purple orb of light. Watching the orb slowly dissipate, Magna quietly studied it before turning back towards his team and his teacher, who at some point were watching him with rapt attention. "So," said Magna, "what now?" "Hiatus," dropped.